I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 926, Return to the Palace. With all the powerful enemies destroyed, the things that followed were naturally very smooth. Luo Hong first extracted the true dragon blood of 20 members of the Long family and healed Long Ruan's injuries in one breath, and then activated the restrictions in the dragon blood order. A blood-colored light column shot up into the sky, and then a white stream of light came from a distance and stopped at the feet of the three people. The next moment, a light array appeared above the three people's heads, and then a space wave surrounded them. After the three people's eyes blurred at the same time, they were moved to the familiar ground vein car. Long Ruan had just refined a large amount of true dragon blood, and his blood was impetuous at the moment, and he needed to constantly use his power to calm it down. Therefore, only Luo Hong and Zhu Zuchuan looked at each other in silence in this ground vein car. Zhu Xianzi, please feel free to say whatever you want, and don't have to sneak a glance at Luo Hong from time to time. Unable to be harassed by the other party's eyes, Luo Hong said a little helplessly. Fellow Daoist Luo, are you really going back? Are you not going to run away? Zhu Zuchuan hesitated for a moment, but still asked cautiously. In her opinion, Luo Hong was sent by other forces to deliberately disrupt the dragon blood trial. Now that he has accomplished his mission, he should retire. Why would he go back to Wanglong City with them? I have done nothing wrong, so why should I run away? Moreover, if I don't redeem all my blood seals, wouldn't it be a pity? If there was no dark hand in the dark, Luo Hong might still be a little uneasy at this time, but since the dark hand could only cheat to this extent in the Hanhei Desert, after returning to Wanglong City, some people in the Long family would be more cautious in the public eye. Of course, Luo Hong was not afraid of the Long family making things difficult for him, because he did not expose the 5-color true blood this time, but only exposed his understanding of the law. Although both are of great value, the former will be coveted by others, while the latter will not. Because the former can be taken away, but the latter depends entirely on personal understanding, and no one can snatch it. Once there is no motivation to kill people for treasures, most cultivators will choose to make friends with them when they show such strength. Don't worry, Zhu Xianzi, you helped to win the 26 dragon blood orders this time, and Luo will definitely share some of the benefits with you. Luo Hong smiled and nodded at Zhu Zuchuan. Haha, then I would like to thank you, brother Luo. Zhu Zuchuan smiled stiffly. Compared with sharing the benefits, she now wants to distance herself from Luo Hong to avoid getting into trouble. After a few words, the two fell silent. After more than an hour, the ground vein car suddenly stopped, and then a white spiritual light flashed, and the three appeared in the trial hall. After standing still, Luo Hong immediately looked around, and saw that some members of the Long family were already standing around. They were all side branches who gave up the trial halfway and returned early. At this time, all the Long family members looked at Long Ruan with fear, as if this childish girl was a man-eating beast. Then, many white spiritual lights began to flash in the hall, bringing back teams of trial participants. In addition to Long Dang, who was expected, Luo Hong also saw Sujian and others. However, they were no longer a large team of 6 or 7 people, but only 3 people. In addition to Sujian, there were Bei Xiao and another female cultivator. But even though more than half of them were killed or wounded, the 3 of them were very lucky. After all, among the many foreign aides under Long Dang and Long Wang, only the 3 of them survived. Not long after, the white light stopped flashing, and there were only less than 50 people standing in the hall. Compared with the large team of nearly 200 people at the start, the casualties were extremely tragic, which could be called the worst in the dragon blood trial of all generations. Most of the surviving trial teams were coincidentally not encountering Long Dang and Long Wang, and thus not participating in the war, so they were extremely shocked by such heavy casualties. Then, these people all turned their eyes to Luo Hong at the same time. The breath of the 1,000 blood seals made their mouths dry, and they dared not look at her again. All Long family trialists, follow me to Fulanchi. Suddenly, a stern-looking old man from the Long family escaped to the hall and ordered everyone. Hearing this, the Long family trialists, including Long Dan, immediately showed unwillingness, while Long Ruan became excited and nervous. It was because, after she came out of Fulangchi, she could officially take over the position of the young master of the Long family. Feeling uneasy, Long Ruan couldn't help but look at Luo Hong, with expectant eyes but no words. Luo Hong, who knew what this girl wanted, immediately nodded and encouraged her. Soon, the remaining Long family trialists were taken away from the hall. According to the procedure, a gold-plated mirror was offered from the hands of the Long family ancestor. This is a spiritual treasure inherited from the Long family, called Universe Dragon Mirror, which has the magical power to detect the blood of the real dragon. As long as it is covered by the precious light emitted by this mirror, no matter how well the real dragon's blood is hidden, it will be exposed. A golden light was seen, and Luo Hong was the first to be covered in it. Obviously, he was the focus of suspicion in the eyes of the Long family ancestor. But in this regard, Luo Hong's expression did not change at all, and he calmly accepted the detection of the golden light, with a clear conscience. Afterwards, there was indeed no accident. Luo Hong was not shown to be abnormal under the golden light. The heavenly evil dragon armor is worthy of being the spiritual treasure of the evil dragon clan. Even if the Long family ancestor personally took action, he could not detect the real dragon's blood hidden in it. Luo Hong had heard from Fairy Yin about the ability of the heavenly evil dragon armor to hide the real dragon's blood, and he was not surprised at the moment. This dragon blood trial is over. Please move to the banquet hall. After the Universe Dragon Mirror had checked everyone, Long Changheng stood up and made arrangements in a slightly anxious manner. Wait. At this time, a shout came from the seat of the Long family cultivators. The cultivators immediately turned their heads and saw Long Lai standing up, as if he had something to say. Although it is gratifying that my granddaughter won the trial, there is no rush for the banquet. Before that, I hope that young friend Luo can teach me the secret technique to break the true dragon spirit. After all, this is related to the continuation of our true spirit family. I hope young friend Luo can understand. Although Long Lai put on a polite attitude, the aggressiveness in his tone could not be concealed. The cultivators in the hall were originally a little puzzled and dissatisfied when they saw that the person who called them was just an unknown cultivator of the Long family, but when they heard that he was the grandfather of the current young master of the Long family, they immediately dispelled their anger. What Long Lai said next surprised them even more. Even those cultivators who were quick and had already stood up sat back down. For a moment, the other foreign aides in the hall became nothing, and countless eyes were fixed on Luo Hong. At this moment, Luo Hong couldn't help but feel a little confused. He could actually accept that someone from the Long family would make things difficult for him after he came back. After all, he had killed so many people from the Long family, and it was natural for someone from the Long family to deal with him. However, he never expected that Long Lai, who had the greatest advantage, would be the first to stand up. This was too abnormal. Therefore, Luo Hong couldn't help but think twice, and then he suddenly realized it. Long Lai's words just now were apparently asking him to hand over the secret technique, but in fact they were reminding him, this secret technique that can restrain the true spirit is too important. If it is not explained clearly at this time, it will definitely be coveted by countless people in the future, and there will be endless troubles. If Long Lai meant well, then the purple-robed middle-aged man's eagerness to let the cultivators go to the banquet hall must be malicious. Judging from his sitting position, he is most likely the current patriarch of the Long family, that is, Long Dang's biological father. Haha, this revenge comes really quickly. Thinking of this, Luo Hong naturally would not waste Long Lai's kindness, and said, I dare to let the seniors know that Luo's method of breaking the true dragon's soul is not actually a secret technique, but just a trick. After all, the key to this method lies in the absolute spiritual energy mixed in the ghosts. It's a pity that those special ghosts have been used up at the moment, otherwise Luo would not mind letting the seniors watch it to their heart's content. Oh, absolute spiritual energy. I have been driving a warship in the territories of the human and demon races for many years, and I have never heard of this kind of spiritual energy. Do you dare to swear that what you said is true? Long Lai pretended to be skeptical and said, this absolute spiritual energy is not hard to come by. As long as you find the right place, you can have as much as you want. If Senior Long Lai is interested, I don't mind sharing a little. Luo Hong immediately started to act, pretending to be angry. Hearing this, the cultivators in the hall were even more excited, and they urged Luo Hong to speak quickly. Then I'd like to hear what kind of dangerous place this spiritual energy is produced in. Long Lai responded with great interest, but secretly his heart was already lifted. The reason why he dared to let Luo Hong explain this secret technique in this hall was that he was sure of the temperament of the ancestor of the Long family. If Luo Hong's method could really affect the continuation of the Long family, he would definitely not be so indifferent now. So Long Lai believed that Luo Hong's method was difficult to replicate. But listening to Luo Hong's words just now, it seemed that this was not the case. This made him nervous, and hinted to Luo Hong to say a very dangerous place. The so-called absolute spirit key is the key in the belly of the true spirit Luo Hao, so if you want to get it, you must first be swallowed by Luo Hao. Luo Hong said seriously. Nonsense. If you were swallowed by the true spirit, how could you still be alive? I have never heard of Luo Hao appearing in the territory of the human and demon races. My dear Luo, your lie is too exaggerated. My dear Luo, you should tell the truth. This absolute spirit key is so special. With so many forces here, we can always find it with some effort. Don't offend people in vain. The cultivator shouted immediately after hearing this, and no one was willing to believe it. Haha, I, Luo, can swear on my inner demon that I didn't say a single lie just now. What you seniors don't know is that this Ru doesn't devour the flesh and blood of living beings, but feeds on the turbid air of heaven and earth, and the space in its belly is so vast, it is normal to be swallowed by it and not die. However, because its belly is filled with soul-killing air, when cultivators like me enter it, our magic power will be lost immediately, and our spiritual consciousness cannot leave the body. Only the physical body can maintain the original realm, so it is also extremely dangerous. As for the place where Ru appears. Having said this, Luo Hong paused, then pointed at himself and said, to be honest, I, Luo, am a first generation ascended cultivator, and that Ru is in my mother realm. If you seniors still don't believe it, you can check it out for yourselves, and I guarantee that the result you find will be consistent with what I said. You are an ascended cultivator? The cultivators fell into even greater shock when they heard this. After all, a cultivator who ascends to the spiritual world must at least cultivate to the state of transformation before he can ascend to the spiritual world. In this way, Luo Hong cannot have the same identity as Long Dong, and there is even a huge difference between the two. However, Luo Hong has accomplished the feat of defeating immortals with a human. Either his opportunity is far superior to that of ordinary people, or his innate comprehension is rare in 10,000 years. He can be called a demon genius. Faced with such a person, even the very few monks in the temple who are very suspicious and do not believe what Luo Hong said, have no intention of using force. Otherwise, if they provoke a big enemy, it will be more trouble than gain. Of course, the calm attitude of the ancestor of the Long family from just now to now is also an important factor for the cultivators to choose to believe Luo Hong. If the secrets that Luo Hong holds can really endanger the continuation of the true spirit family, the ancestor of the Long family will not let Luo Hong leave for a little face. This is why Long Lai must let Luo Hong explain clearly here. There is really a huge difference between having the ancestor of the Long family endorsement or not. Young friend Luo was able to bring out the spirit of the absolute from Luo Hao's belly and use it to break my son's true dragon spirit, which means that my son has no chance of becoming the young master. Please go to the Kyan Lang pavilion with other young friends. There are people there to receive you. Long Changheng knew that his father had already wanted to recruit Luo Hong, so even if he had hatred in his heart, he had to act open-minded and kind. Luo was indeed lucky to win. Maybe this is fate. Luo Hong said this modestly, but Long Changheng and his wife almost exploded in anger. Long Dong was destined to be the dragon son, but Luo Hong said that he was unlucky. This irony was not ordinary. Fortunately, he and his wife were both scheming people. Although it was ugly at the moment, they still managed to smile. Afterwards, the cultivators in the trial hall dispersed. The cultivators of the Long family and a group of guests went to the banquet hall, while Luo Hong and others were taken to the Qianlong Pavilion. This Qianlong Pavilion is also located in the inner city, but it is not only much more majestic than the Lian Pavilion, where Long Lai lives, but also has a higher concentration of spiritual energy. After some inquiries, it was found that this pavilion was the place where the young masters of the Long family practiced for generations. As soon as everyone arrived at the pavilion, some maids from other families with giant and cultivation level came to greet them. The leading woman came straight to Luo Hong and bowed, saying, "The Long family knows that after the seniors finish the trial, they must be eager to exchange the blood seals they have obtained, so they arranged for us to receive them here. On this jade screen is the list of resources that can be exchanged this time. After the seniors have selected, just tell us, and we will bring the corresponding spiritual objects. However, some spiritual objects are limited, and it is first come first served, so the seniors should not hesitate too much." Luo Hong nodded when he heard this. He was scanning the resource catalog, but suddenly found that the surroundings were extremely quiet. With a thought, he saw that everyone was looking at him. "Good guy, are you going to wait for me to finish exchanging first? Haha, I'm afraid I'm going to make some name for myself this time." Chapter 927, Winning Over and Anti-God Pills. With a change of mind, Luo Hong did not hesitate to exchange all the good things. However, apart from the anti-God pill, Luo Hong only took one of the other 7 most valuable spiritual treasures and exchanged the rest for various high-level spiritual materials. Seeing this, the expressions of the cultivators in the pavilion were slightly relieved. After all, as long as they could get a spiritual treasure or exchange for the qualification to enter the dragon pool, their trip would be a great harvest. Zuzianzi, this Luotian brocade ball is a good space spiritual treasure. Luo will give it to you as a reward for your merit. Luo Hong just took a colorful ball from the maid of another surname and threw it to Zuzu-chan. "Thank you, brother Luo, I won't refuse." Zuzu-chan felt that he had made a contribution, so he didn't think he was unworthy of it at the moment, and happily caught the spiritual treasure and said, "Yes." Just as he responded casually, Luo Hong saw Sujian, Beishao and the other 2 standing not far away, hesitating to come over. As soon as his thoughts turned, Luo Hong realized what they were asking for, and took the initiative to ask, "Sudao, do you want to ask for the Luo pill to detoxify?" "Yes." "Did Luo Dao collect Long Wang's storage bag that day?" Seeing Luo Hong take the initiative to bring it up, Sujian couldn't help but be delighted, and nodded quickly. That day, they were struggling to support themselves under the power of the Huangquan pill in their bodies. Fortunately, when Canoe used the blood bone banner of the other shore to condense the blood bone skeleton, the power of the medicine was greatly reduced. They were able to take advantage of the fierce battle between Long Dong and the blood bone skeleton to escape from the red cloud. Fortunately, in order to further reduce the power of the medicine, they fled to a distance with all their strength, so they did not die in the subsequent series of changes. Luo Hong did not respond to hearing this, but directly threw out a jade bottle. Sujian immediately took the bottle, opened the cap and looked inside, then heaved a sigh of relief, and bowed to Luo Hong and said, "Thank you for saving my life, brother Luo. If you need me in the future, I will do my best." I didn't expect that I was saved by brother Luo again. What brother Su said is also what fairy Liu and I meant. Beishao and the female cultivator also bowed and thanked him. "You 3 fellow Daoists are very kind. We had an agreement in advance. Although there were some accidents, we are still in alliance." Luo Hong smiled and said politely. After that, Sujian and the other 2 were in a hurry to go back to detoxify, so they bowed and said goodbye. The other foreign aides who had transformed into gods also had some injuries. After they exchanged for the spiritual objects they wanted, they entered the many quiet rooms on the first floor of Qianlong Pavilion under the guidance of these maids from other families. Just when Luo Hong was about to choose a quiet room to study the anti-god pill he had just obtained, the maid servant of a foreign surname who was in the late stage of giant suddenly stepped forward and said, "Senior Luo, the head of the family invites you." "Father of Long Dong, wasn't he going to host the banquet?" Luo Hong's eyes flashed with suspicion, but he thought that the other party would not harm him at this time, so he said softly, "Lead the way." The maidservant of a foreign surname immediately bowed, turned around and walked out of the pavilion. Not long after, Luo Hong followed her to a pavilion outside the Qianlong pavilion, and saw a middle-aged man in a purple robe waiting there. His appearance was exactly the same as Long Changheng, but his aura was far weaker than the one Luo Hong had seen in the trial hall. Incarnation? With a change of thought, Luo Hong understood the other party's background, and he felt more relieved. After bringing Luo Hong to her, the maidservant of a foreign surname immediately bowed and left. Seeing him walk away, Luo Hong calmly asked, "I wonder why the senior sent his incarnation here?" "Don't be nervous, my dear Luo. Since you have won Donja in a duel, I will not blame you for it. On the contrary, I admire you very much. After all, you are the only one in the younger generation who is praised by my father." Long Changheng's incarnation said kindly, "I'm very honored to receive the praise from the ancestor of the Long family." Luo Hong responded, but he already understood the purpose of the other party's visit. "Well, what do you think of Wanglong City, my dear Luo?" Long Changheng's incarnation nodded with satisfaction, and then asked in a seemingly normal way, "It is quite majestic and prosperous. From what I have seen in my life, it is only inferior to Shianyuan City." Luo Hong answered truthfully, "Shianyuan City was built by the human and demon races. Our Long family cannot compare with it, but compared with the imperial city ruled by the 3 emperors, it is not inferior at all. I wonder if little friend Luo is interested in the position of guest official in Wanglong City?" Long Changheng's incarnation said with a flash of eyes. With the power of the Long family, Long Changheng had already found out Luo Hong's background before the end of the trial. Although he was also surprised by Luo Hong's talent as a first-generation ascended cultivator who could surpass their Long family's destined dragon son, but since the other party had stood on Long Ruan's side, he had no choice but to target him. After all, he couldn't let the position of the head of the family fall into the hands of the side branch after he abdicated. Previously, in the trial hall, Long Changheng wanted to use the secret technique to leave Luo Hong with endless troubles, but Long Lai was treacherous and saw through his plan, so he failed. And under the will of his father, open hostility would definitely not work, so he could only use benefits to lure him into a trap. As long as Luo Hong accepts the position of Wanglong City's guest official, he will be able to receive Wanglong City's tribute and many privileges in the city. This was originally a method used by the Long family to win over famous refining cultivators, but now it is used on Luo Hong, who is in the middle stage of the spirit transformation, and the benefits are not small. If this can be used to completely win over Luo Hong, it would be the best, but if he still supports Long Ruan wholeheartedly, Long Changheng will use his status as the head of the family to make some arrangements for him and hinder Luo Hong's practice. For fear that Luo Hong is not clear about the sugar coating outside the poison pill, Long Changheng's incarnation immediately explained to him the benefits of being a guest official of Wanglong City. After all, this is a method used by the Long family to bribe famous refining cultivators. After hearing this, Luo Hong was inevitably shocked by the arrogance of the Dog family, but he still refused without hesitation. "Thank you for your kindness, but Luo still prefers to practice in Shianyuan City." Just kidding. Luo Hong is now in a hurry to go back and try Yuan Ling's method of ascending the spirit. How could he stay in Wanglong City, where there are constant intrigues and deceptions, just for a few benefits? "You want to go back to Shianyuan City?" Long Changheng's incarnation said in surprise. "Luo's cave is in Shianyuan City. Now that the dragon blood trial has been successfully completed, I should go back to retreat and digest what I have gained," Luo Hong said as a matter of course. Hearing this, Long Changheng's incarnation couldn't help but be even more surprised. He originally expected that Long Lai had won over Luo Hong with some unknown benefits, and asked him to seize the position of the young master of the Long family for Long Ruan. And among these benefits, there must be some that can only be fulfilled after Long Ruan obtains the position, so the other party must stay in Wanglong City for a while. But now Luo Hong's behavior made Long Changheng's incarnation suspect that Luo Hong was just chosen to participate in the trial by chance, and then because he was assigned to Long Ruan's team, he won the trial for him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If this Long Ruan is really the son of destiny, how could he have suffered the disaster of losing both his parents before? It must be that old Long Lai paid an extraordinary price to invite him here. Long Changheng's incarnation subconsciously denied this guess. After all, if this was true, then his Donja would lose too unfairly. After a change of expression, Long Changheng's incarnation suddenly flipped his palm and took out a jade bottle with silver talismans flowing. Since young friend Luo has made up his mind, this family head will not force you to stay. The spiritual liquid in this bottle is transformed from your precious pearl. It will be returned to its original owner now. After calming down, Long Changheng's incarnation couldn't help but reflect on himself for rashly plotting against Luo Hong without investigating clearly. What he should do now is not to plot against Luo Hong directly, but to first find out what kind of deal Long Lai has with her, so that he can win with one blow. Before that, he must first use kindness to stabilize Luo Hong. The Long family is really generous. I was originally sad about losing the Blood Sea Pearl, but I didn't expect to get it back today. I'm really overjoyed. After taking the jade bottle and looking at it, Luo Hong immediately said with joy, "Haha, I'm glad that my friend is satisfied. The head of the family has something important to do, so I'm sorry I can't stay with you for long." After saying that, Long Changheng's incarnation bowed and then turned into a light and left. On the other side, Long Ruan had completely refined the true blood obtained from the trial with the help of the power of the dragon pool and came to the banquet hall. But although all the guests were very polite and respectful to her, there was not much joy on her face. Because she was already the young master of the Long family, she did not come to the hall with her peers in the Long family, but was called by the elders of the family to change her clothes before coming. And in just a short while, she found that she had become a feared existence among her peers in the Long family. Even the sisters who were familiar with her did not dare to meet her eyes at this moment. Fortunately, after refining a large amount of true dragon blood, her cultivation was greatly improved, so she was able to eavesdrop on some of their private conversations. I didn't expect that cousin Ruan was such a person. She usually pretended to be gentle and cute, but she was ruthless during the trial. In order to compete for the blood of the true dragon, she ordered her subordinates and external aid to slaughter her own people. It's really chilling. What do you know? This is called scheming. Ruan, no, the young master is a person who does great things. That's right, but I dare not get close to her anymore. Otherwise I don't know when she will sell me out. Many of the Long family's peers actually regarded her as a terrible woman with deep scheming and vicious means. What surprised Long Ruan even more was that the source of the rumor was the surviving trialists. After some tempering, Long Ruan finally grew up a little, and after thinking carefully, he understood the reason for these slanders against her. It is certain that these defeated trialists are resentful, but this has never happened before. So in the final analysis, it was because these people felt that it was too embarrassing to lose to an innocent girl, so they all unanimously spread the word that she was ruthless, and they had been hiding their incompetence before. It was not pleasant to be misunderstood and isolated. After thinking it through, Long Ruan subconsciously wanted to clarify herself. But just as she was about to speak, she suddenly thought that if she clarified herself, wouldn't it be pushing the matter onto Luo Hong? Although Luo Hong was indeed the mastermind, she enjoyed the benefits. Even if she didn't talk about the feelings in her heart, she couldn't do such a thing. What's more, well, I'm the young master now, so it's better to be more feared by people. Listening to the rumors about herself that were getting more and more outrageous and gradually gaining the name of Blood Dragon Girl, Long Ruan couldn't help but comfort herself. Luo Hong, who was in the quiet room of Kyan Lang Pavilion, naturally didn't know anything about the grievances that Long Ruan suffered in the banquet hall. At this moment, he was using his magic power to hold up an anti-god pill, and his eyes were blurred as he pondered. Among the three elements of essence, energy, and spirit, essence is for refining the body, and Luo Hong relies on the great five element Tang Shengju. Qi is mana, and the word cultivation says it all. And the spirit is the primordial spirit. Luo Hong has always relied on the magic of the Great Evolution art to lead the cultivators of the same level by several realms. But today, the Great Evolution art has become weak. Luo Hong has long studied that the reason why the Great Evolution art can quickly enhance the primordial spirit is that it can use many spirit divisions to greatly increase the efficiency of the primordial spirit in swallowing the grey fog outside the domain. The number of spirit divisions that the primordial spirit can transform into has a limit in each primordial spirit realm, and the gap between the primordial spirit realms is also the greater. The weakness of the Great Evolution art lies in the fact that the increase in the number of spirit divisions is far less than the increase in the gap between realms. This makes the efficiency of primordial spirit cultivation increased by the Great Evolution art less and less valuable until it is dispensable. When in the human world, Luo Hong had cultivated his primordial spirit to the 7th evolution realm. When he was in the early stage of transformation, his consciousness could rival that of cultivators in the late stage of transformation. At that time, Luo Hong had already discovered that the Great Evolution art was of little use, and it had been slow to allow him to break through the 8th evolution of the primordial spirit. It was not until he reached the spirit realm and his cultivation broke through the middle stage of the spiritualization realm that his soul was able to break through the 8 derivations and reach the level of a cultivator in the early stage of the refining void realm. In fact, Luo Hong had always known that the best nourishment for the soul was actually the endless demons outside the domain. However, the demons outside the domain that could significantly increase his 8 derivation soul must be higher in rank than the green domain demons, preferably the crazy heart demons, which were one major realm higher. But starting from the green domain demons, the demons outside the domain would have obvious spiritual intelligence, and there were even demon lord level demons outside the spirit realm that even Mahayana cultivators would be terrified by. This made Luo Hong's previous method of fishing for demons and refining the soul increase the risk sharply, and it was no longer desirable. After basically confirming that the absolute spirit key was the spiritual energy infected by the law of death, Luo Hong couldn't help but think that the grey fog outside the domain might also be a spiritual energy infected by special laws. If it could be refined by some means, his soul cultivation would no longer have to worry about it for a long time. The secrets are likely to be hidden in these anti-god pills. According to the records, that taking 6 pills in a row will make the cultivator's cultivation unable to improve in this lifetime. It must be a way to damage the foundation of the immortal cultivation in exchange for the growth of spiritual consciousness. And from the fact that it can improve the cultivation of the soul by a whole realm, the direct process is definitely not like ordinary pills that nourish the soul, but to stimulate the soul, to strengthen the soul swallowing of the extraterritorial grey fog. Because, even if the soul is stimulated to explode, it is impossible to have such efficiency. Even if it really happened, it would definitely attract countless extraterritorial demons, but there has never been a record in the classics that a cultivator was attacked by an extraterritorial demon after taking the anti-god pill. Chapter 928, 3 Spirits Structure and Farewell. Therefore, the real effect of the anti-god pill is most likely to transform the essence in the cultivator's nascent soul into a spiritual energy similar to grey fog, which greatly enhances the soul. Because of this, the effect of the anti-god pill will change with the cultivation level of the person who takes it. After all, it is just a catalyst. In fact, the anti-god pill is prepared for the late stage cultivators who have no hope of breaking through. At the cost of part of the foundation, the cultivation level of the soul is greatly improved to help them break through the refining void pass. Of course, since swallowing only one anti-god pill will cause very little damage to the foundation, there are also many cultivators who are willing to bear this price for the sake of a huge increase in spiritual consciousness. Luo Hong cultivates immortals to pursue the great way, so he will not be so short-sighted. So no matter what, he will not swallow the anti-god pill directly. The geniuses of the spirit world from ancient times to the present are just like crucian carp crossing the river. Naturally, many of them have obtained the anti-god pill and have long thought about how to improve the cultivation level of the soul without damaging the foundation. This is why the various attempts they made were recorded in the classics. However, the fact that Luo Hong was able to obtain 6 pills at once proved that these attempts all ended in failure. To be honest, the attempts made by these guys were of no technical content in Luo Hong's opinion. Most of them were to let others, or other living beings, take the anti-god pill to damage their foundation, and cultivate their own Yuan Shen. The cultivators of their own clan were the first to suffer, and the result was naturally not good. The spiritual energy generated by the yuaning of others, after being catalyzed by the anti-god pill, was neither harmful nor useful to themselves. Then, there were various monsters or wild aliens that could transform and change into their own appearances, and then take the anti-god pill. But no matter what kind of cultivation level of the monsters and aliens they caught, or how mysterious their transformation skills were, the result was still the same. This anti-god pill can only damage one's foundation and increase one's consciousness. These people are completely messing around. I'm afraid they didn't even figure out what the foundation of the cultivators is before trying. Throwing away the classics in his hand, Luo Hong smiled and shook his head. The foundation of cultivation is actually the foundation of mana, and the foundation of mana is the ability of the cultivator to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, to increase the total amount of mana. After all, once the total amount of mana cannot be increased, the cultivation is completely stagnant. According to some real-life experience, the foundation of a cultivator is closely related to the essence. Luo Hong did not study it, so he did not dare to say that the foundation is equivalent to the essence, but many cultivators understand it this way. As we all know, the yuaning of a cultivator is actually a combination of the cultivator's yuanshen and the mana, which is extremely important. If the loss of the physical body is handled properly, it will not hinder future cultivation, so this foundation is actually in the yuaning. Luo Hong himself has a yuaning, and naturally knows very well that the mana in the yuaning is actually divided into different levels. If the yuaning is compared to a normal person, the most common mana is equivalent to a person's sweat. Even if you sweat profusely, there will not be much problem. The yuan qi often mentioned by cultivators is equivalent to a person's blood. If you lose too much, you will die, and it is more troublesome to replenish it. As for the essence, it is the organs of a person's hands and feet. Under normal circumstances, if it is gone, and it cannot be replenished at all. If it is directly reflected in the nascent soul, the normal consumption of mana will only make the nascent soul's spiritual light dim, and it will not shrink its size, or lose its arms and legs. If the essence is absorbed by the evil magic of the magic way, the nascent soul will wither and break. To make a distinction, Luo Hong named the 3 types of spiritual particles of mana on the spot, and the proportions are Dharma spiritual particles, blood spiritual particles and spirit particles. And based on the above phenomenon, a structural conjecture between the 3 was proposed. Namely, the 3 types of spiritual particles are evenly distributed in the nascent soul. Because of the mixture, the nascent soul does not have obvious stratification. And the Dharma spiritual particles must be the most, because they can most affect the spiritual light of the nascent soul, followed by blood spiritual particles, and the spirit particles are the least. In normal movement, a single spirit particle should attract multiple blood spiritual particles, and a single blood spiritual particle will also attract multiple Dharma spiritual particles. This means that, even if the Dharma spiritual particles are exhausted, they can be quickly replenished, because the blood spiritual particles that attract them are not lost. It also makes the recovery of blood spirit very slow after consumption, because the spirits that attract it are scarce. According to this theory, the anti-god pill is undoubtedly catalyzing the spirits, and the soul spirits are highly combined with it, so as long as they are not the same soul, the spirits of any other creatures cannot match after catalysis. As for where the spirits come from, it is not difficult to guess. First of all, if a cultivator loses essence, he cannot recover through cultivation, so he certainly cannot produce spirits through normal cultivation. After the realm breakthrough, the cultivator's mana will increase greatly. According to the above 3 spirit structure, the cultivator must have obtained a large number of spirits at the moment of breakthrough. In other words, realm breakthrough is the only way to obtain spirits known so far. In this case, if a cultivator wants to obtain additional spirits, the only way is to cultivate an external incarnation. And it can't be the kind of demon who often cheats, otherwise the soul is not consistent at all, which will cause differences. Only the external incarnation cultivated by the authentic magical power of Zuanman can really count. But this brings a new problem, that is, the gain is not worth the loss. I worked hard to cultivate an incarnation of the same level as myself, and it is impossible to swallow it. The input and output are not proportional at all. Luo Hong put down the anti-god pill in dissatisfaction, but soon his eyes flashed, and he said to himself, what if I greatly reduce the cost of cultivating incarnations? Why not see the effect of the method of raising the spirit of the spirit? After a circle, Luo Hong was surprised to find that the solution to the problem fell on the method of raising the spirit. Haha, it's really imminent. Thinking of another project that requires the method of raising the spirit, Luo Hong said to himself excitedly. He wished he could go back to the cave in Shineoan City right now. Brother Luo, are you free now? If you are not busy, please open the door and see me. He didn't know how much time had passed while he was lost in thought. The banquet of the Long family was obviously over, otherwise Long Ruan would not appear outside the door at this moment. It just so happens that Luo has something to discuss with you. Daoist Ruan, please come in. Luo Hong put away the medicine bottle, waved his sleeves to remove the ban on the door, and invited him. The next moment, Long Ruan entered the room excitedly, showing his robe to Luo Hong and said, Brother Luo, look, I'm now the young master of the Long family. Well, congratulations, fellow Taoist, Luo. Luo Hong was about to say goodbye, but was interrupted by Long Ruan halfway through his words. I know that Brother Luo doesn't like the dragon soul of the dragon pool. In a few days, I will secretly take you to the ancestral dragon pool. The dragon soul there can block 50% to 60% of the great heavenly tribulation. Also, I heard that Brother Luo is a first generation ascending cultivator. This is a dust extinguishing pill I found from the treasure house. It is enough for you to leave Shineoan City in the future. With a pop, Long Ruan took out a green gourd that was only half a foot high but quite heavy and placed it on the table in front of Luo Hong. Just by hearing the sound of the pills colliding, it was known that there were quite a lot of dust extinguishing pills inside. Look at me, I'm so happy. What did Brother Luo want to say just now? Long Ruan looked at Luo Hong with a smile. Seeing her like this, Luo Hong couldn't help but feel a headache, but he still hardened his heart and said, fellow Daoist Ruan, actually Luo Hong wanted to say goodbye to you just now. Why, don't you want these dust extinguishing pills? Long Ruan immediately smiled bitterly. This dust extinguishing pill is indeed what Luo Hong needs, and Luo Hong will not be polite to fellow Daoist Ruan, but Luo Hong's Dao is in Shineoan City, so he has to go back. Luo Hong put away the green gourd with a thought, and then said seriously. Seeing that Luo Hong was willing to accept his things, Long Ruan felt relieved. However, Luo Hong had already used the Great Dao as an excuse. Long Ruan knew that there was no room for persuasion, so he said, then when I finish the things at hand, I will also go to Shineoan City for training. Oh, this. Luo Hong suddenly felt a little toothache. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but say, you can go to Shineoan City for training, but you must leave within 200 years, otherwise it may be dangerous, and then Luo will move out of Shineoan City. Danger? What danger? Long Ruan asked with a puzzled look. However, Luo Hong just smiled at her without responding. I understand, I will do it. After a few breaths, Long Ruan finally understood something, and nodded in agreement. Well, remember to stay away from the cultivators with the surname Han in the future. Try not to contact them, and don't ask why. Anyway, she has already reminded him, so Luo Hong doesn't mind saying a few more words. Brother Luo really has me in his heart, otherwise why would he care so much? Long Ruan's face became more and more happy, and he nodded heavily. Is it convenient for me to leave the city now? Luo Hong asked impatiently. Originally, there are some celebrations that require the participation of the surviving foreign aides, but since Brother Luo has urgent matters, I will personally send you out of the city. Follow me. After that, Long Ruan took Luo Hong to the center of the first floor of Qian Lang Pavilion. With a flash of inspiration, they were moved to an unfamiliar place. This is the top floor of Qian Lang Pavilion, which has a teleportation array connecting various important places in the city. If Brother Luo wants to return to Shineoan City, he must take our Long family's warship, and go to the air dock outside the city. Let me see. This is the teleportation array. Taking out a jade slip and comparing it, Long Ruan quickly found the correct teleportation array and immediately stepped into the array with Luo Hong. With a flash of white light, the two came to an open air platform. Ah, it's the young master. May I ask what the young master wants? A steward of the Long family who was on duty here hurriedly saluted. Arrange a warship for Brother Long to go to Shinyuan City, quickly. Long Ruan ordered skillfully. Although she was a branch of the family, she also lived in the inner city and her status in the Long family was not low. Yes, senior, please follow me. The steward of the Long family immediately obeyed the order, without the slightest thought of inquiring into Luo Hong's identity. Well, then, Daoist Ruan, we will say goodbye here, and see you later. Luo Hong was very satisfied with Long Ruan's arrangement, and immediately bowed and said goodbye. Well, see you later. With outsiders present, Long Ruan finally restrained herself a little, and did not say Brother Luo, wait for me in Shinyuan City. At this moment, looking at Luo Hong's departing back, Long Ruan's expression gradually darkened. There are many people in the clan who are not convinced by me. It will take more than a short time to subdue them. It is really unpleasant to delay the trip to Shinyuan City for this. Why not kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, and make my name as the Blood Dragon Girl real? Long Ruan secretly considered the gains and losses. After all, this step cannot be taken back. At this moment, Luo Hong's voice suddenly came into her ears again. The other party turned back for some reason. I almost forgot one thing. Daoist Ruan, do you know Senior Khan from the True Dragon Temple? I have heard of it. What's the matter? Long Ruan asked curiously. Nothing, I just want to ask Daoist Ruan to target this Senior Khan. Luo Hong chuckled. How could he not take revenge on this old bastard? I understand. Long Ruan was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then covered his mouth, and chuckled in reply. Sure enough, Brother Luo and I have a tacit understanding. Isn't the chicken to scare the monkey here? After this moment, Long Ruan no longer hesitated. P.S. I originally wanted to write 4,000 words, but I thought about it for a long time, so I will write 2 updates in the future, unless there are special circumstances. Chapter 929, Preparation for a Treat. After 7 days of melting golden clouds filling the sky, Luo Hong finally returned to Shinyuan City on the Long family warship, after traveling for half a year. Along the way, Luo Hong was thinking about the way of life and death in the cabin, and by the way, he completely refined the blood and bone banner of the other shore. He already had the outline of the living formation in his mind, and now he just needed to put it into practice. Therefore, as soon as the warship arrived at the port, Luo Hong fled straight to his cave. After flying quickly for more than 10 days, he successfully returned to the cave. The outer formation did not change at all from when he left. Obviously, there was no accident in the cave during the trial. With a flash of his figure, Luo Hong came to the stone gate of the cave, and saw many sound transmission talismans floating here. With a little sense, he distinguished that most of these sound transmission talismans were left by Xiangzi and the others, and all of them were messages inviting him to attend a party or trade fair, and there was nothing important. Luo Hong immediately waved his sleeves, and burned the sound transmission notes. Then he took out a jade box, attached a talisman to it, and threw it into the restriction outside the stone gate. The jade box contained the wooden thorn magic weapon Luo Hong gave him. The difference was that Luo Hong had already filled it with 10 beads of real dragon blood. As long as the other party came to the door, the restriction outside the stone gate would naturally activate the talisman and hand the jade box to her. In this way, they could save the meeting. Luo Hong got what she wanted, but Luo Hong didn't have to be distracted by it. Afterwards, Luo Hong entered the cave, and as usual, he first went to see Xiao Jin's situation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he pushed open the stone door, a joyful thought surged into his soul. Xiao Jin, are you awake? Luo Hong said with a happy face. As if to respond to Luo Hong, the giant egg in the stone room shook slightly twice. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the day when you break out of the shell is not far away. After saying that, Luo Hong comforted Xiao Jin again, and told her not to be anxious. Then, He turned his eyes and looked at the glazed golden light hammer beside him. After 2 years of spiritual nourishment, the breath of this treasure has recovered a lot. In about 3 years, this treasure will be restored to its original state. The situation in the cave made Luo Hong very satisfied. He did not delay anymore and flashed to the meditation room. With a thought, he took out several spiritual objects from the treasure bag. If you want to use the opposition of the law of life and death to upgrade the spirit of Yuan Lingzi, you must first have these two laws. At present, the blood bone banner on the other side floating in front of Luo Hong is a Taoishan spiritual treasure containing the law of death. However, there is not even a Taoist talisman in the law contained in this treasure. If it is not processed, even if the subsequent spiritual upgrade formation is completed, its limit of spiritual upgrade level will not be satisfactory. Fortunately, Luo Hong happened to have a spiritual object on hand to solve this dilemma. This thing is right next to the blood and bone banner of the other shore. It is a piece of white transparent black ice. A ball of black mist is slowly rolling in it, ignoring the black ice's seal. This ball of black mist is exactly the Luo Hao mist that Luo Hong got from Bingfeng when he was in the human world. Luo Hong didn't know its origin before, so he never used it. Now he knows very well that this mist is a precious spiritual material rich in the law of death. Just refine it into the blood and bone banner of the other shore, and it will definitely greatly improve the ranking of this treasure on the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list. However, Luo Hong still has some doubts about this. After all, the law of death is different from ordinary laws and cannot be directly driven by immortal cultivators. Because as long as they are alive, immortal cultivators will oppose this law. Even those normal spiritual energy are the same. However, since the blood and bone banner of the other shore exists, there is an indirect way to drive it. Blood Qi is a kind of spiritual energy that is extremely resistant to the law of death. In addition, judging from the fact that Yuan Yao chose the Fang of Luo Hao to refine her life spirit treasure, Yin Qi should have a similar effect. Blood Qi, Yin Qi, and Corpse Qi have always been connected, so it is very likely that Corpse Qi can also be used to indirectly drive the law of death. While strengthening the law of death, the indirect driving means must also be improved, otherwise it will be out of control. But the trouble now is that Luo Hong cannot accurately measure the power of the law of death in the Luo Hao mist, so he does not know how much blood, yin, and corpse Qi to prepare. The reason why it cannot be measured is that the Luo Hao mist is currently in a completely silent state, which is given by the law of death. Even if Luo Hong has the means to change its state, it is impossible to use it. However, it is certain that, although this group of black mist is a true spiritual material, its volume is really too small, and the law of death contained in it cannot be too outrageous. Therefore, as long as you prepare as much as possible, there will not be any big risks. Luo Hong also has no shortage of high-level spiritual objects of the 3 attributes of blood, yin, and corpse, and has taken them out. The blood spiritual object is the spiritual liquid transformed from the blood sea pearl. It is most compatible with the blood bone banner on the other shore, and it is almost not difficult to refine it. The ghost spiritual object has been on Luo Hong's right palm, and it is the yellow spring ghost hand. The corpse spiritual object is the corpse god pill. Luo Hong originally wanted to keep it to condense the Dharma image, but the Dharma image is naturally not as important as the method of ascending the spirit. Around the spiritual objects he has, Luo Hong has formulated 2 sets of plans with their own advantages and disadvantages. The first set is to refine the blood sea spiritual liquid and Luo Hao's mist into the blood bone banner of the other shore to greatly increase its power. The only uncertainty of this plan is whether the blood sea spiritual liquid alone can suppress Luo Hao's mist, and the difficulty of refining the treasure is not great. The second set is based on the yellow spring ghost hand, and the blood bone banner of the other shore, and the 3 spiritual materials are all refined into it to maximize the guarantee that the law of death will not get out of control. But obviously, the difficulty of refining the treasure will increase linearly, and even with Luo Hong's refining skills, he dare not guarantee 100% success. These 2 plans have their own advantages and risks, and Luo Hong is difficult to decide for a while. But if we talk about inclination, Luo Hong is actually more inclined to the second plan, because this plan can avoid risks by improving the weapon refining skills, unlike the first plan which can only rely on luck. As for his own luck, Luo Hong never had any hope. Ascension to the spirit is an act against the will of heaven. It's good enough that the heaven doesn't send thunder and lightning to strike me. I can't rely on luck to win. As for the weapon refining skills, the Jink Jade book that records the Bane refining treasure secret in my hand contains many immortal weapon refining techniques. If I carefully comprehend them, I will definitely be able to make great progress in weapon refining. Moreover, even if I fail, there is a fallen Luo Hao in the ground abyss of the Feeling Clan. The lost Luo Hao mist will have a chance to be obtained again, so that the road ahead will not be completely cut off. After struggling for several hours, Luo Hong suddenly said to himself with a solemn face, and made a decision in his heart. Yuanling's ascension to the spirit relies on the opposition of the law of life and death. Now that there is a way to deal with the law of death, the next thing to consider is the law of life. Everything in the world has vitality, even spirit particles. Therefore, when the death spirit particles appeared during the dragon blood trial, they immediately eroded everything within the range. However, if you want to ascend to the spirit, the aggregation force between the dead spirit particles and normal spirit particles is far from enough. You must have real living spirit particles to produce a strong opposing aggregation effect with them in order to ascend to the spirit against the will of heaven. Among all of Luo Hong's research, there happened to be one that was closely related to the law of life, and that was the research on the immortal body. Although there is no corresponding spiritual object to assist, but based on those immortal runes, creating an immortal formation should be able to meet the initial needs of spiritual ascension. And the spiritual objects containing the law of life are not as rare as those containing the law of death. At that time, I will use the initial immortal formation to upgrade these spiritual objects, and then fill them into the formation, which can enhance the power of the law of life contained in the formation. After several cycles of this immortal formation will eventually be able to match the re-refined Huanquan ghost hand, so that it can reach the ultimate spiritual level. As for the specific level of the ultimate spiritual level, it is determined by the law of death, because the method of spiritual ascension cannot work on dead spiritual objects. Therefore, in the future, if you want to improve the ultimate spiritual level, you must collect dead spiritual objects and refine them into the Huanquan ghost hand to improve the law of death contained in it as much as possible. In this way, the Feeling tribe really has to go. After a sigh, Luo Hong had completely clarified the way forward. The next step was to practice hard in seclusion, comprehend the silver tadpole refining technique and design the immortal formation. Spring goes and autumn comes, and a 60-year cycle seems to have passed in an instant, leaving no trace in Shianyuan City. One day, a gilded blood dragon car entered the territory of Killing Mountain and headed straight for a spiritual place without stopping. In the car, a gorgeous woman in a red robe and a golden dragon crown was sitting with her eyes closed, and two other female cultivators were waiting beside her. But the strange thing is that, although these two female cultivators have the cultivation of the late stage of the transformation of the spirit, the expressions they occasionally reveal show that they are quite afraid of the red-robed woman who is only in the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit. If you look closely at the expression of the red-robed woman, you can find that her eyebrows are trembling slightly. Obviously, her heart is not as calm as it seems. The speed of the gilded blood dragon car is so fast that it stopped in front of a large formation in just half a day. 3 flashes of light flashed, and the red-robed woman and the other 2 flew out. Is this Brother Luo's cave? The spiritual energy is so ordinary, Brother Luo is too willing to give in. Fortunately, I have prepared this time, and I will persuade Brother Luo to move to my cave and be an ablator. It turned out that the red-robed woman was Long Ruan, who had taken over the position of the young master of the Long family for 60 years. Although she had the power to win the trial and used thundering methods with the assistance of Long Lai, it took her much longer than expected to sit firmly on the position of the young master. As soon as she had enough time to get out of the Long family, she found an excuse to come to Shianyuan City for training. As soon as she arranged a place to live, she came to Luo Hong excitedly. However, just when Long Ruan was about to sacrifice the sound transmission talisman, he saw another woman's figure not far away. It was seen that this woman was wearing a black veil with a pair of naked jade arms, and many other parts of her body were also exposed, looking quite enchanting and beautiful. Who is this woman? Is she here to see Brother Luo as well? After taking a look, Long Ruan couldn't help but frown, looking unhappy. Young master, do you want me to go check it out? A female cultivator on the left noticed Long Ruan's displeasure and immediately sent a voice message to ask for permission. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 930, Notorious. Don't meddle in other people's business. Hearing this, Long Ruan glanced at the female cultivator and said in a cold voice, "Yes, I overstepped my bounds." The female cultivator immediately trembled and quickly apologized. After skillfully intimidating the attendants around him, Long Ruan suddenly showed a bright smile on his face and moved closer to the black-clothed female cultivator. I was scared to death. I just thought I was going to be sent to the 10,000 souls cave to mine." The female cultivator of the Long family breathed a sigh of relief and complained to her companion beside her. "Humph, you deserve it. You have no right to interfere in the affairs of the young master. We just need to be good guards." Another person immediately reminded her unhappily. "I saw that the young master was dissatisfied with the black-clothed demon cultivator, but she immediately put on a smiling face. It's true that serving the king is like serving a tiger. You followed the young master for too short a time, so you don't know some of his habits. In fact, the young master is most harmless when he frowns, but once he smiles at someone, that person is bound to be in trouble. Going to the cave of 10,000 souls to mine is a piece of cake." As expected of the blood dragon girl of our Long family, her scheming and means are beyond ordinary people. Just as the two female cultivators of the divine transformation stage were gossiping secretly, Long Ruan had already escaped to the black-clothed female cultivator and asked in a gentle voice, "Is this Taoist friend here to see Brother Luo as well?" "You are the black-clothed female cultivator," sized up Long Ruan, and seeing that she was hiding a precious light and was accompanied by two cultivators of the same level, she knew that she was an extraordinary person, and she did not dare to neglect her. "I'm a good friend of Brother Luo. I came to visit him today. I wonder if he is free." "Oh, then it is a coincidence that you came. Brother Luo has been practicing magic in seclusion for many years. He only comes out when he asks me to help purchase some spiritual materials. If you come here at other times, you will definitely be turned away. My name is Luo Hong, and I'm the owner of the Black Phoenix Tower. If you need spiritual materials in the future, you can also come to me." Seeing that the visitor was not an enemy, Luo Hong took the opportunity to attract business for the Black Phoenix Tower. "I see, then Brother Luo and I are really destined to be together. I just don't know what Brother Luo is looking for this time. I'm worried about the gift. If I know what he needs, I don't have to think too much." Long Ruan glanced at the storage bag on Luo Hong's waist and said, "You are so polite, fellow Daoist, but fellow Daoist Luo is not the kind of person who sticks to small details, so you don't need to prepare any gifts. But I see that you come from an extraordinary family, so you must be well off, so I won't stop you from doing this." The spiritual object that fellow Daoist Luo asked me to buy before was the longevity crystal. I have been searching in Black Flame Tower for 10 years and have only found 12 pairs, which is 6 pairs short of the 18 pairs that fellow Daoist Luo required. If you can make up for it, fellow Daoist Luo will be overjoyed." Luo Hong said as she took out a pure white crystal cluster from her storage bag. Obviously, this was the longevity crystal. Hearing this, Long Ruan's eyes suddenly flashed with joy, staring at the longevity crystal, and said without turning his head, "Qun, what is this longevity crystal?" "My young master, the longevity crystal is a kind of underground spiritual material, which only grows near the 10,000-year-old earth milk, so although the grade is not high, it is rare in the world. However, Families of this kind of spiritual material have always been interested in collecting one or two, and there should be a lot of inventory left in Shinyuan City. The female cultivator named Long Kyowen replied respectfully, "Well, send a message quickly and have someone send 18 pairs of longevity crystals over." Long Ruan seemed to have forgotten the 12 pairs of longevity crystals in Zhao Hong's hand and said with great pride, "Yes, young master." Long Kyowen did not say anything and immediately received the order to send the message. "Who are you, fellow Taoist? What do you mean now?" Zhao Hong was immediately annoyed when she heard this. She had the support of the Black Phoenix Demon Clan, and she did not take the initiative to cause trouble, but she was not afraid of trouble. Long Ruan's move was undoubtedly a blatant attempt to steal her business. She was still waiting to exchange the promised Golden Crow Divine Iron from Luo Hong. This item could enhance her strength, and she couldn't give it up easily. "My name is Long Ruan. You should have heard of me." Long Ruan was very unhappy that the other party had just taught her what kind of person Luo Hong was, and said with a cold face, "Are you the Blood Dragon girl?" Zhao Hong was shocked when she heard the words, and subconsciously stepped back to keep a distance. After confirming the name, this was not a ruthless person she could afford to offend. Hearing this title, Long Ruan was secretly helpless, but to be honest, this title was often quite useful. However, just when Long Ruan wanted to intimidate the coquettish fairy in front of him and stay away from Luo Hong, he suddenly felt that the vitality of the heaven and earth within 1,000 miles trembled. "It's really bad luck. First I ran into a ruthless and dangerous person like the Blood Dragon girl, and now I ran into Luo Hong practicing his magical powers. Well, let's get out of here first." As soon as the thought came to her mind, Zhao Hong immediately fled away with a stern face, not daring to stay outside the formation. "Young master, let's retreat too. Brother Luo's magical powers must not be taken lightly." Long Ruan knew Luo Hong's strength best, so she returned to the treasure car without thinking, and then turned into a stream of light and fled thousands of miles away. When she came out of the treasure car again, she immediately found that the owners of several spiritual lands around her had also flown out of their caves. These incarnation cultivators looked at the direction of Luo Hong's cave, and their faces were not good. "Damn it, this guy is practicing that great magical power again. This time the noise is even bigger than last time. Can't people practice anymore? Haha, old monster Hong, if you have any grievances, why don't you go and talk to that guy? We all support you. Go to hell." You've heard of that guy's name. There were a total of 200 people participating in the Dragon Blood trial, and he killed 100 people alone. Even if I, Hongzi, have 10 lives, I dare not reason with such a vicious person. No, I can't go on like this. I have to move away, even if I have to move to Kyanglei Mountain. Listening to the complaints around him, Long Ruan couldn't help but feel curious, wondering what Brother Luo had done to make so many cultivators of the same level dare not speak out. It seemed that the way of heaven in the dark heard her voice. As soon as she had this thought, she heard the voices of 2 incarnation cultivators talking on the other side. "Master Wang, even if this person has no rivals in the realm of transformation, he can't be the rival of many seniors of the Golden Court Guard. He is so reckless. Didn't you report him to the higher-ups?" A young and handsome monk from aristocratic family said indignantly. "Hey, how could we not have tried, buddy? Oh, fellow Daoist Fu, that's the reason." Master Wang sighed twice and pointed to the direction of Luo Hong's cave. With the gathering of many heaven and earth energy, a large piece of black fog appeared above Luo Hong's cave, rolling and condensing into a ghost hand hundreds of feet long. As soon as he sensed its breath, the monk from the aristocratic family turned pale. At this moment, he felt deathly silence around him. His back was cold, and he wished he could escape thousands of miles away immediately. What a terrible death aura. If I get hit by a palm, I'm afraid I will die on the spot. This person deserves his fierce reputation. The monk from the aristocratic family swallowed his saliva involuntarily and said with fear on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the Taoist priest surnamed Wang beside him with a look of shock and said, "Could this kind of deathly aura be the latest on the list of all-powerful spiritual treasures, the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand?" Fellow Daoist Fu has indeed figured it out. This is the Yellow Spring Ghost Hand that is currently ranked 4612th on the Chaos Spirit list. Even Senior Jinting Li in the city is unwilling to be contaminated by the deathly aura condensed by this treasure. We can only choose to endure it. The Taoist priest surnamed Wang said, looking into the distance with fear. Chapter 931, Life and Death. However, despite the terrifying death aura, it would not cause any actual damage. If these divine transformation cultivators wanted, they could completely use the formation to block the perception of death aura, so that they would not be bothered by it, but they did not do so without exception. Obviously, this terrifying death aura ghost hand was just the beginning. Sure enough, with a violent fluctuation of spiritual power, a circle of huge and white lotus petals stretched outward from the formation. Before the aristocratic cultivators and Long Ruan, who saw this scene for the first time, had time to take a closer look, the death aura ghost hand above the formation suddenly fell down, as if it was strongly pulled. Don't look at it, fellow Daoist Fu. Come and help me stabilize the formation. Don't let it collapse, otherwise my cave will be ruined. Taoist priest Wang shouted loudly when he saw this. Seeing his anxious expression, the aristocratic cultivators did not ask any more questions and immediately sat down with him in the air, pinching the magic formula with their hands to infuse magic power into the formation. Long Ruan looked around and saw that these divine transformation cultivators who were neighbors with Luo Hong were undoubtedly not like this at the moment. Fortunately, the scene in front of her gave her the answer as soon as she had doubts in her heart. With a loud dong, the falling ghost hand of death seemed to hit something and immediately stirred up a turbulent spiritual tide. Unlike the usual colorful spiritual tide, the spiritual tide in front of her was a mixture of black and white, and the aura was extremely strange. Seeing the black and white spiritual tide coming, Long Qiuwen and the other person immediately blocked in front of Long Ruan, offering their protective spiritual treasures to prepare for the impact. Because they were far away and there were people protecting them, Long Ruan was not worried about his own safety at the moment, so he looked at the two-element water and fire formation set up by Taoist priest Wang. Although thousands of miles away, the speed of the spiritual tide was incredibly fast. Long Ruan had just looked at it when he saw the black and white spiritual tide hit the water and fire spirit cover. In an instant, the spiritual light of the water and fire spirit cover became extremely mottled, with one part of the spiritual light shining brightly, and the other part dim. With this change, the two different spiritual light areas entangled with each other, and the spiritual power of the formation began to rapidly consume itself, and soon there were signs of collapse. Fortunately, the Taoist priest surnamed Wang and the monks of the aristocratic family worked together to infuse magic power into the formation, quickly suppressing the change of the spiritual cover, and finally passed this level. When the black and white spiritual tide surged to Long Ruan, although there was not much power left, it also shook the spiritual cover condensed by Long Qiuwen and the others. It's worthy of that person. Just the aftermath of practicing magical powers is so amazing. He is the first person below the refining void, and his immortal path is limitless. Long Qiuwen and the other sighed in their hearts, and were about to put away their protective spiritual treasures, but suddenly heard Long Ruan say, "Wait, it seems that it's not over yet." In his eyes, the Taoist priest surnamed Wang and the others not only did not relax at all, but instead stimulated the full power of the two-element water and fire formation, as if the real threat was far away. As soon as the voice fell, the heaven and earth vitality in this area began to gather again, and the fallen dead ghost hand rose again. However, within a few breaths, a louder sound than before was accompanied by a more turbulent black and white spiritual tide. "Young master, we'd better retreat a little further." Seeing this, Long Qiuwen immediately realized that if this increasingly strong spiritual tide came 2 or 3 more times, they would have a hard time resisting it, so she immediately suggested, "Let's go." Long Ruan had no cave to protect, so he naturally would not stay and resist, and immediately followed suit and fled to the back. At the same time, the surface of the spiritual peak where Luo Hong's cave was located was covered by endless white light, and around this spiritual peak, there were dozens of lotus petals from small to large, layered one after another. Overall, Luo Hong's spiritual land suddenly turned into a pure white giant lotus, and the cave's spiritual peak was the lotus heart. Very good, the immortal white lotus array still has enough power left, and the 25th spirit level has passed easily. From this point of view, we can definitely reach the 27th spirit level today. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, Luo Hong's eyes flashed with spiritual light, piercing through the dozens of feet thick soil and rocks, looking at the blue sandstone supported by the white lotus shadow above the white light, his face full of excitement. The 23rd spirit level corresponds to the early stage of the transformation of the spirit of the cultivator, and the 25th spirit level is equivalent to the late stage of the transformation of the spirit. Even in the spirit world, only the first-class forces like the Long family will not lack spiritual objects of this grade. Once the spiritual material reaches the 26th level, it means that it has entered the level of refining the void. Even the ordinary ones will generate their own laws, and are worth more than 10 million spiritual stones. As for the spiritual materials above the 27th level, they are extremely rare. The laws contained in them may become Deo talismans, which are the materials for refining Tungshan Ling Bao. In other words, as long as this spiritual upgrade achieves Luo Hong's expected effect, his spiritual upgrade array will truly have practical value. During this 60-year retreat, Luo Hong spent almost all of the first 20 years comprehending the silver tadpole refining technique. Finally, his efforts paid off, and he successfully refined the yellow spring ghost hand in just 10 years. It is worth mentioning that, because the yellow spring ghost hand was refined with the skin of Rahu, the difficulty of refining it this time was much smaller than Luo Hong had expected. The refining yellow spring ghost hand obtained the power of 47 laws in one fell swoop, including a Taoist talisman, and directly rushed to the Chaos 10,000 spirits list. Because of the Black Phoenix clan's mission, Luo Hong was able to exchange a 6th grade pure world lotus from Luo Hong for the immortal array, and it was created in just 1 year. In the following 20 years, Luo Hong collected materials for the immortal white lotus array, upgraded its spirit, and comprehended the method of interpreting the golden seal script of the Black Phoenix clan, and his life was extremely fulfilling. At the beginning, the law of life condensed by the immortal white lotus array was far inferior to the refining of the yellow spring ghost hand. Under the principle of spiritual ascension and opposition between life and death, the limit of spiritual ascension follows the law of the bucket, which is only 24 levels. But as Luo Hong repeatedly upgraded the spiritual materials of the formation, and added and improved them, he finally made it reach today's level. And today is also the first time that he has upgraded spiritual materials other than those required for the formation, which is of special significance. After a moment of distraction, Luo Hong immediately calmed down and slightly raised his right palm. After the death ghost hand above his head absorbed enough heaven and earth energy, he pressed his right palm down without hesitation. Suddenly, inside the formation, that outsiders could not see clearly, the falling death ghost hand rolled into a vortex, and the white lotus phantom also lifted the blue sandstone, and flew up quickly. When the two touched, the black death energy rushed into the blue sandstone crazily, causing its spiritual light to dim suddenly. But at this time, the white lotus phantom under the blue sandstone began to spin, causing the spiritual light of the lower half of this spiritual material to rise. At the junction of light and darkness, the Yuan Lingzi gathered rapidly and continuously. The key to the spiritual ascension of life and death is that, although the dead spirits must be continuously infused, the law of death contained in them must always be one level weaker than the law of life given to the spiritual material by the formation. This is the only way to ensure that the dead spirits are constantly transformed into Yuan Lingzi and gather more and more inside the spiritual material. Once the number of Yuan Lingzi reaches the threshold of the current spiritual level, there will naturally be a familiar spiritual explosion to blast out the excess life and death spirits. Luo Hong stared at the trembling blue sandstone and whispered to himself. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling spiritual light burst out from the inside of the blue sandstone, and the spiritual tide that appeared in the loud noise swept away the excess life and death spirits. Luo Hong's spiritual land was completely covered by the immortal white lotus formation, so it would naturally not be affected by the spiritual tide. He himself was in the lotus heart, and there was a formation to block the impact of the spiritual tide for him. In this way, the only ones who would suffer were the gods who were adjacent to him. The extra life and death spirits were not due to Luo Hong's miscalculation, but they had to be added for the smooth spiritual upgrade, so Luo Hong could only apologize for this, and it was impossible to change it. 26 spirit level, come again. It's the third wave, it shouldn't come again, right? Old Monster Han looked at the direction of Luo Hong's cave with sweat on his forehead, panting a little. He looked like he had little mana left. But according to previous experience, the third wave would stop at most, so Old Monster Han couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in advance. However, the reappearance of the Death Key Ghost Hand made his expression suddenly stiffen. After a few breaths, accompanied by a flash of spiritual light, Old Monster Han's mountain protection formation shattered. No, my medicine garden. I didn't expect there would be 4 waves this time. Fellow Daoist Fu, this time it's all thanks to you, otherwise I would have ended up like Old Monster Han. Hearing the sad howls in the distance, that made everyone cry, Taoist Priest Wang couldn't help but feel fortunate. It's just a piece of cake. Master Wang, you're too kind. But Master Wang, please move out as soon as possible. I have some things to do in Fu's house, so I won't stay any longer today. The aristocratic cultivator forced a smile and then bowed to say goodbye. Looking at the strange scene that was gradually dissipating in the distance, Long Ruan suddenly felt that it would not be too late to invite Brother Luo to live next to her when her cultivation was more advanced. Young master, the demon cultivator has left. Long Qiuwen suddenly reminded. HMPH, let's go too. In addition, let the person who sent the longevity crystal move faster. Looking at the black light passing by not far away, Long Ruan couldn't help but snorted coldly and gave an order immediately. Not long after, Xiao Han returned to Luo Hong's mountain protection formation and used her magic power to transmit a message. Has fellow Daoist Luo finished his work? Can I meet you now? It turns out that it is Master Xiao who is here to visit. I'm inconvenient at the moment, so I came out to greet you. Please come in. As Luo Hong's voice came from afar, a gap as high as a person appeared on the spiritual shield of the formation. Seeing this, Xiao Hong immediately turned into a beam of light and escaped into it. Just as the gap was about to be closed, Long Ruan and the other two flew over. Brother Luo, wait a moment. I'm here to visit you as agreed. HMM. Fellow Daoist Ruan. Haha, I haven't seen you for many years. You have broken through to the middle stage of the spiritual transformation. It is really a cause for celebration. Come into the formation quickly, so that I can show my hospitality as a host. Although he hadn't seen Long Ruan for 60 years, Luo Hong was still impressed by her. At the first sight, Luo Hong found that her temperament had changed drastically, from an ordinary naive female cultivator to a majestic and beautiful young master of the Long family. But the eagerness she showed when she spoke ruined her plan. Long Ruan was still Long Ruan, but with an extra mask. Hearing this, Long Ruan was delighted and wanted to escape into the formation without thinking. But then she suddenly stopped flying, and then turned to Long Qiuwen and the others and ordered, "This young master can go to see Brother Luo alone. You two wait here. If the longevity crystal is delivered, send a message immediately. This young master, everything is up to you." Pulling aside her companion who was making a fool of himself again, Long Qiuwen immediately accepted the order. Yes. After responding, Long Ruan left the two behind and escaped into the formation. Sister Qiuwen, why are you stopping me? If the young master is in danger in there, we will all be in trouble. Forget it. That fellow Daoist Luo can kill us with one hand. If something really happens, it doesn't matter whether we go in or not. Why bother to contradict the young master? Long Qiuwen shook her head and didn't explain too much. She figured out that her companion would go mining sooner or later. With a flash of light, Long Ruan immediately took in the scene in Luo Hong's spiritual land. Unlike the arrangement of normal cultivators with immortal spirits and flying cranes, this piece of spiritual land in Luo Hong is like a huge construction site, with traces of formations everywhere, and no aesthetic feeling at all. Because of the intentional acceleration of the escape speed, Long Ruan quickly caught up with Xiao Hong, who was one step ahead, and the two women landed in front of the stone gate of the cave almost at the same time. Without giving the two women a chance to talk, the stone gate of the cave opened immediately, and a purple-haired girl with a handsome golden eagle on her head came out. Two sisters, the master asked Daisy to take you to the reception room for a while, and he will be here soon. Thank you. Long Ruan smiled and said politely, but when her eyes swept over the golden eagle, she didn't know if it was an illusion or something. She vaguely sensed a strange hostility. Luo Hong, who was standing by, also looked at the golden eagle at this time, with a look of doubt on her face. Just at that moment, she actually felt that her bloodline was suppressed. Before this, she had only experienced it from the elders in the clan. However, this feeling of suppression only flashed by, and Luo Hong was not very sure. When AZ turned around to lead the way, the golden eagle suddenly turned into a golden escape light and disappeared in front of the two women. What a fast escape speed. Luo Hong couldn't help but be surprised. It's worthy of being Brother Luo. The spirit pets under his command are so extraordinary. Long Ruan sighed without taking it seriously. At the same time, the golden escape light flew through the cave at a high speed, and the restrictions along the way had no reaction to it, and it came to Luo Hong in an instant. This is the quiet room where Luo Hong presided over the soul raising. The reason why he did not leave after the soul raising was because of what he gained from this soul raising. A piece of blue sandstone emitting brilliant spiritual light was seen floating in front of Luo Hong. His palms were placed on both sides of the stone, trembling slightly, preventing themselves from merging. Haha, don't worry, Xiao-jin. The magical power of Taiyi Zuanzi is indeed stronger than I expected, but it is just a dead thing after all. I will be able to refine it in a moment. By then, with the help of this magic stone, the practice of the new technique will surely advance by leaps and bounds. I'm a bit stuck today. Chapter 932, The Great Five Element. In the second half of the 60-year retreat, Luo Hong often had to wait for Luo Hong to send him spiritual materials, so he had time to comprehend the inner pages of the Golden Palace Jade Book. It must be said that the immortal family's skills are indeed mysterious and profound, and what is recorded is a way of heaven and earth. Luo Hong has gained a lot after years of comprehension. With the accumulation of experience, he broke through the barriers and created a skill of dual cultivation of Dharma and body, the great five element asking for the way. This skill is based on Luo Hong's five element of magic power. Not only is there almost no obstacle to modifying it, but it can also use the innate five element of magic power to transform yin and gather yang and cultivate into a yin-yang divine body. This body has appeared several times in the spirit world. Its owner has a very fast cultivation speed and stronger supernatural powers than normal cultivators. They have all created a great reputation. However, they all inevitably embarked on the evil path in the end, and died one more tragically than the other, as if the yin-yang divine body would affect the cultivator's mentality. In fact, it is indeed the case. Although cultivators with yin-yang divine bodies are born with the ability to drive the yin-yang ki, the two ki cannot reach an absolute balance. When their cultivation is weak, the impact of the imbalance of yin-yang is not serious, and at most they will become neither male nor female. But once their cultivation is raised to the level of transformation and they begin to contact the yuan ki of heaven and earth, the impact of the imbalance of yin-yang will immediately increase, making them extremely radical, and eventually causing a disaster. Although Luo Hong has special means to perfectly balance the yin-yang ki in his body, it is not worth it to occupy his mind for this. After all, he does not lack the cultivation speed and magical power brought by the yin-yang divine body. For Luo Hong, the greatest use of the yin-yang divine body is that the effect of his yuan-ing on the Kyankan Pearl can be significantly improved in the future. At the same time, the Kyankan Pearl can also help him suppress the yin-yang ki in his body, without him having to divide his mind to control it all the time. It can be said that the first half of the Great Five Element asking the way is to use Luo Hong as a pill furnace to continuously refine the Kyankan Pearl, which belongs to the cultivation of mana. As for the second half of the physical training, it is necessary to fuse the power of heaven and earth with the five element of magic power to temper the physical body. After the physical body is strong, Luo Hong can use the magical power of the five color true blood to gather more five element of spiritual power when he really practices. In this way, Luo Hong's magic power and physical body can form a closed loop around the heaven and earth beads, and the three will be improved simultaneously. Moreover, as long as any one party gets the opportunity to lead the other two, it will greatly improve the overall training speed. After the perfect fusion of the 5 element of spiritual power and the power of heaven and earth, it can evolve into a variety of mysterious magical powers. At this moment, the Tei Zuanzi that Luo Hong specially used the Zuanzi or to upgrade his spirit is the first opportunity he prepared for himself. During the Dragon Blood trial, Luo Hong discovered the wonderful effect of the Zuanzi power on the physical body in the law of force. After returning, he naturally took the time to do research and found that the Zuanzi power can indeed help him deduce the law of force. However, its efficiency is very low. If he did not have special features, he would not be able to experience the changes at all. The fundamental reason for the low efficiency is that, even if ordinary black magnetic ore is piled up in large quantities, the black magnetic force it produces is not strong enough. If a large amount of black magnetic ore is used to build a large array, there will still be efficiency issues. Fortunately, Luo Hong had successfully ascended to the spirit several times at that time, and he was confident that he could obtain the upper spiritual materials of black magnetic ore. After consulting the classics, Luo Hong not only confirmed the existence of Tei black magnetic, but also learned that the famous Xianyuan Saint Emperor in the spiritual world had obtained a piece of Tei black magnetic by chance in his early years. This immediately made Luo Hong more convinced that he was on the right path. Therefore, as soon as this immortal white lotus formation could be put into actual use, he ascended to the spirit and produced a piece of Tei black magnetic. Sure enough, the black magnetic force it exuded was not comparable to ordinary black magnetic ore, and even Luo Hong felt a little bit of difficulty under its influence. But the more he felt the difficulty, the greater the effect of this Tei black magnetic on him. How it's done. Tei Zuanzi brought only some minor troubles. Not long after Xiao Jin flew over, Luo Hong refined it. Then, he floated up, and Xiao Jin immediately flew onto his shoulder and got intimate with him. Okay, there are guests waiting. We will set off to the wilderness in a few days. Then I will let you have a wild time. Although Xiao Jin broke out of her shell more than 10 years ago, she has been trapped in the spiritual land. Moreover, because she cannot destroy the formation in the spiritual land, she has not even revealed her true body once. Luo Hong could understand the depression in it, and immediately stroked her back feathers to comfort her. Then, Luo Hong flashed, and came to the outside of the reception room. The reception room is the only stone room in his cave that he has carefully decorated. After all, no matter how casual he is, he still has to pay attention to the art of hospitality. However, as soon as he stepped in, he saw Azi eating food from Long Ruan, and his face suddenly sank. Ahem. Ah, master. Azi, this couple, practice. Azi hasn't finished her homework for today. Seeing Luo Hong suddenly appear, Azi immediately panicked, and stupidly found an excuse, and fled out of the reception room. Haha, brother Luo, your spirit beast is so cute, but it's just a little greedy. Long Ruan put away the pills in his hand, smiled, and greeted Luo Hong. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Daoist Ruan. I've been busy practicing these years, and neglected to discipline her. Since she likes practicing so much, I'll arrange something for her in a while. Luo Hong smiled awkwardly, and had already made up his mind. After a month or two, he would raise the black poisonous water obtained from the demonized monster bird, and try to mix the poisonous and corrupted spirit water in the jade slip of the Mayfly clan. Don't be too harsh, fellow Daoist Luo. Azi is still young after all. Xiao Hong, as a demon, immediately said something nice to Azi, and then took out a storage bag and said, here are 12 pairs of longevity crystals. Fellow Daoist Luo, please count them. I have troubled Master Xiao for many years, and I have long trusted you. There is no need to count them. Here are the agreed golden crow divine. Longevity crystals were no longer a necessity for Luo Hong, so he took the opportunity to get closer to Xiao Hong. But if it was the key spiritual materials before, Luo Hong would never be polite. Fellow Daoist Luo is still straightforward. Thank you very much. Luo Hong said with joy when she found that there was one more golden crow divine iron in the storage bag than agreed. Brother Luo, are you still short of 6 pairs of the longevity crystal? My Long family should have some in stock in the treasure house of Shinyuan City. We can give you twice as many. Of course, Long Ruan would not really compete with Xiao Hong for business, but he did not want Luo Hong to have too much contact with Xiao Hong in the future. That's great. Luo only needs 6 pairs, and more is useless. I wonder what Daoist Ruan wants to exchange from Luo. Luo Hong would not refuse Long Ruan's kindness, but he would not take it for free, otherwise it would feel a bit weird. Brother Luo, why should you be so polite? Just a few pieces of longevity crystal, how can they compare to? Well, since Brother Luo insists, I will give you 10 million spirit stones. Seeing Luo Hong's determined eyes, Long Ruan did not want to embarrass him, so he immediately changed his words. Longevity crystal is a 23rd spirit level spiritual material for the transformation of spirits, with a market price of more than 1 million, but because it is very rare, the transaction price is often more than double. Therefore, Long Ruan's offer of 10 million was completely half sale and half giveaway. Dao Ruan is kind enough to sell the longevity crystal. Luo Hong can't let you suffer a loss. Let's just pay according to the market price. Luo Hong waved his hand and said. Seeing this, Xiao Hong's eyes could not help but wander between Luo Hong and Long Ruan, and her mind was racing. These two have a big problem. Could it be that this blood dragon girl has developed a secret crush on Luo Hong? No, Luo Hong must not get too close to the Long family, otherwise it might ruin the ancestors' business. However, this blood dragon girl is known for her deep scheming. Now it is possible that she is pretending to be sly just to win over Luo Hong. And Luo Hong is not an easy person to deal with. He should not be easily fooled. If I intervene rashly, it may backfire. Since Luo Hong came back from the Long family, the Black Phoenix Demon King has given Xiao Hong the task of monitoring Luo Hong's whereabouts and trying to keep him in Shinyuan City. Before, because she often had to send various spiritual materials to Luo Hong, and Luo Hong had been in seclusion, she basically didn't have to worry too much, but now it is obvious that the situation has changed. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Luo. In addition, if Brother Luo needs anything in the future, you can contact me directly. As long as my Long family has it, I can trade it with Brother Luo at the market price. Long Ruan smiled and said profligately. Damn it, could it be that I have been too close to Luo Hong over the years, and the Long family has noticed it? Otherwise, why would this blood dragon girl not hesitate to show such a flattering attitude to ruin my business? Xiao Hong's eyes dimmed, and she was in doubt. After all these years, Luo's magical powers have been cultivated to a certain extent. Next, I will go into seclusion for a period of time, so I will not have any demand for spiritual materials in the short term. However, Luo still wants to thank Daoist Ruan for his kindness. Good guy, are you trying to make a deal with me? You are greedy for my body. There was only a misunderstanding between Luo Hong and Long Ruan, and he didn't want to make it real, so he immediately declined. Yes, there must be something wrong with being too attentive for no reason. Daoist Luo, hold on. Seeing that Luo Hong was not tempted by the benefits, Xiao Hong was immediately happy. You want to go into seclusion again? Hard training cannot beat the fate of the immortals. Brother Luo, don't you want to go out and look for opportunities? I know there are several places of opportunity near Wanglong City. Long Ruan said with some displeasure. After all, she came to Shinyuan City to train with Luo Hong. If she stayed in seclusion, wouldn't she come here in vain? The fate of the immortals is important, but if you don't practice hard every day, you won't be able to hold it, even if it's right in front of you. Luo has made up his mind, and you don't need to persuade me anymore. Luo Hong refused, thinking that his spiritual ascension method is infinite fate of the immortals, so there is no need to search for it everywhere. What you said is very true, and my black flame pill can be refined in the next few years. It's better for you not to travel far, lest I can't find you then. Xiao Hong glanced at Long Ruan with hostility, and immediately agreed. This woman really has bad intentions. After meeting each other's eyes, the two women narrowed their eyes and said secretly at the same time, "P.S. There will be another update in the evening." Chapter 933 Training and Herding. Every time Luo Hong came to visit, she would leave soon after the transaction, but this time was different. She chatted with Luo Hong for 2 days, before leaving with Long Ruan. Standing at the stone gate of the cave, watching the two women's light of escape, Luo Hong frowned and whispered to himself, "If you want to keep me in Shianyuan City so much, can't the one in the Black Wind Demon clan who has set his sights on me spare any effort right now?" It turned out that Luo Hong had already noticed that Luo Hong's behavior was a bit strange. Although he had been using 10,000 years black jade and golden crow divine iron to trade spiritual objects with her over the years, the spiritual objects he needed were very rare, but the other party was able to take them out repeatedly, and every time he came in person. Although the demon clan has a long lifespan, it is impossible for them to waste time on him without any reason. After 2 days of communication, Luo Hong discovered from her words that Luo Hong seemed to not want him to leave Shianyuan City. The worst possibility is that the Black Phoenix Demon King has set his sights on me. Fortunately, the demon race's concept of time is very different from that of humans. I don't need to worry now. Instead, I can practice the Great Five Element asking for the way and then escape to the wilderness to avoid disaster. After saying this, Luo Hong's mind moved, opened the Jade Palace Cave Heaven, and called out Ming. "Why did Daoist Luo call me out?" Ming looked around and asked. "Luo is preparing to change his practice method. On the day he succeeds, he will go to the wilderness to find the breath of the Taoist questioning heaven. However, Luo cannot give up the formation here, and he also needs to refine it into the formation disc and take it away, but there is not enough time, so I asked Daoist Ming for help," Luo Hong said, and took out a jade slip. Ming did not respond immediately after hearing this, but took the jade slip, browsed through it, and then nodded and said, "With the guidance of the refining method in this jade slip, this matter is not difficult for me. Fellow Daoist Luo, just focus on your cultivation, and leave the matter of refining the formation to me. Thank you for your help." Luo Hong bowed his hands and thanked him, and then his figure flashed to the meditation room. Seeing this, Xiao Jin immediately fled to the entrance of the meditation room, and dozed off on a lamp stand on the wall. After sitting cross-legged and regulating his breath, Luo Hong's spell suddenly changed, and he began to connect the meridians and practice the first level of the Great Five Element Daoju. After more than a month, Luo Hong practiced to the 5th level, which is his current state of the middle stage of the spiritualization. All his mana was also transformed into the 5 element of the Great 5 element Daoju. If it were another spiritualization cultivator, it would take several years to change the practice method, and it would be impossible to succeed, and there would be no lack of danger when converting mana. The reason why Luo Hong's progress was so fast was that the Great 5 element way of the way was created for him, and the innate 5 element body completely eliminated the danger of mana conversion. Because of the change to the Great 5 element way of the way, Luo Hong's current nascent soul has changed from the original brilliant blue to the appearance of 5 colors. At the same time, the nascent soul's palms respectively emitted black and white spiritual energy, which slowly gathered on the Kyankan pearl on his chest. After refining, the Great 5 element way of the way can also be practiced by itself, but the efficiency is far from that of the real practice. After saying this in a deep voice, Luo Hong suddenly stretched out his sword finger and tapped his chest 5 times in a row, and then pinched the magic formula with both hands, and the aura on his body suddenly increased sharply. The next moment, the shadow of a 5-colored peacock appeared behind him. When he saw its wings spread, dense 5-colored light spots suddenly passed through the stone wall and poured into Luo Hong's body. Not long after, Luo Hong turned into a 5-colored light ball, and his body also felt a faint swelling and pain. He immediately stopped activating the 5-color true blood and began to practice the technique. The spiritual energy flowed through the meridians and merged into the Yuan-Ying, immediately causing the black and white energy gushing out of his palm to expand several times. At the same time, another 5-element magic power combined with the power of heaven and earth also flowed through the meridians. The 2 routes were carefully designed by Luo Hong. Although there were overlaps, they would never meet, as long as the rhythm was controlled. After all, it was the method of heaven and earth body refining created by the immortals' techniques. After only one cycle, Luo Hong's body had a long-lost sense of nourishment. The simultaneous improvement of magic power, physical body, and life treasure made Luo Hong feel unprecedented comfort, and even had the illusion of touching the improvement of life level. Gradually, Luo Hong indulged in it, and forgot the passage of time. 30 years later, in the clear sky of Killing Mountain, two escape lights, one blue and one black, flew by. Strange, this spiritual land of Killing Mountain is actually uninhabited. Didn't everyone fight for it before? In the green escape light was an old Taoist with white beard and green robe. At this moment, he looked at the ownerless spiritual lands below, and said with a suspicious look on his face, "It is said that it was because the noise made by fellow Taoist Luo when he practiced his magical powers was too loud, and the fellow Taoists around him were disturbed by it. The Jinting guards were unwilling to care, so they forced the owners of the surrounding spiritual lands away." This matter was quite a big fuss at the time, and it seemed that it also alarmed the senior members of the Jinting guards. After those seniors came out to warn fellow Taoist Luo, the place returned to peace. However, no one dared to be sure whether fellow Taoist Luo would do it again, so no one was willing to live in these spiritual lands. The beautiful woman in the black escape light seemed to have investigated it beforehand, and said it quite familiarly. "Really, how long has this person ascended? He hasn't even passed the first minor heavenly tribulation. How can he be so powerful?" The old Taoist in green robe said with some disbelief. Whether this is true or not, Luo Hong must have such a fierce reputation, and his magical powers must be extremely powerful. If we don't want to miss the opportunity like last time, we must get him to join us. Thinking of the last trip to the wilderness, the beautiful woman in black gnashed her teeth in pain. "Hey, I don't know if I can persuade him with just the favor of guiding him. I hope it won't be a wasted trip." The old Taoist in green robe sighed with lack of confidence. That little bit of favor is naturally unreliable, but since he didn't go empty-handed last time, the map is probably true. There are real benefits, so why are you afraid that he can't be persuaded? The beautiful woman in black was very confident at the moment. "Here we are. He is a human after all, so you should come forward first." The old Taoist in green robe did not hesitate to hear this, and immediately took out a sound transmission talisman, moved his lips for a while, and threw it into the formation. At this moment, at the top of the spiritual peak, 12 illusory figures were sitting in a circle, all of them with their eyes closed, and their bodies were filled with gloomy aura. Looking at their faces, they were all Luo Hong's faces. Luo Hong himself was in the circle at the moment. He calmly glanced at the Luo Hong around him, and suddenly said to a void, "King Feng, these incarnations of mine are handed over to you. You take them to the outer domain. As long as you don't take the initiative to provoke those powerful outer domain demons, I believe that with the aura of the demon seeds I left on them, they should be able to successfully break through the spirit transformation realm. Yes, I will do my best to bring back all the incarnations of the adults." King Feng suddenly appeared from the void and bowed his hands to receive the order. "Well, go." As Luo Hong gave an order, King Feng immediately opened his mouth and sucked, and the 12 illusory Luo Hongs were all swallowed into his stomach in an instant. Then, a flash of spiritual light flashed on his body, and he turned into a stream of green light, and drilled into the body of the imprisoned Yuanying ancient beast beside him. With the innate magical power of the extraterritorial demon, King Feng quickly followed the connection between the ancient beast's soul and the outside world, and took the 12 phantom Luo Hong in his stomach to the outside world of the spirit world. Looking at the ancient beast, that had completely lost its breath, Luo Hong casually flicked out a blue-white flame, and turned it into ashes. The 12 phantom Luo Hong were the external incarnations that Luo Hong had cultivated in the past 30 years, and practiced the ghost way. And the reason why he refined these external incarnations was to allow them to perform the anti-god method one day and turn into the soul medicine, to be swallowed by him. According to previous research, the key spirit of the anti-god method will only increase when the cultivation level breaks through, so these incarnations practice the ghost way, that is easy to quickly master, which is the best choice. After all, He has the netherworld ghost in the hands of the Huanquan ghost, and a pool of cyanine water from the rising spirit, to provide them with assistance. Otherwise, even if it is the ghost way, it is impossible to cultivate to the realm of the early stage of the nascent soul in less than 30 years. However, it is still difficult to exploit the loopholes of the heaven. After these incarnations condensed the ghost infant, their cultivation level was difficult to improve. After Luo Hong studied it, he found that the cultivation level of the souls of these incarnations was weaker than their own realm. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the gap. After the formation of the ghost infant, this hidden danger broke out completely. And the root of this problem, after Luo Hong checked, he found that it was because they had never had a physical body. But Luo Hong could not prepare a physical body for them unless he could copy himself. After all, once they had a physical body, their souls would be affected and could not become his soul medicine. In this way, Luo Hong set his sights on those extraterritorial demons again. Although he did not dare to fish again, he had the courage to send his incarnations out to prey. Anyway, the initial split souls he separated were very weak. Even if all 12 were lost outside the domain, it would not affect him much. If one came back, it would be a break even, and if all came back, it would be a huge profit. Besides, with King Feng protecting them, and the breath of the demon seed, nothing would go wrong. Although it was a bit strange to hurt himself, compared with the benefits, Luo Hong easily convinced himself. Just as he was about to return to the mansion, Luo Hong suddenly felt something in his heart, and turned his head to look at the horizon. The sound transmission talisman? Why are they here? With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Luo Hong saw the faces of the two people outside the formation at this time. They were Zhuan Kangzi and the fox demon Miao who were responsible for guiding him when he just descended. Luo Hong and this person and demon can be said to have only met once, so he was very confused at the moment why they came to his door. At that moment, he stretched out his hand and caught the sound transmission talisman flying towards the stone gate of the cave. After hearing the content, Luo Hong immediately understood and said to himself with a flash in his eyes, so they want to invite me to go treasure hunting in the wilderness. Haha, they are just giving me a pillow when I'm sleepy. I just packed up everything and prepared to leave, and this excuse was given to me. Chapter 934, First Meeting with Yang. It was common for cultivators from Shianyuan City to go to the wilderness to look for opportunities, but Luo Hong was secretly watched by someone after all. If he suddenly entered the wilderness without any signs, it would inevitably arouse some suspicion. If he alarmed someone he couldn't afford to offend for the time being, he would probably not be able to leave. Therefore, Luo Hong originally planned to visit the Great Wilderness Palace more often recently, looking for an opportunity to join a cultivator team and then go to the wilderness naturally. At this moment, the arrival of Zhuan Kangzi and the other two undoubtedly saved Luo Hong trouble. My Taoist friends, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please come in quickly. With a thought, Luo Hong opened an entrance on the spiritual shield of the Great Formation, and then transmitted a message in a friendly manner. Not long after, the three met at the top of the spiritual peak. Daoist friend Luo is in a good mood. He is drinking alone here. Is it possible that we two came at the wrong time? Although Luo Hong's reputation was fierce, Miao who still greeted him with a charming look when they met. It's just new wine, and I'm just craving for it, and want to taste it. You two came at the right time, and you're destined to have this spiritual wine. Please take a seat, and have a couple of drinks. The cave had been cleaned up by Luo Hong, so he couldn't invite the two in at the moment, so he found an excuse. This wine has a strong spiritual aura, and it makes my magic power fluctuate when I smell it. It must be a top-notch product. Brother Luo is really polite. Zhuan Kangzi didn't care at first, but after taking the wine glass and taking a look, he praised sincerely. Well, it tastes good. Just this cup can replace more than a month of hard practice for me. I didn't expect Brother Luo to have this ability. Miao who stared at Luo Hong and licked her red lips. It's just a trivial skill. I hope you like it. After smiling and saying something polite, Luo Hong suddenly looked serious and said, you two said in the sound transmission talisman that you found some opportunities in the wilderness. I wonder what they are. Did you ask me this? Do you have plans to go to the wilderness? Zhuan Kangzi asked in surprise. He had planned to persuade Luo Hong, but he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. To be honest, even if you two didn't come, Luo Hong also planned to go to the wilderness to look for opportunities in the near future. After all, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and continuing to practice hard will not make any progress. As he said this, Luo Hong took the initiative to emit his own aura. Suddenly, Luo Hong, who was originally like clouds and fog in the eyes of Zhuan Kangzi and the others, became clear immediately. The peak of the middle stage of the spiritualization. You have only ascended for 200 years, and Brother Luo has already cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of the spiritualization. Zhuan Kangzi exclaimed immediately. He remembered clearly that when the other party first ascended, he had only advanced to the spiritualization not long ago, but now he is only one step away from the late stage of the spiritualization. The cultivation speed of you humans is really enviable. I'm afraid that in 1,000 years, I will have to call Brother Luo Sr. Myro, who couldn't help but say sourly. Although the lifespan of the demon race is far longer than that of the human race, the speed of cultivation is completely incomparable. It is normal for the human and demon races to be jealous of each other. Luo is also lucky. After several adventures, I have gained a lot of opportunities. Otherwise, I would probably still be in the early stage of the spiritualization. Luo Hong explained with a smile. He would not tell her to that. If it were not for the lack of time, it would be as easy as taking something out of a bag for him to break through the late stage of the spiritualization. The bottleneck of the late stage of transformation is indeed difficult to shake. It is undoubtedly a wise move for fellow Daoist Luo to enter the wilderness at this time. As long as a suitable elixir of 10,000 years is found, with fellow Daoist Luo's amazing qualifications, it will be easy to advance and break through. Zhuan Kangzi stroked his white beard and nodded. He was now confident in persuading Luo Hong to go with him. Fellow Daoist Myro, take out that ancient map. Okay. Myro, who knew that it was time for them to show their sincerity. With a flip of her white hands, she took out a beast skin scroll. After placing it on the table, the fox demon opened her red lips slightly and blew out a breath of spiritual energy, causing the beast skin scroll to roll about a foot. Fellow Daoist Luo, look, this ancient map is what we call opportunity. Without her saying anything, Luo Hong had already looked at it intently. She saw that this ancient map was actually a vivid landscape painting, in which the clouds, mist, rivers, trees, flowers, and plants were all moving naturally. Moreover, on this ancient map, there were many light spots of different brightness. The brightest one was at the edge of the unfolded part. Could it be that these light spots represent all kinds of natural treasures? After a moment's silence, Luo Hong suddenly asked with some enlightenment. Yes, the positions of the light spots are the positions of all kinds of natural treasures. This has been confirmed by me and friend Myro. And the one with this kind of spiritual light is a 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass, which is a spiritual medicine of the refining void level. Although there are countless spiritual objects in the wilderness, the transformation god level is already quite rare, and the refining void level natural treasures all require great opportunities to be seen. Zhuan Kangzi pointed to the brightest light spot in the picture. Confirmed. Then why didn't you two pick the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass? Luo Hong asked with a gleam in his eyes. If we can pick it, we will not let go of this spiritual medicine, but the trouble is that there is an adult Tangshan python guarding the medicine. We are no match for it, so we can only return in disappointment. Myro, who said this with a bitter face. After all, the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass is one of the most suitable spiritual medicines for her, and even taking it raw can benefit her a lot. Oh. I wonder what level of cultivation that adult Tangshan python has, so that the two of you can't do anything about it? There are many ancient beasts and alien races in the wilderness, and Luo Hong didn't collect classics to understand them, so he naturally didn't know at the moment. Haha, fellow Daoist Luo really thinks highly of me, and fellow Daoist Myro. This place is already deep in the wilderness. How can the two of us arrive safely? At that time, in addition to the two of us, there were 3 other Daoists traveling with us. And the ancient beast that the 5 of us couldn't deal with together is naturally a cultivation of the Liangsu level. Zhuan Kangzi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Void refining level? Haha, I see. You two want to ask Luo to be your thug. Luo Hong was well aware of his bad reputation among the divine transformation cultivators in Shinyuan City, and he immediately guessed the intention of Zhu and Kangzi and the others. Fellow Daoist Luo guessed right. If we invite the cultivators of void refining to help, the bulk of this opportunity will definitely not fall into our hands. However, we also know that fellow Daoist Luo will have to take a big risk for this, so we are willing to share the treasure with fellow Daoist Luo 50-50 and give priority to fellow Daoist Luo's needs. Zhu and Kangzi knew that they had no other choice now, so he took out the biggest price he could offer on behalf of everyone. The distribution of benefits can best reflect strength. Obviously, Zhu and Kangzi believed that only by combining the strength of the 5 of them could they barely compete with Luo Hong alone. Hearing this, Luo Hong was silent for a moment and then looked at Miaohu and said, "Fellow Daoist, Miao is the owner of this ancient map. Do you have any objection to this distribution? If I have that strength, I would naturally want to take all the natural treasures marked on the map. But unless I can advance to the realm of refining emptiness immediately, no matter how many natural treasures there are in this map, they are just the moon in the well, and the flowers in the mirror. It is better to get some benefits." If Miaohu had the confidence to advance to the realm of refining emptiness, she would not show this ancient map to anyone, but the key is that she did not. The two Taoist friends are willing to give such conditions. Luo can't think of a reason to refuse. I wonder when we will set off. Who are the other 3 Taoist friends? Luo Hong immediately slapped the table and agreed. That's great. Fellow Daoist Miao, and I will go back to contact now. If nothing goes wrong, we can set off in 7 days. At that time, I will introduce fellow Daoist Rong and others to fellow Daoist Luo in person. Hearing this, Zhu and Kangzi immediately stood up and said goodbye excitedly. Okay, then we'll see each other in 7 days. There is only one exit from Shinyuan City to the wilderness, so Luo Hong didn't ask where to meet. Soon, Zhu and Kangzi and Miaohu, who had successfully achieved their goal, each turned into a beam of light and escaped from Luo Hong's spiritual land. Is it a coincidence? The area in the picture seems to be near the breath of Wenxiang Zenren. Looking at the direction where the two left, Luo Hong frowned and fell into deep thought. Forget it, there's no need to think too much about this matter. Anyway, if I find that this picture has nothing to do with Wenxiang Zenren, I will escape halfway and not get involved in the secret of this picture. And if it is related, it's even better. Maybe I can get more clues from it. After saying that, Luo Hong's figure flashed and disappeared at the top of the peak. 7 days later, in the lobby of the Great Wilderness Palace, Zhu and Kangzi and Miaohu were waiting with 2 other cultivators in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit. One of them seemed to be more than 30 years old, with white eyebrows and eyes like lightning. He was very close to Miaohu, and was also a demon cultivator. The other one was even younger, with red lips and white teeth. Even though he was wearing a simple Taoist robe, he was still a real beautiful boy. However, his cultivation was not inferior to that of the white eyebrow demon cultivator, and he was also in the late stage of the spiritualization. Looking at his position, it was obvious that he had a close relationship with Zhu and Kangzi. It's almost time. It's okay that Luo Hong didn't arrive first, but why is even Brother Hong so late? The beautiful boy suddenly said in a dissatisfied tone. Brother, don't worry. After all, we didn't expect to be able to invite Brother Luo so smoothly this time. It's understandable that Brother Hong is busy for the time being. I believe he will arrive later. Although Zhu and Kangzi was an old man, he was not awkward at all, and spoke respectfully to the beautiful boy. Humph. Fairy Miao, is that human called Luo Hong really that powerful? Do we really want him to take half of the benefits alone? The white eyebrow demon cultivator said, somewhat unconvinced. Yin Kuang, it's fine if you just talk nonsense now, but if you dare to say such nonsense when fellow Daoist Luo comes, don't blame me for not blaming our past friendship. Miaohu changed her usual charming and weak self upon hearing this, and scolded the white eyebrow demon cultivator without any politeness. Fellow Daoist Yin, Luo Hong's reputation is quite loud in our human race. Even if it is exaggerated, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, this distribution method is not fixed. If he is just a name, we will naturally make adjustments accordingly. How can we be stupid enough to suffer losses? Therefore, fellow Daoist Yin should listen to Fairy Mio more and be patient. The beautiful boy persuaded with a smile. But it is not difficult to hear from his words that he actually does not believe that Luo Hong is as powerful as the rumors say. Humph. Then let's see what he can do. Yin Kuang seemed to be a little afraid of Mio Hu, and he was timid and said with a dodging look. Zuan Kangzi didn't want to cause trouble because of Yin Kaio's recklessness. Just as he was about to say a few words, he suddenly sensed a familiar breath and turned around and said, Dao Iao Luo, I'm waiting here. Haha, thank you for waiting for me. I'm not late, am I? With a faint voice, Luo Hong flew in from the palace gate. The beautiful boy and Yin Kuang immediately cast their eyes on him, but compared to Luo Hong himself, the little eagle on his shoulder was more extraordinary, which made the two of them mutter in their hearts. Not too late, not too late. I'm here to introduce you to Dao Iao Luo. This is my senior brother, whose Taoist name is Kai Yangzi, and this is, I'm Yin Kuang, from the Black Eagle clan. Yin Kuang interrupted Zuan Kang's introduction, and bowed with a provocative look. Well, I've heard a lot about you. Luo Hong seemed to have not seen it, and said politely without caring. Fellow Daoist Zuan Kangzi, is there one Daoist missing? Luo Hong remembered that Zuan Kangzi had said before that they were a group of 5 people, but now he only saw 4 people. I'm also wondering, fellow Daoist Rang clearly promised a few days ago, why is he so late today? Seeing that the time had passed, Zuan Kangzi could not help but frown and explain. Maybe he encountered an urgent matter. It doesn't matter, just wait for a while. Luo Hong said without any dissatisfaction. I'm ashamed. I will contact him right away. Zuan Kangzi felt that his face was a little embarrassed, and he took out a Wanli talisman with a thought. However, as soon as he urged it, he looked suspicious and said, fellow Daoist Rang is here, but why can't I find him? The aura of the Wanli talisman showed that the other party was already in the Great Wilderness Palace, but Zuan Kangzi looked around and didn't see him. You are fellow Daoist Zuan Kangzi and fellow Daoist Chiangzi, right? Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the side. Everyone turned their heads and saw a 16 or 17-year-old, beautiful, and somewhat eccentric white-robed woman looking at them with a smile. Who are you? How did the Wanli talisman that I gave to Brother Rang end up in your hands? Although the girl looked harmless, her cultivation was not weak at all, and she was at the middle stage of the spiritualization realm. Zuan Kangzi would naturally not look down on her, just because of her appearance. Don't be nervous. My name is Yang, and I'm a good friend of Brother Rang. His clan had an emergency and he couldn't come, so he asked me to take him to the appointment. Here, this is the jade slip he used to explain the situation. You can check it out. If you have other contact information, you can also ask for it on the spot. The girl threw out a jade slip and said, Yang? Why would she take the initiative to get involved in this matter? Was she here for me, or for the secret in the ancient map? The population of the spirit world is large, and there are countless people with the same name and surname, but there are very few people who look and have the same cultivation. Therefore, Luo Hong only compared her with the young master of the Yi family and recognized her identity. The Yi family is not like the Long family. Although the two families are true spirit families with similar power, the Yi family is a hidden family, and the members are quite mysterious. Normally, even if Yang did not disguise herself, others would not be able to recognize her, but unfortunately she met an unreasonable person this time. Chapter 935. The armor is completed. The jade slip is fine. It contains the secret seal of fellow Daoist Rang, which is enough to prove that he was not forced by anyone. After reading the jade slip, Zuan Kang's expression suddenly eased. What happened to him? Not only did he not come, but he also sent someone here casually. Mio whose face was gloomy, and he said in a rather dissatisfied tone. This is no wonder. After all, the cultivator surnamed Rang did not handle this matter properly. It is said that the cultivation of the ancestor of the clan, Liang Su, went wrong and may not live long, so he had to go back. Zuan Kangzi handed over the jade slip and let everyone read it. That's not his fault. But May I ask, where did Yu Xianzi practice before? The ancestor of the clan, Liangsu, was dying. As a cultivator surnamed Rong in the late stage of fruition, he naturally had to rush back as soon as possible, not only to guard against possible villains, but also to compete for power with fellow cultivators. Kai Yangzi felt that the other party's behavior was justified, but it was very uncomfortable to send a strange female cultivator here casually. But even if they want to make trouble, they have to find out the origin of this woman. I'm from the Yi family in the Xianyuan Holy Emperor territory. It is a small family. It is not surprising that you have never heard of it. Liang answered quite cooperatively. However, she was undoubtedly talking nonsense. The human race is divided into 3 emperors. The Xianyuan Holy Emperor territory is extremely vast. There are countless Yi families. Unless there are combined cultivators in the family, it is impossible to know the human and demon races. Miaohu and Yun Kuang immediately looked at Zhu and Kangzi and the others. Seeing them shaking their heads, they knew that they would not be able to find out the origin of this woman in a short time. 3 Taoist friends. Now Liang is nothing more than driving her away, or leaving 2 choices. What do you mean? Miaohu was undecided and discussed in voice transmission. Needless to say, of course, drive her away. How can such a person of unknown origin join us at will? Yin Kuang said in voice transmission without hesitation. I don't think so. Fellow Daoist Rang said in the Jade Slip that the Yi family is a relative of the Rang family. This woman is not of unknown origin, and her cultivation has just entered the middle stage of the spiritualization. Even if she wants to, she can't cause any trouble. The most important thing is that, if we lose one person, I'm afraid it will be difficult to check and balance Luo Hong, and the hidden danger will be greater. Kai Yangzi immediately expressed a different opinion. Brother, you are right. Zhu and Kangzi also immediately agreed. Well, I understand. Just the point of checking and balancing Luo Hong was enough to convince Miaohu. As the initiator of this trip, she immediately made the decision. Since it is the person recommended by fellow Daoist Rong, I will welcome it. I just don't know if this sister has been to the wilderness and made sufficient preparations. For an unspoken purpose, Miaohu immediately put on a good face and asked Liang with concern. I have been trained by the elders of my family once, so Sister Mio doesn't have to worry that I will be a drag. Liang still said with a smile. Fellow Daoist Luo, Sister Yi is a trustworthy person. Do you mind if we temporarily replace her? Miaohu's eyes turned, and he asked Luo Hong's opinion. Whether it's fellow Daoist Rang or Fairy Yi, I have never met them before. As long as the 4 of you don't mind, I don't mind. Luo Hong shook his head and said calmly. Although Yang's background is great, Luo Hong did not plan to return to Xianyuan City when he went to the wilderness this time, but planned to go directly to the territory of the Feeling clan. Therefore, even if the combined elders of the Yi family secretly followed this girl, Luo Hong was not afraid at all. At most, he could condense the 5-color true spirit and escape. As long as he left Xianyuan City this time, the shackles on him would no longer exist. Seeing that Luo Hong had no objection, Miaohu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, which also meant that Liang officially joined their team. Afterwards, Miaohu took out a spiritual contract. Although Luo Hong saw that the distribution method in it was a little different from what they had agreed on before, she still signed it without changing her expression. The natural materials and treasures obtained will be distributed according to contribution. Why is it specifically stated here that fellow Daoist Luo can get up to 50%? Liang pointed to one of the spiritual contracts and asked with a suspicious look on her face. Fellow Daoist Luo's magical powers are far superior to ours. If not, I'm afraid Sister Yi would have made a wasted trip. Miaohu's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She immediately glanced at Luo Hong. Seeing that her expression was the same, she smiled and said, "Oh, so that's the case. Then I hope fellow Daoist Luo can take care of me more." Liang raised her eyebrows and bowed to Luo Hong. "Well, no problem." Luo Hong replied casually. He had already made up his mind. No matter what purpose Liang had in coming here, he would just ignore it. Okay, the city gate is about to open. Let's go. Glancing at the Jinting guards guarding the teleportation array, Luo immediately greeted everyone. Luo Hong and the others all flew up upon hearing this. Soon after, they disappeared into the hall with the other monks who went to explore the wilderness. In a flash, Luo Hong arrived at an unfamiliar place. Looking into the distance, he saw endless mountains and forests. Thinking of the dangers hidden in it, even Luo Hong secretly became alert. Even Han Lao, who was in the late stage of Liangsu, had suffered losses in the depths of the wilderness. Although those fierce creatures rarely moved, there were exceptions, so we must not be careless. Before we go deep into the wilderness, we will take my Union boat like last time, otherwise we will be delayed for a long time by those ignorant ancient beasts along the way. Zuan Kangzi was confident that he had been to the wilderness once, and he still looked relaxed. Taking a spiritual boat can save mana. It is indeed the best choice before entering a dangerous area. Please ask fellow Daoist Zuan Kangzi to sacrifice the spiritual boat. Luo asked Zuan Kangzi to take him along because he had taken a fancy to his Union boat. He just explained it to Luo Hong. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint white light flew out from Zuan Kangzi's hand. Soon, the light ball expanded to a size of several dozen feet, and the outline of a building ship was faintly visible. The Union boat is divided into 2 layers, and the whole body is pure white, as if it was made of a whole piece of mutton fat jade. There are circles of cloud patterns carved on the boat, and many silver runes are floating in between, which looks extraordinary. Suddenly, the jade boat trembled, and many silver runes lit up one after another. Those cloud patterns suddenly turned into pieces of white clouds and floated out, completely wrapping the boat. Then, the white cloud became fainter and fainter in the eyes of Luo Hong and others, until it completely disappeared in the air. This treasure is quite good. Even with my divine sense, I can only sense it vaguely. If the speed of escape is not slow, even if it flies near me, I probably won't notice it in time. Fairy Yi, fellow Daoist Luo, this Union boat of mine is not only powerful in concealing magical powers, but also has a high speed. If it is driven at full power, it will not be much worse than a cultivator in the late stage of the spiritualization sect. Zuan Kangzi said proudly. Wow, fellow Daoist Zuan Kangzi is worthy of being a disciple of the holy sect. He even has such a suitable top-grade spiritual boat. It seems that I don't have to worry about anything this time. After being taken on board by Zuan Kangzi, Liang looked around and couldn't help but exclaimed. Haha, Fairy Yi is really flattering. This spiritual boat of mine has a large space with more than 10 quiet rooms. You can choose one to live in. However, one person needs to be sent out every day to guard outside to prevent accidents. If everything goes well, we can reach the first destination of this trip in half a year. Zuan Kang's face was even more happy when he heard this. Of course, why don't we 6 take turns for 1 month each, so that we can take turns before we reach our destination. At this point, Luo paused and then turned to Luo Hong and said, fellow Daoist Luo has the strongest magical power, so why don't you be the last one? The further back we go, the deeper we go into the wilderness, and the greater the possibility of accidents. So naturally the cultivators with strong magical powers should be placed at the back. Luo's arrangement was very reasonable, and Luo Hong would not raise any objections, so she nodded in agreement. Then the 6 of them each chose a quiet room, and began to set up restrictions. Not long after, the Union boat silently fled into the depths of the wilderness. In a quiet room, the white-robed girl Liang was sitting cross-legged on a jade bed with her eyes slightly closed, practicing the skills. Originally, with her cultivation level, she should have been the first to take turns, but Zuan Kangzi took the initiative to ask for the first turn, so she was arranged to be the second. As the skills turned, a circle of green light with a diameter of several feet appeared behind the girl's head, and it was still slowly rotating. When she looked closely, I saw that not only was there a white spiritual flame jumping on the edge of the green halo, but there was actually a little man in the center who looked very similar to Yang. This scene was exactly the same as Langdong's condensation of the true dragon spirit, as if this was some kind of common practice method of the true spirit family. Suddenly, Liang opened her eyes, as if she had sensed something, and then took out a green round mirror, opened her mouth and spit out a stream of pure spiritual energy towards the mirror. Suddenly, the mirror surface of the round mirror began to ripple, and then a beautiful face appeared. Don't worry, Sister Sue, I have successfully mixed in, but Luo Hong is quite proud and a little difficult to approach. We can't rush to find out about the yin-yang transformation secret. It will naturally be no problem for the young master to go out in person, but the ancient map in the fox demon's hand is a bit troublesome. If you follow the map all the way, it will be extremely dangerous. So, the young master had better act quickly, and the subordinates will assist you with all their strength in the dark. The beauty in the mirror said softly. In that case, Sister Sue, find an opportunity to lure in an ancient beast of the refining void, and knock down this person's arrogance first. With a turn of his eyes, Yang smiled evilly, and thought of an idea. It's not easy to find a suitable ancient beast of the refining void. In my opinion, it's better to lure in some ancient beasts of the divine transformation level first to test Luo Hong's methods. If he doesn't show the magical power of the great Zaoshan extinction needle, the young master doesn't have to waste time with him. The beauty in the mirror obviously didn't believe that Luo Hong would have what a young master wanted. Okay, then let Sister Sue arrange everything. Yang also thought it made sense, and nodded immediately. At the same time, Luo Hong in another quiet room also opened his eyes. He seemed to be talking to himself. Fairy Yin, I have left Shinyuan City. That thing can start now. Finally escaped from that cage. Okay, take out the heavenly evil dragon armor. This fairy will teach you the secret technique to refine the blood of the real dragon in it. With a flash of silver light, the petite figure of Fairy Yin appeared in front of Luo Hong, waving her little hand to urge. After all, the heavenly evil dragon armor is a bit sensitive. Luo Hong was afraid that it would cause trouble after returning to the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list, so he deliberately did not refine the blood of the real dragon that he had harvested before in this nearly 100 years of seclusion. It was not until this time that Luo Hong was ready to take action. With a thought, the treasure armor emitting a dark white evil spirit immediately appeared in the quiet room. The armor refines the blood of the real dragon, which is its own magical power, so Luo Hong just used the secret technique to cast a spell on it, and the armor suddenly exuded a murderous aura. Fortunately, this quiet room had been covered by Luo Hong's prohibition. After the evil spirit hit the wall, it was immediately blocked by a layer of spiritual shield, and no movement was heard. When the heavenly evil dragon armor was refining the blood of the real dragon, there was no earth-shattering phenomenon. Instead, Luo Hong felt that this was as easy as eating and drinking water. If it weren't for the black dragon pattern on the chest armor at the end, Luo Hong couldn't see any changes in this armor after refining the blood of the real dragon. That's it? Luo Hong couldn't help but look at the silver fairy with some disappointment. Luo boy, don't be ignorant of the goods. Try it on first. The silver fairy was furious and pointed at Luo Hong's nose. With a thought, Luo Hong put on the heavenly evil dragon armor, and immediately he felt something strange. Huh? Is this the law of heaven and earth? Humph. The true dragon can be big or small, so the law of heaven and earth is naturally no problem. The silver fairy said with her hands on her waist and her chin slightly raised. I'll give it a try. As he said that, Luo Hong excitedly activated the heavenly evil dragon armor. His body expanded rapidly, and he turned from a normal human into a 3-meter tall little giant. Interesting. After my body became bigger, the output of mana has also been improved. No wonder the improvement of this magical power is so obvious. After a brief introspection, Luo Hong discovered the changes in himself, and said with satisfaction, there is a limit to the mana output of immortal cultivators in an instant. Those magical skills that exhaust mana in one breath require cultivators to accumulate power for a while before performing them. This is due to this limitation. Normally, the only way to increase this limit is to improve cultivation, which is also a major reason why high-level cultivators can crush low-level cultivators. However, this magical power of the law of heaven and earth breaks this rule. It seems insignificant, but the change in the instantaneous output of mana has a great impact on the strength of the immortal cultivator. However, the disadvantage is that it will make the cultivator's endurance insufficient, and it is best to match it with a magical power or treasure that can quickly restore mana. In a few breaths, Luo Hong analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the law of heaven and earth. It must be said that as the most well-known fighting magic, it is indeed worthy of its reputation. In addition to the law of heaven and earth, this armor can also use evil spirits to perfectly cover your breath. Even if you fight with all your strength, people will not be able to sense your true breath. Of course, as a treasure armor, its protective ability is still its main magical power. You can rely on it to save your life when you travel around the continent in the future. Seeing Luo Hong's shocked expression, Fairy Silver immediately felt comfortable and introduced it happily. This law of heaven and earth doesn't seem to be difficult to learn. Luo has changed it several times and seems to have found the doorway. After a series of large and small changes, Luo Hong suddenly said in surprise. Chapter 936 Guangyuan Heavenly Book. The reason why the heavenly evil dragon armor allowed Luo Hong to freely display the magical power of the law of heaven and earth after wearing it was because the armor projected its own mysterious power into Luo Hong's body. Luo Hong had established a complete database for himself a long time ago and updated it from time to time. Therefore, even the smallest changes and influences on him would be discovered and distinguished by him immediately. In other words, this heavenly evil dragon armor is not only a precious armor for Luo Hong, but also a secret book that teaches the magical power of the law of heaven and earth. However, if there is only a method, but no external help, it may not be possible to practice it in a short time. Let's put it aside for now. Luo Hong shook his head and planned to put away the heavenly evil dragon armor. Who said you don't have external help? Have you forgotten the golden saint alcohol liquid you obtained in the demon valley in the human world? Fairy Yin reminded him at the moment. That spiritual liquid has been entrusted by Luo Hong to junior brother Han to refine into golden mysterious dragon body liquid, but it has not been used. Being reminded, Luo Hong remembered the natural treasure he had obtained when he was in the nascent soul stage. Then, with a thought, he took out a jade bottle from the treasure bag, and then pointed his sword at it, and took out a ball of golden transparent spiritual liquid from it. Could it be that this spiritual liquid is of great use now? Turning his eyes, Luo Hong looked at Fairy Yin with anticipation. Golden mysterious dragon body liquid is just a common and rare spiritual medicine for body refining, and it has no role in assisting the cultivation of the law of heaven and earth, but Fairy Yin glanced at Luo Hong and said in a long tone, as the saying goes, all the words before, but and however are nonsense. Luo Hong immediately understood and bowed to Fairy Yin, saying, Fairy, you are knowledgeable and intelligent. Please don't hesitate to teach me. Well, seeing your respectful attitude, I will teach you for free. Although this golden black dragon body fluid is unusable, if you add some dragon energy to it and refine it into black dragon golden fluid, it will be of great use right now. And where does this dragon energy come from? Do you still need me to teach you? Fairy Yin seemed to enjoy Luo Hong's compliment and raised her chin with satisfaction. I think it depends on the heavenly evil dragon armor. This law of heaven and earth is destined to be with me. Luo Hong understood it immediately and said with joy, well, relax your mind. This fairy will teach you the corresponding secret technique. Fairy Silver put on an appearance of teaching Luo Hong a child, nodded slightly and said, haha, I thought that Luo Hong could only do some research to kill time in the past 6 months, but I didn't expect that I would have something to do now. Luo Hong didn't waste any words and immediately relaxed his mind and accepted Fairy Silver's teaching. After a moment, he suddenly pinched out a strange spell with both hands, and the magic power in his body was urged, and the heavenly evil dragon armor suddenly changed. The black dragon pattern on the armor actually came alive, and after swimming around, it sprayed out a golden dragon gas, directly wrapping up the entire group of Jingxuan Long body fluid. However, when Luo Hong was refining Zuan Long Jinjin in a trick, a riot broke out in a city thousands of miles away. There are no city walls here, and there are not many permanent residents. It is called a city, but it is more like a chaotic and disorderly building complex. What is even more surprising is that this city is located directly in the wilderness and is not close to the territory of any big tribe. Theoretically, this city cannot exist at all, but should have been destroyed by various beasts and natural disasters in the wilderness. In fact, this city has indeed experienced countless destructions, but soon after each destruction, it will be quickly rebuilt. Even if the previous batch of residents died, it is still the same. The reason for all this is on a square in the center of the city. Imoli is a rare human in this city. At this moment, he and many cultivators from different races are flying over the square, staring at the open book in the center of the square, with excitement in their eyes. Suddenly, he turned around quickly, as if he had sensed something, and just saw a rainbow light flying towards him, and it stopped in front of him in the blink of an eye. It was seen that this person had a pair of black wings on his back, an eagle nose, a grey face, and strange clothes. Obviously, he was not a human. Senior Yahoo! Seeing the newcomer, Imoli hurriedly greeted him. I should have told you before that you should not disturb my retreat unless it is a major event. But you sent me a message this time to look at this Guangyuan heavenly book. Do you want to die? The black-winged alien named Yahoo spoke more and more fiercely, and finally a dark light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Imoli, who was only in the late stage of the spiritualization realm, pressed his lower abdomen with a painful look on his face, but he did not dare to scream, but endured it and said, Senior, please take a look at the Guangyuan heavenly book first. This sudden reward is unusual. You will definitely be interested. Hearing this, Yahoo turned his head indifferently and looked at the book in the sky above the square. The next moment, his face changed immediately. 1,000 bounties. What commission is worth 1,000 bounties? After exclaiming, Yahoo immediately stopped the secret technique and looked at the other golden words on the book. Heavenly evil dragon armor? What kind of treasure is this? It's worth a reward of 1,000 for us to investigate. These are 10 questions. Yahoo said to himself in doubt. I have never heard of this either. Leaky shook his head, but no matter what it is, a reward of 1,000 is worth the desperate efforts of the Raven clan's Feniling-shu. No one knows the origin of Guangyuan heavenly book, but it is undoubtedly the meaning of the existence of this wild city. Every cultivator here is stranded here for it. Guangyuan heavenly book cannot be destroyed or moved. Every year, it will give out an indefinite number of bounty tasks. After completing the tasks, you can get bounty points. After getting 100 bounties, the cultivator can ask it questions and get absolutely correct answers. Note that you can get answers no matter what you ask. This is an irresistible temptation for cultivators who have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and don't know where to go. Because as long as you ask how to break the current bottleneck and then act according to the answers given by the heavenly book, you will definitely break through. For those cultivators who are desperately seeking opportunities, the temptation of asking questions to the heavenly book is also great, because it can also point out those opportunities and treasures to you. However, you cannot find loopholes when asking questions to the Guangyuan heavenly book, and it is basically impossible to get it right in one step. For example, Yahoo's first question was how to break through the late stage of refining emptiness, and the answer given by the heavenly book was only the netherworld prison turning skill. If you want to know where this skill is, and how to practice it the fastest, you have to continue asking questions. But if you can get the reward of 1,000 now, it means 10 opportunities to ask questions, and you can get it clear. In the past, tasks were only worth 10 to dozens of rewards, so it's no wonder that Imoli and others were so excited. Here it comes. The subsequent divination results are here. Along with the excited shouts of a foreign cultivator nearby, new content began to emerge word by word on the Guangyuan heavenly book. It can be accepted with a cultivation level above the transformation of the spirit. How is this possible? Before seeing the general location of the task, Imoli exclaimed with wide eyes. What a piece of fat meat. We actually have a chance to taste it. The one from Luo Hong. You have to join forces with me, and then you will have 5 chances to ask questions. Brother Liu and the others must be notified immediately. For a moment, the many alien races who gathered on the square became restless, obviously wanting to take a chance. After all, with the divination power of Guangyuan heavenly book, since it has given such a restriction, it means that the existence or dangerous place with the heavenly evil dragon armor can be dealt with by those with the cultivation level above the god transformation level. You know, in the past, most of the tasks with a bounty of more than 50 required the existence of the refining void realm to accept. So these alien races who were in the god transformation realm originally just wanted to watch the fun of the task with a bounty of 1,000. but they didn't expect that they themselves would also be qualified to participate, and they were immediately surprised and happy. At this moment, a shrill whistle suddenly came from nearby, and the faces of those alien races who were in the God transformation realm changed drastically after hearing it, and they immediately performed life-saving escape techniques without thinking. The next moment, only 2 screams were heard, and the 2 alien races exploded into a ball of blood mist, and their breath was instantly extinguished. Haha, brother man is anxious, but you alone may not be able to kill them all. I will come to help you. Seeing this, Yahoo was not surprised at all, but laughed softly. After that, he shook his wings with a cold look in his eyes, and shot out more than 100 black feathers wrapped in black air. These black feathers were very fast, and in a flash they caught up with the nearest few gods of the alien race, and then easily penetrated their means of self-defense, and pierced their flesh. In an instant, the flesh of these gods of the alien race began to dry up rapidly, and they only had time to wail in despair before they died. Haha, kill, kill, kill. These ants dare to get involved in this mission, they are simply courting death. Accompanied by a fierce and domineering shout, a 3-foot-tall, brown-skinned ghost-faced alien appeared with a long-handled red crystal hammer in his hand. After a brief appearance, the ghost-faced alien quickly turned into a beam of light, and in a few breaths, it passed over the beams of several other spirit-transforming aliens, causing them to explode into a ball of blood mist. Although there were more than 2 void-refining aliens here, Yahoo and Mangui, no one came out to stop the 2 from killing each other, but all of them joined in one after another. Because there are no rules, that is the rule of Shianshu City. 3 months later, in the sky somewhere in the wilderness, Luo Hong was practicing in the quiet room of Yunyan's Hao. Suddenly, the auras of more than 10 ancient beasts broke into his consciousness. Golden Drum Toad? How can such an ancient beast find Yunyan's Hao? Sensing the auras of these ancient beasts rushing towards the spiritual boat he was riding, Luo Hong frowned and opened his eyes. Fellow Daoists, come out quickly, we are in trouble. Not long after, Myohu, who was on duty outside, discovered something unusual, and immediately sent a message to the entire boat. Yunyan's Hao is good in everything except its poor defense ability. As long as it is discovered, it is impossible to force its way through. With a flash of light, Luo Hong came to the deck, and met Myohu and others. Strange, how could a mere golden drum toad detect my Yunyan boat? This shouldn't be the case. Zhu and Kangzi looked at the direction where the golden drum toad was attacking, frowning, and saying, what's so strange about this? Most likely, there is a mutated existence in this group of toads, which just happens to be able to restrain the hidden magical power of fellow Taoist's spiritual boat. This kind of accident is also quite common in the wilderness. Yan Kuang immediately put on a look that he had seen a lot. 13 golden drum toads, 3 adult toads in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit, 6 young toads in the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit, and the rest of the auras are below the transformation of the spirit. How should we deal with it? Liang said in a panic. Don't be afraid, Sister Yi. 9 golden drum toads can't do anything to us. After comforting Liang, Myohu looked at Luo Hong with a serious face and said, fellow Daoist Luo, you are the most powerful person among us. Please tell me how we should deal with it next. Directly fighting is not a good choice. It's better to get rid of it directly. It shouldn't be difficult with Yunyan's Hao's speed. Luo Hong said without any joy or anger at this moment. It's possible to get rid of it, but we have to take a detour. We are safe until now, because we took the same route as last time. If we change it at will, I'm afraid we will encounter more troubles than these golden drum toads. Zhu and Kangzi knew Yunyan's Hao's magical powers best, but he said with embarrassment, humph, it's just a few golden drum toads. Yan can deal with the late stage ones by himself. You can divide the rest. Yan Kuang said in a very impolite tone, as if he was not used to Luo Hong's suggestion to avoid the battle. Since it's more dangerous to take a detour, we can only kill them. Please ask Daoist Zhuang Kangzi to stop the spiritual boat. Luo Hong seemed not to hear Yan Kuang's provocation. He just glanced at Liang's face and said calmly. Zhuang Kangzi cast a spell at his feet, and the Yunyan boat slowly stopped in the air, and then turned into a ball of white light, and went into his sleeve. Obviously, the old Taoist was afraid that his treasure would be affected by the fight. Daoist Luo, how should we fight? I don't have much experience in fighting. I'm afraid I can only restrain a golden drum toad in the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit. Liang looked at the more than 10 figures approaching rapidly in the distance with some fear, and fled to Luo Hong's side and said, Daoist Luo, please take the lead. I and Daoist Yin will do our best to defend you. Seeing that the golden drum toads were already approaching within 10 miles, but Luo Hong had not made any move, Chiangzi could not help but frown and suggested, you human race, can you please say something? If you are afraid, Yin. Seeing that Luo Hong still said nothing, Yin Kuan couldn't help but get impatient and wanted to take the lead. But at this moment, Luo Hong suddenly interrupted him. No need to be so troublesome. What? What does fellow Daoist Luo mean? Kai Yangzi asked suspiciously. Fellow Daoist Luo, if you don't do it, we will be in trouble when we are surrounded by these beasts. Mao urged with an ugly face. Luo has already started. Luo Hong's tone was still very calm. Started. Then why haven't I seen the 5-colored spiritual light yet? When Liang was wondering, he suddenly found that the sky had darkened. Looking up, he saw a sky-covering ghost hand slowly pressing down. Is this his spiritual treasure? Liang thought with a frown. The next moment, a big hole appeared in the palm of the sky-covering ghost hand, and the scene seen through the hole shocked everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 937, The Netherworld in the Palm. Boundless sea of blood, piled up mountains of corpses, and turned into the sky of yin evil. Could this treasure have refined a fragment of the Netherworld? Liang's pupils shrank, and she muttered in great doubt. Through the hole in the palm of the sky-covering ghost hand, everyone saw a great evil world, where red blood was the sea, corpses were the land, yin evil turned into the sky, and 6 black suns were suspended in the sky. It was obvious at a glance that this was a dead end for living things. This was the Netherworld in the palm of Luo Hong's hand, which was originally transformed by the ghosts inside, after he re-refined the Yellow Spring ghost hand. As soon as this Netherworld appeared in the world, a terrifying sound of toads came from not far away. These toads chirping was not just a simple sound, but contained magic power and hidden magical powers, which was the means of attacking the enemy by the golden drum toad. Even if a cultivator of the same level faced it, his magic power would be unstable and his combat power would be greatly affected. But this beast lives in groups. If a cultivator who comes to the wilderness alone to seek opportunities encounters it, he is no match for it. He will be killed by the continuous calls of the golden drum toads. However, everyone is still several miles away from these golden drum toads at this moment, and the sound attack magic is the easiest to disperse the power, so they can't feel the slightest difference. Just when Myohu and others were wondering why these golden drum toads were doing this useless work, they heard the calls of the young golden drum toads below. The level of transformation of spirits became more and more shrill. Soon, blood and ki floated out of the 7 orifices, and wisps of yellow mist also spread out of the flesh. Regardless of the blood and yellow mist, once they appeared, they flew towards the sky-covering ghost hand above. Obviously, this is some kind of magic acting on them, extracting their blood and corpse ki. As the blood and yellow mist floated out, the breath of these golden drum toads continued to fall, and the sound of their calls became weaker and weaker. Therefore, as time went by, the blood and yellow mist floating out of them became thicker and stronger. In less than 10 breaths, a group of phantoms was about to break away from their bodies. There is no doubt that this group of phantoms is the soul of these golden drum toads, and once the soul is taken out of the body, they will be completely hopeless. But even if their lives are at stake, those adult golden drum toads did not help, because they simply did not have the energy to spare. HMPH. Evil beast, how dare you waste Luo's time. Luo Hong was practicing the method of heaven and earth, and was suddenly disturbed. Later, he was also disturbed by Yin Kuang's weirdness. Although he only thought it was barking, it was inevitable that he was more upset. It was also the bad luck of these golden drum toads that they happened to bump into Luo Hong, who was angry. with a thought. The 6 black suns hanging in the dark sky in the palm of his hand suddenly merged into one, and the 5 fingers of the sky covering ghost hand suddenly bent into claws, stirring up 5 black gusts of wind. I saw that these 5 winds of death blew towards the golden drum toads at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, they were whistling and enveloping them. As the dead wind covered them, the toads' chirping sound suddenly weakened. The adult golden drum toads that could still hold on immediately followed the footsteps of their descendants, and their blood and yellow mist all rushed out like wolf smoke. Not long after, their souls were also taken out, and they flew into the palm of the netherworld almost in no particular order. Without the soul, the remaining flesh was drained in an instant, turning into a mummified corpse falling from the air, smashing to the ground, and breaking into pieces. What a powerful evil spiritual treasure. It must be on the Chaos 10,000 spirits list. Seeing that Luo Hong killed the attacking golden drum toad alone in a moment, Yang was amazed and felt a headache. After all, her purpose was to test whether Luo Hong had practiced the yin yang transformation technique. He did not use any skills or supernatural powers, but only relied on the power of the spiritual treasure to destroy the enemy. But her calculations were completely empty. Good. Daoist Luo is indeed worthy of his reputation. This treasure is the yellow spring ghost hand that scared off the Jinting guards. There are few ghosts in the cave heaven, but it has such power. It will surely be earth-shaking when it is fully developed. I congratulate Daoist Luo in advance. Myo who saw that the 9 spirits of the golden drum toads were refined into ghosts as soon as they entered the netherworld in his palm. He knew that the power of this treasure still had a lot of room for improvement. He was shocked and confident about this trip, so he couldn't help but be happy to please him. Yin Kuang and Kai Yangzi were speechless, especially Yin Kuang. He was afraid that Luo Hong would take him into the netherworld cave heaven. Haha, with Daoist Luo protecting us, we will definitely gain a lot from this trip. However, the movement just now was not small, so we should leave this place first. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little wrong, Zhu and Kangzi laughed dryly and sacrificed the Union boat again. Fellow Daoist Yin, I just consumed a lot of mana. Can you take my turn? After retracting his magical power, Luo Hong looked at Yin Kuang coldly and said, "This is a trivial matter. Fellow Daoist Luo, just leave it to Yin." Hearing this, Yin Kuang was not angry, but hurriedly agreed, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden. After all, it was better to be held accountable and embarrassed at this time than to be hated by Luo Hong. It was indeed not a trivial matter to make a commotion in the wilderness. After that, everyone did not waste words and returned to their own quiet rooms and set off again. After returning to the quiet room, Yang first meditated peacefully for 2 days and only stopped practicing on the 3rd day. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to use her spiritual sense to scan the room several times, and then she seemed to be still worried and set up a few more restrictions before she took out the green mirror with her bare hands. After casting a spell, the face of a beautiful woman surnamed Su gradually emerged. "Young master, what was the result of this test?" "What result?" "That guy had a magical treasure in his hand, and he killed the whole group of golden drum toads with one move, without using any skills or magical powers at all." Yang complained to the person in the mirror with a bitter face. "How could this happen? It was my subordinates who did not collect the information in advance. Please forgive me." The beautiful lady surnamed Su was shocked when she heard this, but she did not shirk her responsibility and immediately apologized. "Oh, how could I blame Sister Su? If we had not acted too hastily this time, you would definitely not have made this mistake. But it is indeed difficult to test this. If it doesn't work, how about I talk to him openly?" Yang stretched out her hand to hold her chin and said worriedly, "No, this person is closely related to the current young master of the Long family. It is too reckless to contact him directly." The beautiful lady surnamed Su rejected it immediately. "What should we do? The deeper we go into the wilderness, the less we can do. This is not a walk in the back garden." Yang said impatiently, "Young master, don't worry. This person must be very reluctant to drive the Tangshan Lingbao with his cultivation of the middle stage of the spiritualization. It's okay to deal with ancient beasts at the level of the spiritualization, but once he encounters an ancient beast above the level of the refining void, he will definitely not be able to withstand the erosion of the law. It is impossible to deal with it with just one spiritual treasure. The Tangshan Lingbao is usually only in the hands of beings above the refining void. It is not entirely because of the difference in strength. The problems of beings below the spiritualization are also a major reason. There is a huge gap between the power of the laws contained in the Lingbao and the Tangshan Lingbao. If a cultivator wants to drive a treasure, he must refine it first, so that the spiritual power of both parties can flow. At this time, if the treasure is strong, but the person is weak, the laws contained in the spiritual treasure will gradually affect the cultivator. Normal 5-element spiritual treasures are fine. At most, they will disrupt the 5-element balance of the cultivator of the spiritualization, making it much more difficult for him to advance to the refining void. The Tangshan Lingbao of other laws is more than that. For example, the evil Lingbao like Huanquan Ghost Hand will shorten the life of the invaded person and endanger his life. Only after the refining of the void, the 5-element of the cultivator's body will be generated naturally, and then he can resist the erosion of external laws. But if you drive a Lingbao that exceeds your own strength, the same problem will still arise. However, the Zuanshan treasure is an exception. Because its own laws are perfect and round, it will not cause any erosion to the outside world. Therefore, cultivators with a deep background like Yiying, even if they have Tangshan Lingbao, usually do not use it if they can. That's right, Luo Hong must have used the Tangshan Lingbao just to give us a warning. When he really fights against the Liangsu ancient beast, he should come up with other means. Yiying nodded in agreement. In that case, Sister Su, you should continue to hide in the dark. After all, the Tangshan python is a ready-made ancient beast of Liangsu, so you don't have to take the risk of attracting another one. Well, I obey your order. But please remember, young master, no matter whether it succeeds or not, don't continue to follow the ancient map. The beautiful lady surnamed Su warned again. You can, but what is the origin of the ancient map that makes you so afraid, Sister Su? Although Yiying would not ignore the warning, her curiosity was aroused at the moment. As for the secret of this map, I'm not very clear about it. The reason why I am so afraid is that one of my good friends got this map 500 years ago. At that time, I followed the map to the wilderness with them, but unfortunately I encountered a giant with 100 eyes halfway. After a fight, I and another Taoist friend were seriously injured and could not go on, so I had to turn back. At that time, I still felt sorry for the lost opportunity, but later I learned that they disappeared in the wilderness, and then I realized that I had survived a disaster by luck. Now this map has appeared again. If it is not related to the yin-yang transformation art, I will never let the young master participate in it. Recalling the past, the beautiful lady surnamed Su in the mirror sighed. Sister Su's friends must also be refining cultivators. They disappeared together. The danger is indeed not something I can touch now, so I'd better not think too much. Thinking of this, Yiying immediately replied solemnly, don't worry, Sister Su, I will definitely withdraw decisively when the time comes. At the same time, in another quiet room, Luo Hong was holding a ball of black mist in his hand, with his eyes closed, performing the soul-searching secret technique. Suddenly, he opened his eyes calmly, and with a pinch of his right palm, he sent the ghost in his hand back to the netherworld cave. How is it? Are there any mutations among these golden drum toads? Fairy Silver fled to Luo Hong and asked with interest. Luo Hong, of course not, they were deliberately lured here. Oh. Seeing that you are not surprised at all, I guess you have guessed who did it? Fairy Silver heard the words and became more excited. Haha, who else could it be besides Yiying? If I'm not mistaken, this woman should be from a true spirit family, and she has the true blood of the heavenly phoenix. As for her purpose, I can guess a little bit. She doesn't have much bad intentions. The yin-yang transformation art is extremely important to Yiying. Ever since she took the photo of the fragment in the Black Flame Tower, Luo Hong expected that the Yi family would come to her, so she was not surprised at all. True blood of the heavenly phoenix. This fairy has a top-level dual cultivation secret technique that requires the use of dragon energy and phoenix essence to practice. Are you interested, Luo boy? Upon hearing this, Fairy Yin's eyes turned, and then she said with a sly smile, please let me go. Long Ruan alone is enough to give Luo a headache. I can't afford to offend him. Luo Hong immediately shook his head and said politely, TSK, forget it, this fairy is not willing to give it to you. But then again, you have really refined this yellow spring ghost hand. If you cultivate it properly in the future, the upper limit will be extremely high. The current cultivation method is also obvious, which is to fill a large number of evil spirits into the netherworld cave heaven. But why do you seem to be not paying attention to it at all? Fairy Silver was very bored with Luo Hong's reply, so she changed the subject and asked another question. The yellow spring ghost hand was refined by Luo Hong himself, so I know very well how to cultivate it in the future. However, the number of evil spirits that need to be refined in this first stage is not a small number, and Luo Hong does not want to achieve it by hunting ancient beasts. During the dragon blood trial, Luo Hong blew all the evil spirits in the yellow spring ghost hand in one breath, so now the netherworld cave heaven is empty. But although Luo Hong knew very well that, as long as a large number of evil spirits were filled into the netherworld cave heaven, the power of the yellow spring ghost hand would increase significantly, he had never worked hard for it. Because whether it is hunting ancient beasts, or trading on the black market, compared with the plan in Luo Hong's plan, its efficiency is too low. People are like this. When there is a fast one, they will never look down on the slow one. Then how are you going to achieve it? Fairy Yin asked curiously. As far as I know, there is a dangerous place called the Yuan in the territory of Feeling Clan. Its bottom layer is connected to the land of the sticks. There are countless evil spirits there. As long as I collect a little, it will be enough to cultivate the yellow spring ghost hand. In addition, Luo will have a way to contact the Mayfly clan. As the top race of Fingyuan continent, they should have a continental teleportation array. If I want to go to Liming continent, the only way Luo can think of now is to use it to teleport once. At this point, Luo Hong couldn't help but worry a little. After all, the continental teleportation array costs a lot of money to use once, and he hasn't thought of how to persuade the elders of the Mayfly clan. Luo boy, I advise you to think of other ways. The old guys of the Mayfly clan are the most stingy. If you go there, you will probably end up being fed to insects. As if she recalled some bad memories, Fairy Silver said with disgust, this great clan in the spiritual world should not be described as stingy. Luo Hong said with some disbelief. Humph. As long as you really come into contact with it, you will definitely understand that what Fairy said is true. You think of a way, Fairy Silver will go back to sleep. Fairy Silver waved her little hand and refused to say more. Then, with a flash of light, she got into a storage bag on Luo Hong's waist. Forget it, it's still too far to borrow the mainland teleportation array. I'd better continue to practice my magical powers and think about it later. After pondering for a moment, Luo Hong suddenly shook his head, drove away the messy thoughts in his mind, and then sat cross-legged in meditation. Chapter 938, Lost Forest. Guangdian City, Heavenly Book Square. Although the massacre had been over for 3 months, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth here has not completely recovered. Now, above the bodies of many alien gods, only 7 or 8 figures are still flying in the air around the Guangdian Heavenly Book. The bounty can only be obtained by one person, so after killing all the gods, Yahoo and other virtual aliens immediately became opponents. However, the few people who should have been wary of each other now locked their eyes on the Guangdian Heavenly Book. Judging from this posture, Yahoo and others have been spending the past 3 months like this. Suddenly, golden words appeared on the Guangdian Heavenly Book again. It seems that the beginning is still the task with a bounty of 1000, but there are many more contents than before. The result of the third divination is finally out. It seems that the owner of the heavenly evil dragon armor is heading to the Lost Forest. This is troublesome. Among the crowd, a big yaksha with black scales and black armor said with fear on his face. It turned out that the reason why the void refining alien stayed here was to wait for the subsequent divination results of the Guangdian Heavenly Book, so as to determine the whereabouts of the mission target. And this third time was also the last time. HMPH. If a mission with a reward of 1000 is simple, then it's not right. Brother Meng Chen, are you planning to give up? A voice like a cunning old man came from an illusory grey shadow. Xian, save your energy. With a reward of 1000 in front of me, I will fight for it desperately. Don't use boring temptations. Let's see the truth in our hands. Meng Chen glanced at the grey shadow with his bloodshot eyes and snorted coldly. His words undoubtedly expressed the thoughts of everyone at the moment. The dangers of the Lost Forest could not stop them, the immortal cultivators who had tasted the benefits of the Guangyuan Heavenly Book. However, compared to those incarnations who were dying from now to tomorrow, and were in danger of dying at any moment, they had all stayed in Guangyuan City for a long time, so they knew each other to some extent, and were also wary of each other. In this situation, they naturally would not decide the winner first, before carrying out the Heavenly Book mission. Haha, Brother Meng Chen is right. Small tricks are useless at this time. Let's decide who is better later. Yahoo curled his lips and wanted to take Emily away. But at this moment, a silver escape light suddenly flew from the sky. The spiritual consciousness of Yahoo and other refining void aliens did not discover it in advance, which made them shocked. After sensing the breath of the silver escape light, the faces of the refining void aliens sank, their eyes flickered, and they secretly turned their thoughts. Soon, the silver escape light stopped above the square, revealing a middle-aged man with a pair of silver wings on his back, and a skinny body. As soon as this person appeared, Yahoo and others kept their distance from him. But according to reason, although this person's breath had reached the late stage of refining void, it should not make them show fear so obviously. Ahem. The skinny man ignored the reactions of Yahoo and the others. After he appeared, he coughed twice, before he could look at the Guangyuan Heavenly Book. He was seen with many burnt black spots on his body and thin lightning flashes from time to time. It was obvious that he was injured in a fight with something. Seeing this, Yahoo and the others couldn't help but brighten their eyes and relax a lot. Haha, a reward of 1000. No wonder I didn't see the flying spirits in the city when I came back this time. You all gathered here again. Looking at the golden words on the Guangyuan Heavenly Book, the skinny man narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering what he was thinking. Haha, Brother Yu's return at this time just shows that he is destined to be with this mission. Yah is willing to help. I only ask Brother Yu to share 1 or 2 opportunities to ask questions. After struggling for a moment, Yahoo suddenly smiled and flapped his wings and asked for cooperation. Hearing this, Meng Chen, Xian and other refining void aliens all showed anger on their faces, but they still kept silent. You have a good idea, but I was seriously injured during this trip. I need to go into seclusion to heal my wounds. I will not get involved in this matter. The skinny man glanced at Yahoo and sneered. Then, he turned into a silver light and fled towards a tall building in the city. He was really not interested in this 1000 reward mission. Although everyone was surprised, it was undoubtedly great news for them. After all, if this Taoist friend Yu participated in this mission, they would have to reconsider whether to give up. Haha, since Brother Yu doesn't think highly of this mission, we will each rely on our own abilities. Yahoo saw that he was about to become the target of public criticism, so he immediately said a word and flew away. Although the other refining void aliens were dissatisfied, they did not get angry because the current mission was more important. They fled towards the direction of the Lost Forest one after another. In the tall building, where the spiritual light restriction rose, the skinny man was sitting cross-legged and looking at the people who were leaving, with a smile of unknown meaning at the corner of his mouth. This is really good luck. While healing, you can also get a reward of 1000. Don't let you down. Luo Hong and others were still unaware of the coming of danger. It has been more than 2 months since the last encounter with the golden drum toad. Now, they have come to the depths of the wilderness. The concealment of the cloud-hidden boat is getting worse and worse. Now they are surrounded by a group of strange birds and ancient beasts. These strange birds are huge. Even the smallest wingspan is several feet long, and the largest is 10 times that. There are no feathers on the 4 wings on their backs, only a thin layer of flesh membrane. The head is huge like a skinny horse. When the mouth is open, it is full of sharp fangs, which can be said to be extremely ferocious. There are as many as 300 or 400 strange birds. When they flap their wings together, a large piece of grey strange wind is stirred up, and when they open their mouths, they can shoot a blood red lightning as thick as an arm. At present, Luo Hong and others are surrounded by these strange birds. The wind is whistling around them, and blood thunder is bombarding in all directions. It seems that the situation is precarious. However, although Luo and his group had a huge gap in strength with Luo Hong, they were actually transformed demon cultivators from the 7 major demon tribes, and the other was a true disciple of the top sect of the human race, and their strengths were all quite good. Although the attack of these strange birds was fierce, it was difficult to shake the spiritual shields of the crowd when they hit them. Seeing several blood thunders bombarding U9's Hao, Zhu and Kangzi snorted coldly and immediately offered a top-level spiritual talisman of more than 10 feet. With a pinch of his hands, he made it shoot in different directions. Then there was a loud boom, and more than 10 groups of light balls with a diameter of tens of feet exploded in the group of strange birds, which immediately stagnated the grey wind around them. However, the bodies of these strange birds were quite powerful, and even if they were affected by the power of the spiritual talismans, they would only be injured but not killed. Seeing many falling strange birds flapping their wings and flying again, Zhu and Kangzi frowned and cast a spell to collect Yu9's Hao first. At the same time, Kai Yangzi and Yun Kuang on the side also used their own methods. Kai Yangzi put his hand on his lips, took a deep breath and spit it out suddenly, and a red fire column suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Seeing this, several strange birds immediately joined forces to spit out blood thunder to resist, but as soon as the blood thunder came into contact with the red flame, it disappeared like a drop in the ocean. Then the red flame surged and turned the strange birds into ashes with a few puffs. Then, many red flames condensed into a spiritual flame Taoist soldier, waving his palms and killing all the strange birds around. Compared with the fairy-like Kai Yangzi, Yun Kuang's methods were much more direct. He did not rely on any treasures. He turned his palms into a pair of claws and rushed into the group of strange birds. With a wave of his hand, he shot out a black blade of more than 10 feet long. This black blade was extremely sharp, and neither the strong wind nor the blood thunder could stop it at all. After slashing at the strange bird, he immediately tore its body, which could withstand even the top-level spiritual talismans, into pieces. Soon, blood rained around Yun Kuang. Seeing how fierce he was, even these vicious and brainless strange birds were afraid and began to avoid Yun Kuang. Mao, who had no intention of stealing the limelight. He was just flying in the air at the moment, but as long as a strange bird dared to approach, they would immediately fight each other. The aura of these strange birds was only equivalent to that of a cultivator in the middle and late stages of the nascent soul. Luo Hong had no desire to attack them, and was too lazy to refine them into the netherworld cave heaven. Therefore, he just floated in the air with his hands behind his back, and he did not see him use any magical powers, but any strange bird that approached him would be shattered in an instant. But if we say that the most eye-catching performance among the crowd is not yet the turn of Kai Yangzi and Yun Kuang. Liang was holding a jasper pipper at this moment. 10 green onion white tender fingers gently plucked the strings, and a circle of deep yellow aura swung out. As long as those strange birds touch the halo, their bodies will be immediately corroded by the grey-white stone skin, which will cover their entire bodies in a few breaths. Once covered, these strange birds will freeze instantly, then fall to the ground and smash into pieces. Petrification magic? I guess that jade pipper is a replica of the Chaling pipper. I wonder how powerful it is compared to my Wanzai Shenyan. Seeing the jade pipper's petrification magic, Luo Hong couldn't help but touch his brows, missing the many magical powers of the Wanzai Shenyan. Although half of the 6 people were slacking off, the hundreds of strange birds were still killed within an incense stick, and then everyone gathered together again. Even these strange birds with nascent soul cultivation can see through the changes in my U9 boat. It seems that this boat will be unusable on the road later. Although Zhu and Kangzi expected that the U9 boat would no longer be useful after everyone entered the depths of the wilderness, he didn't expect that this day would come so soon, and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. I have consulted countless books for this trip, but I have never seen any records of these strange birds. The wilderness is really full of surprises. Mao, who said with a sigh, "We are not far from our destination now. Even if we can't take the spirit boat, it won't cost much mana to fly there alone. There is no need to worry." Yun Kuang raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly, Friend Mao, it's still a few days away from the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass. To deal with the Tangshan python, I still have to make some preparations. Luo Hong asked calmly. The Tangshan python is huge. We can see it in 7 days at most. Mao, who took out the ancient map and said after confirming the location. Chapter 939, Refining the Void Monster. Well, we are already here, and fellow Daoist Mao does not need to worry that I will regret it. Can I see the following part of this map? Luo Hong actually did not care about the Tangshan python or the 10,000 years Yingsu grass. What he really cared about was whether there was a connection between the ancient map and Wenshan Zenran. Therefore, he wanted to browse the entire map now. If he found a connection, he would continue to follow. If not, after helping Mao who get the 10,000 years Yingsu grass, he would part ways with these people. Okay, I actually have the same idea. Fellow Daoist Luo, please take a look. At this time, Mao who would naturally not hide it anymore. With a wave of her jade hand, the entire ancient map was unfolded in front of everyone. It was seen that the part that Luo Hong had seen before only accounted for less than 1/10 of the entire ancient map. The following part was almost all a forest of strange trees, with a lot of miasma of various colors, dividing the entire forest into areas. The bright spots on the map representing natural treasures were very dense in the depths of the forest. More importantly, their brightness was not lower than that of the bright spots representing the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass. If all these bright spots really contained natural treasures, then they could definitely be said to have hit upon a great opportunity. Spiritual objects at the level of refining emptiness are hard to come by, so even Ying, who had a deep background, could not help but become greedy and feel dry-mouthed after seeing the complete ancient map. Even though Zhu and Kangzi and others had seen it before, their eyes lit up. At this moment, only Luo Hong frowned slightly among the crowd. This opportunity was indeed very tempting, but Luo Hong never thought of himself as a lucky person. He did not believe that no one else had explored this place in the spiritual world for thousands of years. In particular, they did not encounter any particularly big troubles along the way. It can be said that, as long as two refining emptiness monks were together, they could deal with all the crises on the road. Special situations like encountering a 100-eyed giant or a two-color thunderstorm are always rare. Although the probability of a cultivator happening to be here is small, even a small probability will become inevitable in the face of almost infinite time. Therefore, behind the opportunity shown in this map, there must be great danger. Even a cultivator of the void refining stage cannot bear this danger, so the opportunity on the surface can be preserved until now. From the direction, the breath sensed by Wentian's soul is in this strange forest. Could it be that Wentian Zenran was trapped in this forest and has no news until now? Luo Hong thought silently. Does fellow Daoist Luo still have doubts? If not, let's set off. Mao who looked at Luo Hong with a charming look. The opportunity hidden in this map is as great as what fellow Daoist Mao said before. Luo is completely relieved and continues on the road. After nodding, Luo Hong performed the escape technique and went to the direction of the 10,000-year Yingsu grass. Although the journey ahead only lasted 7 days, which was no different from a snap of the fingers for a divine transformation cultivator, Luo Hong and the others actually felt the enthusiasm of the wilderness. The short 7 days passed like 7 years. On the first day, everyone flew close to the ground, but after only half a day, several mountains below them collapsed with a bang, and then countless white-armored vicious insects flew out with a buzz. If Luo Hong had not reacted in time and used the Black Wind flag to move everyone out of 100 miles continuously so that they were not surrounded by the swarm of insects, they would have suffered a heavy loss. On the night of the second day, when everyone escaped to the top of a green lake, the sky above their heads suddenly changed, and a freezing rainstorm suddenly fell. Fortunately, Zhu and Kangzi gritted his teeth and sacrificed the Union boat again. Everyone worked together to drive the boat wildly, so they didn't pay much and survived this disaster. However, due to the erosion of the ice rain and the reckless infusion of mana by everyone, the Union boat was directly half-wasted. On the third day, they were attacked by unknown ancient beasts, and the same happened on the fourth day and the fifth day. It wasn't until the 6th day that things got a little better, but it wasn't because they were lucky, it was because they were close to the Tangshan Python's territory. Finally we are here again. Do you have a plan to deal with the Tangshan Python? Hiding on the treetops, Kai Yangzi looked at a black mountain in the distance and asked Luo Hong with a serious face. It's simple. I will lure the Tangshan Python away later, and you can take the opportunity to pick the spiritual medicine. Luo Hong said calmly. With his current magical powers, he has many ways to deal with a Tangshan Python equivalent to the early stage of Liangsu, and he will definitely not fail. It's good that you have confidence. This Tangshan Python wants to devour the 10,000-year Yingsu grass when it is at its peak, in order to break through the current realm in one fell swoop, but I'm not so greedy. The 10,000-year Yingsu grass is enough for now, so let's do it now. Myohu said anxiously. Wait a minute, it doesn't take 5 people to pick the spiritual medicine. I'd better follow fellow Daoist Luo. If something unexpected happens, I can use the Chailing Pippa to block it for fellow Daoist Luo. In order to achieve her goal, Yang would have to watch the battle later, so she took the initiative to volunteer. Fairy Yi is right, it's better to be cautious. Zhu and Kangzi nodded and looked at Luo Hong to speak for Yang. I will naturally not refuse Fairy Yi's kindness, but don't act casually later, so as to avoid misunderstandings. Luo Hong stared at Yang for a moment, then let go. I know the pros and cons. Please rest assured fellow Daoist Luo. Yang immediately promised. Well, you pay attention to the timing. Luo is going. After everything was explained, Luo Hong flew away without hesitation. Such a bright light of escape could not escape the sense of Tangshan Python. Suddenly, the black mountain in the distance began to shake, and soon a snake head as big as a ship was raised, and a pair of snake pupils stared at Luo Hong without emotion. Seeing the escape light coming straight at him, Tangshan Python immediately became furious, and its huge snake body escaped into the air like a feather, and then its snake head stretched out like lightning. In an instant, Luo Hong saw a scarlet snake mouth appear in front of him. So fast. With a thought, Luo Hong immediately teleported 100 feet away, avoiding the blow, and then waved his hand to offer 3 low-level treasure talismans to test the physical strength of Tangshan Python. As 3 red lotuses exploded near the snakehead, Tangshan Python roared in the flames, broke through the red lotus, and continued to bite Luo Hong. Luo Hong was about to dodge with the same trick, but suddenly felt that the surrounding space was like a copper wall and iron wall, and could not move. Space magic? After instantly realizing the problem, Luo Hong grabbed with his right hand and took out the black wind flag from the void. With a little push, he broke through the space blockade and moved hundreds of feet away. After avoiding the attack, Luo Hong looked at the Tangshan Python, only to see the skin and flesh near its head rolled up, and the residual flames were still there. Obviously, the strength of its body was not as strong as he imagined, but it was not weak either. Otherwise, the power of the 3 red lotus talismans would not have caused it to be only slightly injured. However, the next scene made Luo Hong frown. After the residual flames were suppressed by the Tangshan Python's magic power, the flesh and blood of its injured parts healed quickly, and soon it was as good as new. This kind of ancient beast with rough skin and thick flesh is the most annoying in the wilderness. Even if you can win against it, it will cost a lot of magic power. Once it shows signs of fatigue, it will be very dangerous in the chaotic environment of the wilderness, not to mention that he will enter a dangerous place next. Even if your magical power is far superior to that of your peers, you can't ignore the gap between the transformation of spirit and the refining of emptiness. Since you have already tested it, you should also show some real skills. Seeing this, Yang, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help but complain in his heart. Hey, what is he doing? Want to use the spirit beast to entangle the Tangshan Python? The smile on his face had not lasted for a breath. And Yang saw Luo Hong stretch out his right palm wrapped in black mist and cast a spell in front of him. Suddenly, a black gas vortex appeared in front of him. From the weak spatial fluctuations, Yang recognized that this was a portal. The next moment, a blood-colored jade leg bone stepped out of the black gas vortex. With a step, a blood bone skeleton came out. Go. Kill it. Luo Hong pointed at the Tangshan Python. However, the blood-bone skeleton did not obey immediately, but made some struggling movements, with an angry look on his face. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong's expression did not change at all, as if he was not worried about it at all. Of course, there was really nothing to worry about. Although the blood-bone skeleton looked like it was going to attack back, even if it tried its best, it could only move its finger joints. Then, he pounced on the Tangshan python with even more fury, and fought with it. The refining void monster. How could he control the refining void monster? Is it relying on the yellow spring ghost hand? But that's not right. He drives the Tangshan spirit treasure like this, and it will be fatal under the erosion of the law. Sensing the terrifying breath of the blood-bone skeleton from a distance, Yang was immediately shocked, and couldn't believe her eyes. Humph. With the suppression of the dead air and the sea of blood, how can you, a monster, have a chance to attack back? Looking at the blood-bone skeleton, that was hit by the snake's tail, and smashed into the ground, but soon escaped without any injury, Luo Hong sneered in his heart. It turned out that the predecessor of this blood-bone skeleton was the jade-bone human demon that Luo Hong had captured before. In order to make this demon obey, Luo Hong imposed many restrictions on it and suppressed it under the sea of blood in the netherworld cave heaven. In this way, not only did the jade-bone demon gain the blessing of blood and death energy, becoming more powerful, but it was also exactly the same as the blood-bone skeleton summoned by the blood-bone banner on the other side, and was not afraid of being exposed. As for the backlash of the law of Tangshan Lingbao, Luo Hong had never worried about it, because he not only comprehended a little bit of the law of force, but the 5-color true blood in his body could help him suppress himself, so even the Tangshan Lingbao ranked in the top 1000 could not cause erosion to him. On the other side, Miaohu and the other 4 had sneaked to the vicinity of the 10,000-year Yingsu grass, and they were shocked when they sensed another breath of refining emptiness that suddenly emerged. After discovering that the owner of this breath was driven by Luo Hong, the 4 breathed a sigh of relief, but the shock in their eyes did not diminish, but became stronger. Because with only this one method, Luo Hong's combat power can be compared with the cultivators in the early stage of refining emptiness. Chapter 940, Fighting the Sky-Piercing Python. I didn't expect that Daoist Luo had such a backup plan. No wonder he was so confident all the time. Miaohu frowned, and said with a worried look on her face. Although she invited Luo Hong to come, because she was interested in his fighting ability, Luo Hong's fighting ability had obviously greatly exceeded her expectations. Even with the spiritual contract, she was very nervous at the moment, fearing that Luo Hong would kill people to steal the treasure. Daoist Miao, don't think too much, just get the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass first. Kai Yangzi also felt a lot of pressure at this moment, especially seeing that Luo Hong's methods were more evil than one. It was inevitable that some bad guesses would arise in his heart. With the great medicine in front of him, Miaohu was unwilling to retreat. He gritted his silver teeth and stopped looking at the battle group in the distance. He turned around and fled to the place where the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass was with the other 3 people. In the sky, Luo Hong quietly watched the fight between the Jade-Bone Demon and the Tangshan Python. His consciousness was always alert to the surroundings, and he had no intention of taking action. A dignified ancient beast of the refining void naturally has more than just the ability to fight in melee combat. This beast just saw that my aura was much weaker than its, so it was too lazy to use its magical powers. At present, this beast not only suffered a loss, but the Jade-Bone Demon was also a real refining void demon. It can be expected that it will have to use its real ability next. Although the Jade-Bone Demon has the blessing of death energy, its attack power is far greater than before, but among the same level, it is still only the strength of its body that can be praised. It is not realistic to expect this demon to repel the Tangshan Python. Luo Hong was secretly accumulating strength, just waiting for the moment of weakness after the Tangshan Python used its magical powers to sneak attack. In this way, he can minimize the consumption of serious injuries, or even kill this beast. With a loud bang, the Jade-Bone Demon was swept by the giant tail of the Tangshan Python again, but this time it was not swept away, but the bone claws were crazy, and clung to the flesh of the Tangshan Python. Compared to the mountainous body of Tangshan Python, the Yugu demon, who was only a few feet tall, was not even as good as a mosquito or fly. However, the Yugu demon only took a bite and dried up a large piece of Tangshan python's flesh and blood. A stream of blood appeared from its black scales and rushed to the place where the Yugu demon bit it like a tide. In the blink of an eye, Tangshan python realized that it had lost the perception of its tail. In a rage, a storm suddenly appeared around it and immediately swallowed up the Yugu demon. With a rip sound, the Yugu demon was holding a large piece of Tangshan python's flesh and skin in his hand, which was forcibly torn off by the storm. Because he swallowed a large amount of Tangshan python's essence and blood, the bloodlight on the Yugu demon's body became more transparent, and his madness also increased. As soon as he stabilized his body, he pounced on Tangshan python again like a mad dog without stopping. But even though the Tangshan python was not very intelligent, it knew what it meant to learn from failure. It immediately raised its head, and a row of silver spikes suddenly extended from the middle line of its back, and the violent silver wind bowl gathered in its mouth. The next moment, accompanied by a sharp whistle, the silver wind bowl with a diameter of hundreds of feet turned into a stream of light and shot towards the Jade Bone Demon. In terms of brains, the Jade Bone Demon was even less intelligent than the Tangshan python. Seeing this scene, it still rushed forward blankly and soon collided with the silver wind ball. Fortunately, the blood jade bones of the Jade Bone Demon were strong enough. Although it was pushed back madly by the huge silver wind ball, it also used all 4 limbs to take it. At the same time, 4 black hairs drilled out from its hands and feet, and madly eroded the silver wind ball like a thorn in the bone. Perhaps sensing the difficulty of the death aura, the Tangshan python roared, and made the silver wind ball explode. Suddenly, the strange trees and rocks within a radius of 100 miles were shattered by the strong wind. The Jade Bone Demon in the center seemed to have climbed a mountain of knives. It was unknown how many times it had to endure cutting in one breath. The sharp sound that made people's teeth ache resounded throughout the world. After such a blow, shallow marks finally appeared on the body of the Jade Bone Demon. Its defense was broken. However, the counterattack of the Tangshan python was far from over. Before the storm subsided, a huge snake head broke through the wind wall and suddenly appeared in front of the Jade Bone Demon. Then, without saying a word, it swallowed the Jade Bone Demon into its mouth and chewed it crazily with its fine, silver shining teeth. Seeing this, Luo Hong's eyes lit up immediately, and he teleported to the vicinity of the snake head with a thought. With a virtual grip of his left hand, he condensed a 5-colored spear. The next moment, his left arm disappeared for a moment, and the 5-colored spear shot out like lightning, piercing one of the snake pupils of the Tangshan python. Raw. Luo Hong succeeded in his sneak attack. Tangshan python didn't have time to react before the 5-colored spear pierced its pupil. Immediately, the 5 element of its body gathered towards the snake pupil, and it burst in an instant. However, Tangshan python's magic power was powerful. Although this attack caused it to suffer a lot, it did not make it lose its combat power. Instead, it greatly aroused Tangshan python's ferocity. The huge snake head swung violently and immediately smashed the Jade Bone Demon in its mouth into the ground to an unknown depth. Then, Tangshan python turned around to retaliate against Luo Hong, but saw that he had already escaped more than 1,000 feet away. Tangshan python suddenly felt angry at being fooled, and roared and chased Luo Hong regardless. If the Great Zaoshan extinction needle entered the body, if it was not completely suppressed or expelled, it would continue to gather the power of the 5 element, and become more and more uncontrollable. Therefore, time is obviously on Luo Hong's side now. He naturally does not want to fight hard. He flashes and uses all his strength to avoid the pursuit of Tangshan python. Seeing Luo Hong slippery, Tangshan python opens its mouth and spits out countless silver wind blades, trying to delay Luo Hong. However, this dispersed attack cannot break the Kyankan 5 element cover that Luo Hong uses to protect himself, and does not affect his escape speed at all. Perhaps it has noticed the hidden danger of the alien in its body, and Tangshan python has become more and more impatient. It can be seen that hatred is gushing out of its single eye, and the row of silver spikes on its back have extended again. Suddenly, the flying figure of Tangshan python suddenly changed from extremely fast to extremely slow, and a large area of wavy lines appeared in the void in front of it. Then, the row of silver spikes on its back flashed countless runes, and its body as big as a mountain instantly moved in front of Luo Hong's forward route. This is not an ordinary space escape technique. At the moment, when Tangshan Python appeared, Luo Hong only felt that the space force surging in front of him condensed into a tsunami. Although this space tsunami would not shatter a person, it would freeze Luo Hong in midair after it surged past him, as if he was sealed in a piece of space amber. At this moment, the Tangshan Python did not take the opportunity to bite him, but opened its mouth in midair, and its sharp teeth immediately shone brightly, and then it bit down fiercely. Strangely, although there was nothing in the mouth of the Tangshan Python, it was very difficult to bite off a little. It wants to bite this piece of amber space. Feeling the vibration of the surrounding space, Luo Hong immediately understood. But even in the face of such a terrible result, Luo Hong still did not show a look of surprise. I saw that his pupils flashed with black light, and the sharp teeth in the mouth of the Tangshan Python suddenly dissipated silver light, and the vibration of the surrounding space also subsided immediately. At the same time, 6 different demon faces appeared on his right palm surrounded by black air, and they were all wailing in pain. It turned out that Luo Hong had just cast the soul-destroying spell on the Tangshan Python. His spiritual cultivation was only slightly higher than that of Tangshan Python, and forcing it to perform would have resulted in both sides being injured. However, after refining the yellow spring ghost hand, the 6 demon souls had been completely refined by this treasure. Luo Hong borrowed the magical power of the soul-stealing true demon to transfer the backlash of the spell to them, and he himself would be safe. Tangshan Python screamed twice, and Luo Hong felt that the amber around him began to soften, and soon he could barely move. Although the surrounding world was still like mercury at this time, Luo Hong relied on his strong body to force himself to pinch out a spell. Explode. With a command, the great Zaoshan extinction divine needle, which was deeply buried in the eye socket of Tangshan Python, and had been absorbing the power of the 5 element, immediately released all its spiritual power. With a huge muffled sound, one side of Tangshan Python's head swelled and burst, and the world suddenly rained blood and flesh. The power of the spiritual explosion almost blew off Tangshan Python's skull, and a small half of its head turned into meat paste, and its breath suddenly weakened. The intense pain in the flesh also made Tangshan Python wake up from the pain of the Yuanshan in advance, but it didn't dare to be fierce anymore, and twisted its body to escape. I didn't want to kill you, but your snake teeth are destined to be with me, and I won't let you go today. The space magic of this Tangshan Python is much more powerful than what is recorded in the classics. Luo Hong guessed that it probably swallowed some natural treasures. The Shenfeng Shadowless Sword needs a lot of space spiritual materials to increase its power. Now that it happens to come across it, Luo Hong will not let it go. With a thought, Luo Hong immediately transmitted a cold voice. Is it dead? Stop it for me. As soon as the voice fell, a blood light shot up from a huge pit in the distance. It was the Jade Bone Demon that was smashed into the ground before. It was seen that there were many tooth marks on his originally smooth blood jade bones, and the blood light on his body was also dimmed a lot. Obviously, the fierce chewing of the Tangshan Python caused the Jade Bone Demon to suffer a lot. However, a monster is a monster, and it has no idea of fear. As soon as it broke out of the ground, it pounced on the fleeing Tangshan Python without hesitation. As the two were fighting, Luo Hong waved his hand and threw out a purple light, which silently sank into the 7 inches of the Tangshan Python. After a breath, the purple light flew back and turned into the appearance of AZ. Master, as he succeeded. Well, the rest is just waiting. Luo Hong touched AZ's head and smiled at the battle group below. On the other side, Liang, who had sacrificed the Keeling Pippa to resist the aftermath of the fight, was in a dilemma. Although the 5-color spear looked very different from the Great Zaoshan extinction needle in the classics, she had put a lot of effort in finding the yin-yang transformation secret. Others might not recognize it, but she saw through Luo Hong's tricks at a glance. This person has actually practiced the Great Zaoshan extinction needle to the point where it can change at will. Without the help of the skills, he would definitely not be able to achieve this. But this person's magical power is too powerful. Even the Liangsu ancient beast has to flee when facing it. The original plan of forcing it cannot be used anymore. We have to be soft. Liang bit her lip and began to think hard. And just for a moment of distraction, the Tangshan Python suddenly lost its strength and fell to the ground from the air. Its huge body smashed a mountain. What happened? Liang looked at it in surprise and saw that thick purple water had seeped out from the scales of the Tangshan python. In addition, its snake mouth, which could no longer be closed, no longer bleeds, but also gushes out large streams of purple water. When these purple waters touch the surrounding rocks and plants, they make a sizzling sound, which is clearly some kind of highly poisonous substance. That man actually wants to leave this Tangshan python behind. Liang knew the difference between repelling the ancient beast of Liangsu and killing it, and she cried out in surprise. Between the broken peaks, the Tangshan python was still struggling with its strong vitality, but it was obviously unable to resist AZ's poison. As time went by, its struggle became weaker and weaker, and soon it was only able to breathe. Seeing this, the Jade Bone Demon wanted to suck the essence of the Tangshan python without saying a word, but just after flying more than 10 feet, its body froze in midair. After a moment of stunned silence, the Jade Bone Demon immediately looked at Luo Hong not far away, and his eyes were full of anger with black flames. Go back. Luo Hong directly ignored the dissatisfaction of the Jade Bone Demon, and pointed his sword at the door of the cave to reopen. Suddenly, many bloody hands stretched out from the black gas vortex and quickly dragged the roaring Jade Bone Demon in. Master, then. Azi bit her index finger, drooling, and looked at Luo Hong aggrievedly. Go ahead, this is what I owe you last time, remember to leave the tooth. Luo Hong patted Azi's head, and said in a gentle voice. Great. Master is the best. After getting Luo Hong's approval, Azi cheered immediately, and then turned into a purple light, and flew towards the Tangshan python lying on the ground. After successfully solving the Tangshan python with minimal consumption, Luo Hong turned his head to look at Luohu and others, but saw that they had not yet picked the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass. What the hell are these people dawdling about? Luo Hong frowned, and said with some dissatisfaction. After saying that, he turned into a light, and came close to the 4 people. First, he looked at the dark purple sword-shaped spiritual grass that was about 10 feet high, and then Luo Hong moved his eyes to Luohu who was collecting the grass. Seeing that his movements were particularly cautious, he couldn't help but feel more confused. Good fellow, I killed an ancient beast of Liangsu, but you didn't even collect a single spiritual herb. How funny. Perhaps because Luo Hong's expression was too obvious, Yin Kuan took the initiative to bow, and said without waiting for him to ask, don't worry, brother Luo. We found out that this is a rare and extremely stable spiritual orifice when we got here. In order not to destroy this spiritual orifice, brother Mao picked the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass so carefully. Of course, we also had the leisure to do so, because we saw that brother Luo could easily deal with the Tangshan python. Stable spiritual orifice? Is there really such a treasure? Luo Hong was shocked when he heard this, and immediately released his spiritual consciousness to carefully sense the surrounding heaven and earth energy. Soon, he found that the heaven and earth energy within 10 miles around him had been moving in a fixed pattern. And the center of its movement was the location where the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass grew. It is indeed a stable spiritual orifice. Luo Hong immediately understood the behavior of Luohu and others. Chapter 941, Spiritual Acupoint and Will-O-Waste. During the bloody trial, Luo Hong learned from Li Huoyuan that a considerable number of spiritual medicines do not produce seeds, and cannot be obtained in large quantities through planting in medicinal fields. However, these spiritual medicines will not disappear in the world of immortal cultivation, because as long as there is a specific environment, such spiritual medicines can be born from heaven and earth. The main medicines of the foundation building pillar are typical representatives, and this environment that can breed spiritual medicines is collectively called spiritual orifices. As we all know, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is constantly moving, so the birth of spiritual orifices is extremely accidental and cannot last long. However, under normal circumstances, spiritual orifices do not need to exist for a long time. As long as they are enough to breed the seedlings of spiritual medicines, even if the spiritual orifices disappear, the seedlings can grow in a relatively stable spiritual environment. The so-called stable spiritual orifices refer to spiritual orifices that can exist for a long time. For the spiritual medicines born in them, this is equivalent to the human cultivators being immersed in the innate energy that they only have when they are born, which can make them grow at several times the speed. In 1 year, it accumulates the medicinal power of 4 or 5 years under normal circumstances. Taking this place as an example, the actual growth age of this 10,000-year-old Yunzu grass may be only 2,000 years. Even if Luo picked it, this place will breed 10,000-year-old Yunzu grass again in the future, until this stable spiritual orifice disappears. According to the records in the classics, the rarity of stable spiritual orifices is even higher than that of spiritual objects at the combined level. Luo Hong and others can be said to have hit the jackpot this time, and have learned a lot. Not long after Yiyang also flew over, Luo finally collected this 10,000-year-old Yunzu grass. However, after collecting the spiritual medicine, she immediately confirmed that the spiritual orifice was not destroyed, and then she was really relieved. Thank you for waiting for a long time, fellow Taoists. I would like to thank you here. Luo saluted to everyone with a flushed face. Fairy Luo, there is no need to thank you. There is an unwritten rule in the world of immortal cultivation not to damage the stable spiritual orifice. We are willing to protect you. Kai Yangzi returned the salute. Although he was deliberately controlling it, Luo Hong could still hear the excitement in his tone. As for the unwritten rules he mentioned, Luo Hong had also heard of them, and these rules were not limited to the human and demon races, but also followed by most of the other races. The reason for this is that the immortal cultivators believe in the concept of good fortune, and believe that, if they damage the extremely rare treasure of stable spiritual orifices, they will damage their own good fortune, and be abandoned by heaven and earth. Luo Hong deeply agrees with this, and this is not superstition in the world of immortal cultivators. But this alone is not enough to have such a strong binding force, and the fact that Luo Hong is still alive and well is proof of this. So the main reason is still the control of the higher level officials of each race. After all, the role of stable spiritual orifices is too obvious. From the perspective of the race, they are completely a kind of heritage, so they must be protected. I don't need to say more. You all know that the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass is very beneficial to the cultivation of our Sky Fox clan, so this stable spiritual orifice is extremely important to our clan. It is a matter of great importance. Please sign this confidential spiritual contract with me. When we go back, our clan will definitely give you a generous thank you gift. Luo said solemnly, while taking out a spiritual contract from the storage bracelet. The Sky Fox clan is also one of the 7 major demon clans, and its reputation is still guaranteed. It will never repay kindness with enmity, or kill people to silence them. More importantly, this Yingsu grass is indeed only particularly useful to the Sky Fox demon clan, and there is no conflict of interest at the moment. Therefore, everyone did not hesitate, and dripped their blood on the spiritual contract. Congratulations, Sister Luo, for this great achievement. You will definitely be cultivated by the clan in the future. Liang smiled and congratulated. If it weren't for Daoist fellow Luo's divine intervention, I wouldn't have had the time to investigate the spiritual energy here. I would have picked up the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass and ran away, destroying the spiritual orifice in vain. Daoist fellow Luo, I will tell the elders of the clan about this when I return. Luo said with a blush on her face. Her words clearly meant to give the first credit to Luo Hong. Haha, Fairy Luo is thoughtful. Luo Hong responded casually, and most of his mind was recording the spiritual energy data of this place, in order to find out the cause of the stable spiritual orifice here. But the more he recorded and analyzed the data, the more strange it felt, because he really couldn't find anything special about this place. There were no special mineral veins underground, and the strange trees around were the same as those within a radius of 10,000 miles. Even the terrain was nothing special. It simply didn't make sense for a stable spiritual orifice to appear in such a place. Since he really had no clue, he couldn't help but have the urge to turn this place upside down. But considering that this was the only stable spiritual orifice he knew of, destructive research should not be conducted, so he restrained this impulse. Since this is over, let's not waste time and go to the next bright spot. Seeing Luo's huge harvest, Yan Kuan couldn't help but feel jealous, and immediately greeted everyone eagerly. Okay, let's discuss the next course of action. Luo took out the ancient map after hearing this, and prepared to discuss it with everyone. Sister Luo, you guys discuss it first. I have something to talk to Daoist Luo about in detail. Daoist Luo, please do me the favor of moving. Liang didn't forget the warning of the beautiful lady surnamed Su. She immediately planned to achieve her goal before entering the forest. Oh. Myo, who immediately showed an interested look, and his eyes moved back and forth between Liang and Luo Hong. Sister Yi, please go ahead. Where does Fairy Yi want Luo to move to? Luo Hong's eyes flashed, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It doesn't need to be too far, that spiritual peak will do. Liang pointed to the side. Okay, let's go. Luo Hong nodded and said, then turned into a beam of light and went ahead. Liang followed closely behind, and soon, the two came to a mountain stream. Fairy Yi, there is no one here. Please speak directly if you have anything to say. Luo Hong did not hesitate to ask directly. Dao Luo, to be honest, I'm not here for the opportunity of spiritual medicine, but for you. Liang certainly could not ask for the yin-yang transformation secret directly, and at this time, she looked embarrassed and deliberately lowered her posture. Oh, what virtue and ability did Luo have to win the favor of Fairy Yi? There must be a reason, right? Luo Hong pretended to be surprised. I have no ill intentions. The reason why I noticed fellow Daoist Luo is that the cultivation method of my Yi family needs a special technique to assist in the long run. Therefore, although this technique has been lost for a long time, my Yi family has been searching for its whereabouts. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Not long ago, the family finally received news that the technique had been sold in the Black Flame Tower. After some inquiries, I learned that the technique fell into the hands of fellow Daoist Luo, so the family sent me to find it. But as soon as I arrived in Shinyuan City, I heard that fellow Daoist Luo was going to the wilderness to look for opportunities. In a hurry, I asked fellow Daoist Rang for help and replaced him to join the team. I hope fellow Daoist Luo will forgive me for the deception. After saying that, Liang bowed deeply to Luo Hong. The technique that Luo bought in the Black Flame Tower. Could it be that the yin-yang transformation secret that Fairy Yi is talking about? Luo Hong touched his chin and recalled for a moment and asked uncertainly. That's right. This technique is in the hands of fellow Daoist Luo. Liang was immediately excited when she heard this. She immediately took out several jade bottles and said, my Yi family will never ask for fellow Daoist Luo's technique for nothing. Here are some elixirs that can increase the cultivation of late-stage cultivators. Please accept them. Haha, Fairy Yi thinks that I'm a person who will not do anything without profit. Luo Hong smiled and shook her head. Then, with a thought, she took out a jade slip from the treasure bag and said, the yin-yang transformation secret that I got is in this jade slip. Since it is so important to Fairy Yi's family, I will give it to Fairy Yi. Just consider it as a good relationship between Luo and the Yi family. Looking at the jade slip that Luo Hong stuffed into her hand, Liang suddenly felt unreal. It turned out to be so easy to get it. What were Sister Su and I doing before? No. There is a problem. How could Luo Hong be so careful? There will be no problem with the technique in the jade slip. With a flash of thought, Liang became alert. However, she thought about it and found something wrong. No. If this person deliberately set a trap, he should have agreed to my transaction request. How could he have done something unnecessary and made me wary? This man's mind is too hard to guess. Could it be that he covets my beauty? Liang's heart skipped a beat and she couldn't help but glance at Luo Hong. Seeing that the other party had been staring at her, she lowered her head in shock. Since fellow Daoist Luo said so, I can only accept the skills with a thick face. After I go back, I will definitely invite fellow Daoist Luo to visit my Yi family and thank you properly then. Liang suppressed her wild thoughts and put away the jade slip first, and then said hesitantly, in addition, there is one thing I don't know if I should say or not. Fairy Yi was willing to help Luo before. There is nothing I can't say now. Luo Hong said kindly. In fact, I'm born with extraordinary perception. As soon as I approached the forest over there, I felt a chill in my heart. If Daoist Luo is willing to listen to me, you should not go any further. Liang accepted Luo Hong's favor and kindly reminded her. Is that so? Well, Luo knows Luo Hong frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded. Even if Daoist Luo wants to leave, don't say that I persuaded you, otherwise Sister Mio and the others will definitely hate me. Seeing that Luo Hong seemed to have taken her words to heart, Yang advised with a happy face. Of course, let's go back and talk about it first. Luo Hong agreed casually and then flew back with Yang. Have you two finished talking? This is the exploration route that Daoist Kai Yangzi and I discussed. You two take a look first. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. Seeing that the two came back, Mio, who didn't ask any more questions, and immediately pushed the ancient map in front of them. Sister Mio, I'm so sorry, I'm afraid. Yang was about to leave the team, but just as she opened her mouth, a hand reached out from the side and hugged her waist. Chapter 942, Coercion and Enemy Arrival. The man's hot palm pressed against her waist, but the inexperienced Yang didn't feel a bit of love in her heart at this moment, but felt cold all over. It was because the faint tingling sensation from her waist and the subtle changes in the 5 element in her body were telling her a fact. Several great Zaoshan extinction god needles were pressing against her waist, and even slightly penetrated. At this moment, Yang first regretted her carelessness. If she had been on guard, even if Luo Hong's key retaining method was extraordinary, it would be impossible for her to be pressed against her without knowing it. Then, she felt it was ironic. The great Zaoshan extinction god needle was exactly what she had been looking for, but when it really appeared, it took her life. Of course, Yang's strongest emotion now was undoubtedly the resentment for Luo Hong's deception. Don't move, young master, Luo doesn't want to kill you. Sensing the signs of the woman beside him struggling, Luo Hong immediately whispered, young master? It turns out that he had seen through my identity a long time ago. Yang's pupils slightly dilated, and she couldn't help but become more terrified after being surprised. Is this a trap for me? Who are you? What do you want to do to me? Denying her identity at this time would not have any effect, except being looked down upon by the other party, so Yang didn't waste any words and directly asked Luo Hong about her intentions. Luo is Luo, and has nothing to do with you true spirit families. Fairy Yi, relax and don't think too much. Luo Hong first comforted the girl, and then said, Luo is holding Fairy Yi hostage this time, not for anything else, but to ask Fairy Yi for the favor of giving me the skills just now, and I hope Fairy Yi can accompany Luo to continue moving forward. What's wrong, Sister Yi? What did you want to say just now? Mio, who didn't think there was anything wrong with Yang suddenly stopping in the middle of her words just now. After all, a woman's waist is very sensitive, and it is inevitable to have that feeling when someone hugs her suddenly. This Yang looks innocent, but I didn't expect that she is also smart. She acted faster than me, a vixen. It seems that fellow Daoist Luo has been tricked by her. Mio, who was a little surprised and annoyed at the moment. Luo Hong's magical power was so strong that she had long wanted to get close to him, but she was beaten to it by a human female cultivator. She suddenly felt that she had lost face for the Sky Fox clan. Fairy Yi, think clearly before you speak. I don't want to kill you, but if you force me, there's nothing I can do. Luo Hong threatened in a voice transmission. Nothing, I just feel a little bad for making Sister Mio and the others wait for me. I think the route on this map is quite methodical. Sister Mio, can you tell me the trick? Feeling the coldness in Luo Hong's tone, Yang had no doubt that the other party would be ruthless, so she could only smile slightly. Stop talking, you two, just wait and see. Let's go through this small valley first, and then. Mio, who did not doubt him, and immediately explained the reason why the four of them had planned this route. However, the two people she was listening to were distracted elsewhere. Why? I clearly warned you that this forest was full of dangers. Why did you still want to go in, and even insisted on having me go with you? Yang could not understand Luo Hong's intention at all. She had no connection with the ancient map, so what good would it do Luo Hong to take her in? Luo has his reasons for having to enter this forest, and I'm also very clear about the dangers. And because of this, Luo cannot let Fairy Yi leave the team, otherwise if we are really trapped in it, won't there be anyone to rescue us? Yuan Ling's method of ascending spirits had just been researched, and Luo Hong's benefits from it were far from reaching the limit. Opportunities were not something he urgently needed, but he still had to take the risk to enter this strange forest because it was related to the promise he made. Luo Hong really admired Wenchai and Zenran. Although the two of them had never really met, Luo Hong believed that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person, and his magical powers far exceeded those of his peers. But people like him were suspected of being trapped in the strange forest, so Luo Hong naturally had no confidence that he could escape unscathed. Therefore, when Liang asked him to chat alone, he thought of a backup plan. Unlike these cultivators, who had no background, Liang was the young master of the Yi family. If she disappeared, it would definitely alert the combined elders of the Yi family, and they would definitely organize a rescue. In this way, even in the most dire situations, there would still be hope. How dare you use my Yi family? Haven't you ever thought that, if you can handle the dangers in the strange forest, wouldn't you offend my Yi family for nothing? Even though Liang knew Luo Hong's intention, he still found it difficult to understand. After all, who would throw themselves into another inevitable dilemma, just for the sake of a possible dilemma? Or do you plan to kill someone to silence them afterwards? Haha, Fairy Yi, you are joking. I don't know where your refining void guard is, so I can't silence you by killing you alone. As for the gains and losses of this move, I have my own considerations, so Fairy Yi doesn't need to go into details. You just need to know that, as long as you cooperate with me, I will do my best to protect you. After entering this strange forest, in order to use the spirit of the true spirit when necessary, the young master of the true spirit family who has not reached the level of refining void will always have refining void guards around him. Therefore, although Luo Hong did not overhear the contact between Liang and the beautiful lady surnamed Su, he was very sure of the existence of the beautiful lady surnamed Su. It is precisely because of this that Luo Hong is not afraid that if Liang and he are trapped in the strange forest together, no one will notify the Yi family that Liang is in danger. The reason why Luo Hong is so bold is obviously because he will not return to the human and demon tribes after this trip, and no matter how powerful the Yi family is, they can't do anything to him. If something really happens, it is better to be blamed by the Yi family than to be trapped to death. Anyway, he will not lose. After hearing Luo Hong mention Sister Su's existence, Liang immediately gave up the idea of persuading the other party to change his mind. Since the other party knew everything, he must have thought it through before taking action, and it was definitely not something she could change with just a few words. You two, I have finished speaking. If there is no objection, let's set off immediately. Mao who looked at Luo Hong and waited for a response. My fellow Taoists have considered it very carefully. Luo and Fairy Yi can't find any fault with it. Let's go along this route. Luo Hong expressed his opinion on behalf of Liang without any hesitation. Mao who not only didn't care, but was even more certain of Liang's quick move. Afterwards, Luo Hong called back Ozzy, who had had a full meal, and the six of them fled into the depths of the strange forest. Just a few hours after Luo Hong and others set off, a beautiful female cultivator with a gentle temperament appeared above the mountain peak that was smashed by the Tangshan python. Looking at her face, it was the beauty surnamed Su. It's been so long since the agreed contact time, and there's still no news from the young master. Could it be that she changed her mind and went into this strange forest despite my advice? Su Wanran looked at the strange forest ahead, looking anxious. It turned out that she had agreed with Liang long ago that she would contact her immediately after leaving the team. As a result, she didn't wait for Liang's message until the fluctuations of the fighting spirit disappeared for an hour. At this time, Su Wanran realized that something was wrong and rushed over in a hurry. As expected, Liang and Luo Hong and others were nowhere to be found. We can't just break in and look for them. Su Wanran knew that if something happened to her, Liang would really be hopeless. After her expression condensed, she turned into a purple rainbow light and fled to the place where the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass originally grew. Then, without saying a word, she turned her palm and offered a phoenix pattern treasure mirror and then flicked her 10 fingers to shoot a series of spells at it. Soon, the phoenix pattern treasure mirror shone with a colorful divine light, covering a large area with the place where the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass grew as the center. At this time, Suwanrang's spell changed, and the colorful divine light suddenly rippled, and gradually turned into a pure white. However, this pure white space only lasted for a few breaths, and a stream of colorful light spots emerged from one of its edges. As soon as these light spots appeared, they quickly condensed into a figure. Looking at its figure, it was very similar to Yang. Then, this colorful figure floated to the ground and walked step by step towards the center area, which was where the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass was originally located. I saw that this colorful figure did not walk too far, and then stopped and made a gesture of talking to someone. At the same time, the light spots that gathered into the colorful figure began to spread around and divided into 5 groups according to a certain pattern. These colorful light spots were flying, as if to outline a certain outline, but for some unknown reason, the process was very difficult. Suwanrang couldn't help but frown when she saw this. After a moment's hesitation, she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which sank into the phoenix pattern treasure mirror on her head. Suddenly, the spiritual light of the phoenix pattern treasure mirror suddenly became stronger, and those colorful light spots that were flying with difficulty seemed to have unloaded their burdens, and briskly formed the outlines of 5 figures. The next moment, Suwanrang's pupils suddenly shrank, and she actually saw the figure next to Yang stretched out her hand and wrapped it around its waist. It was not until the 2 figures flew out of the magical range of the phoenix pattern treasure mirror and disintegrated into colorful light spots again that she came back to her senses. Damn it, the young master was actually held hostage by Luo Hong. Although the colorful light spots only outlined the outline of the figures, there were only 5 people here. Suwanrang recognized that the one holding Yang's waist was Luo Hong after a little identification. Thinking of the terrible consequences of the young master being flirted with, Suwanrang immediately put away the phoenix pattern treasure mirror and set up the communication array with an ugly face. All of her methods were specially prepared for this moment, so that when Yang encountered an accident, she could quickly contact the Yi family for help. However, before she could take out the array plate, a strong breath broke into her spiritual sense range. Suwanrang did not want to cause a conflict and delay the matter of asking the Yi family for help, so she immediately restrained her own breath and hid in a strange tree. But the breath sensed by her spiritual sense later made her face look even uglier. After the first breath of the refining level, 5 more escaped one after another, and judging from the direction they were moving, they were all heading towards the strange forest. Yaksha, Shadow, and Flying Spirits. How did these alien races get together? No, the power of our guardians alone can no longer guarantee the safety of the young master. I have to notify the elders immediately. Every void refining alien who broke into the strange forest was a danger to Yang, and Suwanrang couldn't help but become more and more anxious. Look what I found. There is actually a fellow tribesman of Emily here. Suddenly, a hoarse male voice came from the sky. The last black escape light stopped at this moment, revealing the figure of Yahoo. With a flutter of black wings, Yahoo felt like a meteor, hovering in front of the strange tree where Suwanrang was hiding, and said with a smile on his lips, "Fellow Daoist, don't hide. Although your key condensation technique is superb, it is still not as difficult as the unique perception secret technique of our tribe." To say that Suwanrang was discovered at that time was not because she was not cautious enough, but because she was distracted by Yang's matter and did not realize that this place was a stable spiritual orifice. Yahoo didn't notice her when he passed by, but because his spiritual eyes looked at her twice more, he sensed a strange breath. Not good. We must not get entangled with this alien race. The best thing to do is to run away. Seeing that her whereabouts were exposed, Suwanrang immediately wanted to fly away. Daoyao, don't think about running away, otherwise it will cause misunderstandings, and Yama will have to call those Daoists back. There are many of them who have a strong dislike for you humans, and it will be difficult to communicate so calmly at that time. Yahoo saw through Suwanrang's intentions and threatened her without hiding. Daoyao and I have never met before, and we are just passing by here. What can we talk about? Suwanrang frowned, walked out of the tree trunk, and flew to Yahoo and said coldly, Whether you are passing by here or not, we both know that the spiritual medicine in the spiritual orifice can't just run away on its own. But don't be nervous, fellow Taoist. I'm not interested in the spiritual medicine here, but I have a few questions for you to answer. Since even the divine transformation cultivators are qualified to participate in this mission, the target of the mission must not be the void refining cultivator. Yahoo is convinced by the divination results of the Guangyuan Heavenly Book, so he has no ill will towards Su Wanran at the moment. However, he cannot rule out that this human female cultivator has no connection with the target of the mission, so naturally he can't ignore it. May I ask, fellow Taoist, are you alone, or are there a few other divine transformation companions? Divine transformation companions? Su Wanrong, who was targeting Maohu and the others, made a judgment immediately. She and the young master joined the team temporarily, which was an unexpected factor, so the target of these aliens would naturally not be them. Among Maohu and the others, the one who is most likely to attract 6 void refining aliens is undoubtedly Luo Hong, who has amazing magical powers. Could it be that Luo Hong sensed the danger in advance and held the young master hostage? Thinking of this, Su Wanran was relieved. Although Yiying was still in danger, at least she didn't have to worry about being flirted with. Dao are so hesitant. Could it be that what Ya said was right? Seeing Su Wanran's uncertain expression, Yahoo suddenly said in a happy tone. He didn't have much hope, but he really found a clue. While speaking, he also kept his guard up to prevent the other party from escaping or attacking. I sensed the breath of several incarnation monks before, but they entered the strange forest in front. My spiritual sense prevented me from getting close to there, so I didn't pay much attention. Su Wanrang said carefully. These aliens were originally heading towards the strange forest, so it was the same as not revealing it, if she revealed it. Chapter 943 9 Netherworld Pupils. It seems that Dao is practicing a technique that can enhance spiritual perception. Yes, the strange forest ahead is called the mysterious forest, and it is indeed extremely dangerous. Even if we are feeling marshals, we may not be able to get out after entering, let alone those feeling generals. Yahoo said, while observing Su Wanrang's expression, hoping to see some clues from it. Hearing this, although Su Wanrang's worries were even greater, she was not so worried that she could not control her color. After all, with Yiying's magical powers and the treasures on her body, the dangerous place of the refining void level would not kill her life in an instant. What's more, among the 6 people, there is Luo Hong, who is in the middle stage of the spiritualization, and can kill the ancient beast in the early stage of the refining void. Dao know this place so well, could it be that you have been in it before? Su Wanran looked indifferent, as if she didn't care about the life and death of those few spiritualization cultivators at all, but asked about the situation of the mysterious forest. She asked more about it, so that the rescue in the future would be smoother. Daoist friend, you really asked the right person. I have been here before, and most of the 5 Daoists who just passed by have been here before. However, without exception, we have no intention of setting foot here again after the first time. After all, we are not so lucky every time. At the end of his speech, Yahoo's smile slowly disappeared, and he looked at the direction of the lost forest with a serious face. Oh, is there any powerful ancient beast entrenched in this forest? Su Wanran asked. If Daoist friend wants to know, why don't you go in with Ya? You come for the treasures of heaven and earth, and Ya wants to ask those flying spirits for something. Since our purposes are different, why don't we cooperate? Yahoo raised the corner of his mouth, and actually wanted to cooperate with the alien cultivator he met for the first time. Su Wanran was also surprised when she heard this. She thought that they would have a conflict and fight later, or they might leave peacefully, but she never thought that there would be a possibility of cooperation between them. After all, the 2 of them had only exchanged a few words, and there was no trust at all. But for Yahoo, Su Wanran was an excellent partner. First of all, her identity as a human race was not the same as the other 5 people, and the possibility of her joining forces with others in the middle was extremely low. Secondly, Yahoo believed that it was Su Wanran who killed the Tangshan python and picked the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass, and thus judged that her goal was the natural treasures in the wilderness, and she would not conflict with him. Finally, the most important thing was that he was not sure that he could defeat his 5 competitors, but if he could have a helper of the same level, 2 against 1, the situation would be very different. Sorry, I don't have the habit of going into strange and dangerous places with strange and alien cultivators to look for opportunities. If you have no other questions, I will take my leave. Su Wanrong decisively refused. They chatted for a while, and the 5 people who had flown away earlier had already entered the Lost Forest, so she no longer had to worry about being besieged. And from this person's words, Su Wanrong also realized that she had been deceived by him. The 6 aliens were not in the same group, so how could they be summoned by him at any time? Dao, I'm afraid it's not up to you. Yahoo laughed sinisterly, flapped his wings, and a chain of black gas appeared around his waist. One end of the chain was tied to his waist, and the other end was tied to Su Wanrong's waist at some point. Seeing this, Su Wanrong's face turned pale, and without saying a word, she used her magic power to attack the black gas chain. However, the black gas chain was like an illusion. No matter what Su Wanrong did, it passed through and had no effect at all. Dao, you have been hit by Yaz Magpie Bridge Curse. Don't waste your energy. Yahoo said, slowly offering a gem that looked like an eye pupil and holding it on his right palm. Damn it. How could this alien's method be so evil? I didn't even notice it and fell into the trap. Su Wanrong was horrified at the moment and dared not fight with the other party at all. She immediately activated the escape technique and tried to escape. But when she escaped 1,000 feet, the black chain on her waist became extremely hot, making her skin sizzle. At the same time, the black chain became tighter and tighter, as if it would break her waist if she continued to escape. Dao, after the Magpie Bridge curse is cast, we can't be more than 10 miles apart, otherwise the curse will backfire, and you will be seriously injured if you don't die. But Dao, don't worry about your own safety. Under the Magpie Bridge curse, you and I can't attack each other. Now can you consider cooperating with Yad again? Although the 9 Netherworld dies in my hand, which I obtained by 3 questions from the Heavenly Book, caused me to be expelled from the Raven clan, it is worthy of being the most suitable spiritual treasure for me as predicted by the Heavenly Book. Even if it is only ranked last on the Chaos 10,000 spirits list, I can cast certain spells with it and make the same level beings unaware. Humph. If the magical power of the 9 Netherrise was not known to those 5 people, why would I have planned so carefully? When I get those 10 opportunities to ask questions, I must find a way to increase the power of the 9 Netherrise, and the breakthrough of the realm will be ranked behind. Yahoo thought with a change of expression. Dao forced me like this, even if I agree now, can you feel at ease? The opponent's spell was too evil, and Su Wanrong didn't want to taste the power of those spells that didn't need to conceal the breath, so she could only say indignantly, with the Magpie Bridge curse, why should Yad worry about Dao doing bad to me? Besides, didn't Dao come to the wilderness to seek opportunities? Although it's a bit dangerous, there are a lot of natural materials and treasures in this lost forest. Dao should really consider Yaz's proposal. Although the restrictions of the Magpie Bridge curse are not many, his 5 opponents are more suspicious and ruthless than each other. Seeing this woman following him, they will definitely not ask more questions, and will take action against her first. At that time, even if this woman wanted to avoid fighting, she would have to take action to protect herself. You can cooperate, but you have to swear that what you want is really as you said just now. Su Wanrong suddenly said with a determined look when she found that she really had no way to use the black energy chain on her waist. If there is any hesitation in his answer, I will send a message back, even if I have to fight. On the contrary, it is not impossible to go into the Lost Forest with him. From the previous conversation, Su Wanrong knew that the black-winged alien had to cooperate with her in order to deal with the other 5 refining void aliens, and he had successfully escaped from the Lost Forest. In this way, as long as the other party's request is true, she can rescue the young master. Heavenly Evil Dragon Armor. Yama only wants this. Seeing Su Wanrong let go, Yahoo immediately revealed a little more. These people's target is indeed not the young master. Okay. As long as all the natural materials and treasures encountered along the way belong to me, I agree to cooperate with you. Suwanrang made the decision without hesitation. Hey, deal. Yahoo said with great joy. In his opinion, the balance of victory has already tilted halfway towards him. As long as he is sure to deal with the 5 competitors, the storage bags of several Fen-healing generals will be within his reach. On the other side, Luo Hong and the other 6 had already gone far into the misty forest, but strangely, they did not follow the agreed route, and Luo Hong had already let go of Ying. And all this is because the misty forest has shown its dangers to everyone. Fellow Daoist Luo, there is miasma ahead again. This road is blocked. Mao, who held the ancient map in his hand, looking at the pink miasma that was gradually spreading in front of him, and said in a panic, I didn't expect this forest to be a moving maze. This is really interesting. Luo Hong narrowed his eyes and complained in his heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 944 Dilemma and Clues. Before Luo Hong entered the Lost Forest, he had guessed what kind of dangers there were. He thought that there might be a group of difficult ancient beasts lurking in the forest, or a wild alien tribe hiding there. However, he never expected that he had already seen the dangers in this strange forest. The dangers were nothing else but those colorful miasma. The miasma was on the ancient map, and it could be seen before entering the forest. However, the 6 people, including Luo Hong, had never taken it to heart. Because with their cultivation, they were not immune to all poisons, but they could still ignore the toxicity of the miasma. And under various spiritual eyes, the miasma could not block their vision. Even if they broke in directly, they could easily come out. Therefore, when Mao and the others planned the route, they directly ignored these miasma, and went through them when they encountered them, and ignored them when they touched them. At the beginning, there was indeed nothing unusual, and everyone passed through the 2 miasma in the small valley smoothly. But when it came to the 3rd piece, Luo Hong noticed something was wrong. It seemed that there was some kind of whisper in his soul. At first, Luo Hong did not realize that the problem was with the miasma. Instead, he thought that he was attacked by an ancient beast or an alien race, so he stopped where he was and wanted to pull it out. But the 6 people's consciousness scanned again and again and did not find any breath other than this. Not long after, Mao and the others also heard the whisper, and they could not help but become more panic. In his anxiety, Yin Kuan waved his hands together, shooting out several black blades in a row, attacking the vicinity randomly, trying to alert the enemy. But no matter how he bombarded, there was no other response from the surroundings except for the broken strange trees and flying soil and rocks. However, Luo Hong suddenly found that the miasma around him could not be blown away by the airwaves. He immediately realized where the problem was, and immediately led people to escape from the miasma. Sure enough, as soon as they left the miasma, the whispers in Luo Hong and other souls that were getting louder and louder stopped abruptly. However, it was too late to find out the problem at this time. Some magical power had already invaded their souls by boiling a frog in warm water. After that, as long as they touched the miasma, the vague whispering sound would sound again, and within 10 breaths it would become as loud as a bell, causing their magic power to go out of control and flow wildly in their meridians, as if they were possessed. Moreover, they were now outside the miasma, and their spiritual consciousness could no longer penetrate the miasma. On the contrary, in the miasma, their spiritual consciousness was not affected. But the end of forcing through the miasma would only be an explosion and death. So now they could only fly in the gaps between the miasma. As for flying high into the sky and crossing the miasma to escape from this place, Luo Hong and others had already tried it, and that would also cause the whispering sound in the soul to sound. The current situation was that they were trapped in a maze with miasma as walls, and these miasma would keep floating, rising, and falling, and they had no way to return the same way. Fairy Mao, is the ancient map still fixed? Kai Yangzi asked with a grim expression. Don't count on it, fellow Daoist. This map has not moved since we came out of the 3rd piece of miasma. Mao, who obviously realized that something was wrong, and said with a wry smile. The original ancient map not only clearly showed the miasma, but also its real-time movement, but now this map seems to have lost its magical power. The miasma in it no longer floats, as if it has suddenly become an ordinary object. In this way, this map has become a waste in this moving maze. Everyone tried many ways to restore the original function of this map, but none of them worked. Obviously, this is a trap, in order to trap us monks who came here with the map. Yin Kuang's face became more and more anxious, and he became more and more angry. He stretched out his hand to grab the ancient map and tear it into pieces. With a snap sound, a palm stretched out from the side, grabbed Yin Kuang's wrist and stopped him. After struggling twice subconsciously, Yin Kuang was surprised to find that the palm did not move at all. He looked at the owner of the palm with a chill in his heart. Calm down, this thing may be useful. Luo Hong warned Yin Kuang, and then let go of his arm. This fellow Daoist Luo is so strong in the flesh. Fearing, Yin Kuang did not dare to act rashly, and flew back a few feet. Fellow Daoist Luo, what should we do next? Should we continue to go to the location of those bright spots? Liang looked at the male cultivator who forced her in, and gritted her teeth. Of course we should go. Those bright spots may have clues for us to leave this place. Luo Hong was not panicked at the moment. After all, he had his backup. After a while, the elders of the Yi family would naturally give them a chance to break the situation. Of course, it would be better if they could break the situation by themselves. Hey, you still want to go deeper into this strange forest? Aren't you really worried that you won't be able to get out? Soon after entering the lost forest, Liang found that Luo Hong really had no other thoughts about her, but she couldn't help but feel that Luo Hong was even more unreasonable. He actually offended her, the young master of the Yi family, just to keep a backup plan. He was really bold. As for how Luo Hong saw through her identity, Liang was also very confused, and finally could only blame it on the blood dragon girl. Liang just asked just now, just to play a trick on Luo Hong, but she didn't expect that the other party would really continue to go deeper into this forest, so she immediately sent a voice transmission to stop him. What are you afraid of? This place is so special, it must be hiding a huge secret. Anyway, we won't be trapped to death with you, so why don't we continue to explore? Luo Hong replied as a matter of course. Although Liang was furious when she heard this, she didn't mean to tear her face with Luo Hong. After all, the other party's magical power was really powerful. Instead of fighting hard, it would be better to wait for her own combined elder to come, and then take revenge. Myohu and the others also knew that, as long as they couldn't find a way out of the situation, it didn't matter whether they went deeper or shallower. They immediately bypassed the miasma in front of them with Luo Hong and headed for the nearest bright spot. Although it was only a few thousand miles away, they took a whole day to finally reach the vicinity of the bright spot after constantly taking detours. 10,000 years of rotten heart flower. This flower is a highly poisonous thing, which is useless for our cultivation, but it is also a natural treasure of the refining level. After exploring it with his spiritual sense, Myohu couldn't help but say with some disappointment, if we don't need it, we can send it to the Shinyuan auction for auction, so it's not a waste of time to come here. Although they were trapped, the time was still short, and Zhuan Kangzi was far from desperate, so he was about to go to collect herbs. Wait, don't go over yet, let's observe here for a while. At this time, Luo Hong suddenly spoke to stop him. Zhuan Kangzi looked suspicious, but seeing that Luo Hong had no intention of explaining, he didn't ask more questions, and it was always right to be cautious. In this way, everyone observed for most of the day. Brother Luo, we are going to have miasma. Myohu, no matter how patient he was, could not help but urge Luo Hong when he saw the dark green mist gradually spreading out from the strange forest under his feet. Let's go, leave here first. Luo Hong would not confront the miasma head on, and immediately fled towards the 10,000 years rotten heart flower. Brother, what was Brother Luo observing just now? Why didn't I see anything? Zhuan Kangzi asked Kai Yangzi while flying away. Brother, you are just lacking in understanding, so you have not been able to break through the treasure talisman realm. Didn't you find that the miasma never approached the 10,000 years rotten heart flower within 100 miles? Kai Yangzi shook his head slightly and pointed out So that's how it is. Brother Luo's guess is indeed correct. Those bright spots contain clues for us to escape. Zuan Kangzi was immediately delighted when he heard it. Although Myohu and the others felt that things would not be so simple, they were also excited to find a breakthrough, and their speed of flight increased unconsciously. However, halfway through the flight, Luo Hong suddenly frowned, and then flicked his finger, and a 5-element divine thunder flew out from his fingertips, shooting directly at the ground around the 10,000-year-old rot heart flower. With a boom, the white thunderball exploded on the ground, and everyone stopped their escape immediately. Without waiting for Myohu and the others to ask, a buzzing sound quickly grew from the initial slightness. With the 10,000-year-old rot heart flower as the center, countless scarlet light spots flew out of the ground around it. Everyone looked closely and found that these scarlet light spots were actually butterflies. Corruption butterfly. Liang was shocked at first, and then immediately called out the name of the vicious insect. Sister Yi, do you recognize this butterfly? Tell us quickly, what magical powers do they have? The swarm of insects was rushing towards everyone, and Myohu asked immediately. This kind of vicious insect is formed by the condensation of corrupted air. It is difficult to kill them by ordinary means. Even if they are chopped to pieces, as long as there is enough corrupted air, this butterfly can recover in an instant. And the magical powers they exert, after gathering together, are often difficult for even the cultivators of the refining void to resist. We must find a way to collect the 10,000-year-old rotten heart flower first, otherwise the difficulty of this butterfly will be doubled. Liang said, while offering the spiritual treasure, feeling that the situation was not optimistic. These vicious insects will not flee. If we don't kill them all, how can we touch the 10,000-year-old rotten heart flower? Seeing the group of butterflies rushing towards him aggressively, Luo Hong's eyes flashed and blocked Liang in front of him. Then, without saying anything, Hu opened his mouth and sprayed a ball of blue and white spiritual flames. As the ball of spiritual flame rolled, it turned into a fire wolf, stepping on the void and rushing towards the group of butterflies. At the moment of contact, the blue and white fire wolf suddenly dispersed into 108 fire crows and crashed into the group of butterflies. The fire crows gathered by the heavenly wolf divine fire flickered in the butterfly swarm. All the corrupt butterflies that collided with them disappeared without a trace with a puff, leaving no room for them to show their own recovery powers. Although there were tens of thousands of corrupt butterflies in the butterfly swarm, the fire crow's killing efficiency was too high. With constant flashing, they actually built a hollow fire wall in front of Luo Hong. The corrupt butterflies were like moths flying into the fire, and they would die if they touched the hollow fire wall. Seeing this, Liang looked at Luo Hong in surprise. She knew very well that the corrupt butterflies were difficult to deal with, but she didn't expect that this vicious insect would not have any temper in front of Luo Hong. How come I have never seen this kind of blue and white spiritual flame in the classics? Liang suddenly felt that Luo Hong had many secrets. At this time, Luo Hong, who was driving the heavenly wolf divine fire to destroy the enemy, was also a little complacent. Although he had not practiced the great 5-element asking secret for a long time, the effect had already been shown. Before, although the heavenly wolf divine fire could kill these corrupt butterflies, it could never be as quick as it is now, devouring the corrupt air completely. With the help of this technique, the Kyankan Pearl will surely help me achieve enlightenment one day. Thinking this way, Luo Hong killed tens of thousands of corrupt butterflies without much effort. Then, Luo Hong casually took back all the hundreds of fire crows, gathered them into a group again, and pressed directly to the Danshan. The ball of blue and white spiritual flame immediately sank into Luo Hong's body and disappeared. Let's go, pick the spiritual flower, Luo Hong said lightly, and then took the lead to escape to the 10,000-year-old corrupt heart flower. Myohu and others could only suppress their shock and followed silently. After a while, everyone successfully came to the 10,000-year-old corrupt heart flower and saw that this spiritual flower was in full bloom, with 9 scarlet flowers on one plant. But even if the flower blooms beautifully, none of Luo Hong and the others are interested in smelling it, because the more beautiful the rot heart flower blooms, the stronger its medicinal power. Luo Hong and the others don't want to test the poison themselves. The rot butterfly only eats the nectar of the rot heart flower. This flower has been growing here for who knows how many years. The toxicity may be far beyond the normal situation. Fellow Daoist Zhu and Kangzi needs to be careful when picking it. Hey, there is another stable spiritual orifice here. How is this possible? Liang reminded halfway and suddenly found that the spiritual environment around was a little abnormal. After exploring it with his spiritual sense, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's already a great fortune to encounter a stable spiritual orifice. It's impossible to encounter two in a row, and they are so close together." Really? Are all those light spots on the ancient map stable spiritual orifices? Myohu said with a look of surprise. "It's a fortune. This time it's a fortune," Yan Kuang said excitedly. He has already thought that, if he and others bring this news back, the clan will definitely give them great benefits. Whether it is sent or not, wait until we get out to decide. Seeing Liang getting excited, Luo Hong immediately poured cold water on them. Just as he had thought before, they were definitely not the first group of people to discover this place. Could it be that those people before did not recognize the stable spiritual orifice? However, this place has not been occupied by a single force until now. With a little thought, it is clear that something must have stopped them. Perhaps it is not safe to rely on the combined elders of the Yi family alone. Luo Hong thought with a frown. Anyway, let's pick this 10,000-year-old rotten heart flower first. Kai Yangzi signaled Zhu and Kangzi to start. Since this place is also a stable spiritual orifice, Zhu and Kangzi has to be more careful. The process of picking the spiritual flower is extremely slow. During this period, Luo Hong did not go to help, but sat cross-legged on the side and pondered. He always felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. It's done. At least the stable spiritual orifice was not destroyed. Suddenly, Zhu and Kangzi's voice of relief came from the side. This ordinary sentence sounded like thunder to Luo Hong's ears, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, without thinking, he stood up, raised his right leg, and stomped hard on the ground in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Chapter 945, Formation and Enemy Attack. As Luo Hong's right foot landed on the ground within a radius of 10 miles immediately turned violently like a dragon turning over, and the surroundings were destroyed beyond recognition in a few breaths. Dao Luo, what are you doing? Myohuma's eyes widened as she flew 3 feet above the ground, and she said in great shock. Even though the saying that damaging the stable spiritual orifice would affect the fortune of cultivators has not been confirmed, no cultivator would dare to use himself to prove whether this statement is true or false when it comes to their own fortune. Everyone never expected that Luo Hong would suddenly rise up and destroy this place. In shock, everyone retreated at the same time, as if they were afraid that Luo Hong's actions would implicate them. However, how could they know that Luo Hong was completely barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes? Anyway, his fortune was not very good, and he didn't care much, even if it was really damaged a little more. In comparison, it is more important to figure out the secret of this place. Why are you panicking? Show me what's under the crack first. Luo Hong glanced at everyone unhappily, and then pointed to the largest crack. Liang turned her head subconsciously, and saw that under the crack, about 5 feet deep, there were lines similar to formations. Although the lines of the formation were broken and destroyed at this time, judging from the spiritual power that had not yet dissipated, it must have been operating before. There is a formation hidden here. Why didn't I feel it before? Zhu and Kangzi said in surprise. How could you not feel it? Isn't that the stable spiritual orifice? Luo Hong stared at the crack and said in a deep voice. What? Fellow Daoist Luo means that this stable spiritual orifice is artificially arranged? Zhu and Kangzi was shocked when he heard this, and after thinking about it for a while, he felt dry in the mouth. Amazing workmanship. It's really amazing. No matter who set up the formation here, this person's attainments in formation have reached a level that I dare not imagine. Kai Yangzi looked at the silver formation pattern and exclaimed repeatedly. Quickly move all these soil and rocks to reveal the full picture of this formation. Yan Kuang didn't care to admire the person who set up the formation. He just wanted to copy this spiritual formation into the jade slip. This is a feat 10 times greater than directly finding a stable spiritual formation. I will cast a spell. Myo, who immediately made a hand gesture, and after the fingertips lit up with a yellowish brown spiritual light, he pointed at the ground. Suddenly, large pieces of soil and rocks floated into the air and were controlled by Myo, who to fly far away. At this moment, Mr. Yuan was afraid of being unable to avoid it, and Zhu and Kangzi and others who were implicated gathered around again, watching the underground formation gradually reveal its full picture. During this period, Luo Hong, as the original discoverer, no longer paid attention to the formation and fell into deep thought. Did you know this a long time ago? Suddenly, Yang's voice rang in Luo Hong's ears. The young master of the Yi family came up to him without knowing when. Why didn't Fairy Yi join them? Aren't you interested in the Linqiao formation? Luo Hong didn't blame Yang for interrupting his thoughts. After all, it seemed that the situation here was not as complicated as he had originally imagined. Why do you have to ask questions knowing the answer? Even a Mahei and a cultivator would look askance at this spiritual formation, not to mention a mere divine transformation cultivator like me. However, although I'm not proficient in the art of formation, I know that the higher the level of the formation, the more impossible it is to replicate it by simply copying the formation pattern. Without the formation diagram, even the elders of my Yi family who are proficient in formations may not be able to comprehend this formation, based on the formation pattern alone. Sister Myo and the others were just too excited, and didn't think of this for the time being. Having said that, Yang paused for a moment, and then looked at the spiritual orifice where the 10,000-year-old Yingsu grass grew and said, what's more, different spiritual medicines may correspond to different formations, and comprehending just one or two of them does not have much significance. You must master the entire set of formations to truly make great contributions to my human and demon races. Fellow Daoist Luo, I know you are definitely not fully aware of the situation here, but you definitely know much more than we do. Yang stared at Luo Hong with burning eyes, and the meaning of her question was self-evident. Fairy Yi is indeed the young master of the Yi family. She can be so clear-headed even with the great benefits ahead. But as you said, before entering this forest, Luo knew nothing about it. But after seeing them and made spiritual orifices, Luo did gradually figure out some things. There is no doubt that neither these stable spiritual orifices nor those strange miasma are naturally formed. Moreover, to build it on such a large scale, the cost and effort spent on it are probably not a small amount for a combined cultivator. But Fairy Yi, did you find out any purpose of the person who created this forest? Luo Hong did not directly tell the story of Wenshan Zenran. After all, judging from the caves in the floating light forest and this strange forest, Wenshan Zenran seemed to be away from the human and demon races most of the time. There might be some great involvement in this, and Luo Hong would not rashly tell the truth. Does this need to be said? It must be for cultivating spiritual medicine? Yang was very sure at first, but she became less confident as she spoke. Because the stable spiritual orifice and the strange miasma are one and the same, both belong to this unknown strange forest, but their existence is unrelated and even contradictory. The stable spiritual orifice is used to quickly cultivate spiritual medicine, there is no doubt about that. But according to normal logic, the strange miasma should be a ban, to protect this medicine garden, and prevent anyone from approaching. However, on the contrary, these strange miasma do not refuse outsiders to come in, but only prevent people from going out. This is like having an indoor farm, but the owner of the farm not only does not close a door to prevent rats, but waits for the rats to come in before closing the door. Although this will trap the rats, the crops in the farm will definitely not be saved. From this point of view alone, the owner's purpose is definitely not the farm's harvest. In other words, the owner of this place spent a lot of effort to create this forest, not to cultivate spiritual medicine. Instead, he used these spiritual medicines as bait, to trick these rats in. The ancient map is actually part of the bait. The step of tricking them into coming here must be the first stage of the complete purpose of the master of this place. What he ultimately wants to achieve is still unclear to Luo Hong. However, since the breath of Wenshan Zenran is deep in this forest, there are undoubtedly three possibilities. The first is that Wenshan Zenran created this strange forest, and this is one of his caves. The second is that Wenshan Zenran was captured by the master of this place and imprisoned in the depths of the strange forest. The third is a compromise between the first two. That is, this strange forest was indeed created by Wenxian Zenran, but he was coerced to do it and had no freedom. Among these three situations, the second one is the easiest to confirm or rule out. Luo Hong immediately changed his mind and summoned Yang Ming from the Jade Mansion. Looking at a pink escape light flying out and then turning into a puppet dressed as a maid, Yang couldn't help but wonder what a puppet was being sacrificed at this time. But the next moment, she was startled by Yang Ming, who spoke. "Fellow Daoist Luo, we are very close, so we must be more cautious. Let's take a look at the formation first." When they were in the Shenmue Cave Heaven in the floating light forest, Yang Ming could recognize the restrictions set by Wenxian Zenran, so Luo Hong believed that she could also confirm whether this formation was the work of Wenxian Zenran from the details of the formation. After looking at Yang and others, Yang Ming immediately understood what Luo Hong meant by being cautious, and then looked at the spiritual formation that had been exposed for most of the time, nodded and said, "It's very mysterious. I understand. It was set by Wenxian Zenran. You are a spiritual puppet? I only read about it in the classics before, but I didn't expect it to really exist." Yang's knowledge was indeed extraordinary. After a few breaths of stunned silence, she recognized Yang Ming's identity. "Please put aside your curiosity, Fairy Yi. If we want to find out the real purpose of the master of this place, we must go deep into this forest." As he said that, Luo Hong flew out to Luo and others. He had to urge them. Yang Ming's affirmation proved that Luo Hong encountered the first and third situations. Although the third possibility is more likely from the point of view that Wenxian Zenran is not in the right state, the first possibility cannot be completely ruled out. After all, if there is a life object of Wenxian Zenran left in the cave, it can also make Wenxian's soul feel the same. Wenxian's soul proposed this possibility a long time ago. Even if it is the third situation, I'm not throwing myself into the trap. After all, from the moment I entered this strange forest, I have been in its sight. If you want to break the situation, you can't escape. The best way is to face the master of this place directly. If you can talk, then talk. If not, I can only play a big game. Thinking of this, Luo Hong couldn't help but touch his eyebrows. Okay. Fellow Daoist Mao, stop it. This is the full picture of the formation. Because he was afraid that the formation underground would be damaged more seriously due to the large number of people, Zhu and Kangzi could only wait aside despite his anxiety. At present, the entire formation has finally been cleared. He immediately asked Mao to stop excitedly while taking out the jade slip to prepare to replicate the formation pattern. His words also awakened Luo Hong, who was distracted, and made him look towards the spiritual formation subconsciously. But at this moment, Luo Hong's consciousness suddenly sensed something, and before he could react, Zhu and Kangzi exploded into a ball of blood mist. Not good. The sudden sense of crisis made Luo Hong immediately raise his arms to his chest and infuse his magic power into them. In an instant, a layer of 5-colored crystal armor appeared on his two arms. The next moment, a huge force exploded on his arms, blasting him away. There were constant bang bang sounds along the way, and I don't know how many strange trees were broken. Zhu and Kang's fall and Luo Hong's attack immediately made everyone fall into panic, and they all used their self-defense methods to look around. Soon, they saw the attacker, and it was so smooth, because the other party did not hide himself after the first attack. This human race is really strong. He survived the blow from Man Mao's flying hammer. It seems that you are their leader. Man Jiu said as he stretched out his hand. Suddenly, the huge red crystal hammer flew out of his hand and was held on his shoulder. It turned out that Man Jiu found this place after seeing the flying earth and rocks. Seeing Zhu and Kangzi giving orders, he mistakenly thought that he was the leader and attacked him first. After all, the leader is most likely to be the target of the mission. But since he had tested Luo Hong's physical body, he immediately turned his attention to him. Master, junior brother. Kai Yangzi looked at the blood mist that Zhu and Kangzi exploded into. He couldn't believe his eyes. All this happened too fast. I knew it wasn't that simple. Fellow Daoist Mao, please quickly copy the array pattern. I'll go and stop him. We are at the peak of the middle stage of the refining void realm. We are dead. Yin Kuan was just about to fight to the death when he saw Manji Yui put down the red crystal hammer on his shoulder and held it with both hands. Then he sensed the ferocious and terrifying aura of the other party, and his face turned pale. Manji Yui made such a fighting posture only because Luo Hong's figure stood up at the end of the broken wood and stones. Don't look at him as arrogant and brainless, but he is not a reckless person. Although even the existence of the god of transformation can participate in this mission, the divination results of Guangyuan Heavenly Book are not 100% correct, and many times they are only partially correct. For example, the human race he is facing now is indeed a god of transformation, but he can still stand up after taking his hammer. His combat power is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary god of transformation. Manji Yui suffered a lot when he first came into contact with him, and now he will not take this 1000 reward mission lightly. On the other side, after Luo Hong pulled himself out of the stone, he felt his arms go numb and burn abnormally. He looked down and saw that his arms were burning with red crystal spirit flames. It was obvious that the hammer was not just powerful. With a thought, Luo Hong drove the heavenly wolf divine fire to emerge from his arms and soon devoured the red crystal spirit flames. Looking at the Liangsu alien who attacked him in front of him, Luo Hong's face suddenly became solemn. Could this person be the subordinate of the master of this place? After discovering that we destroyed the spiritual formation, he came to deal with us? Just when Luo Hong was considering whether to reveal the name of Wenqian Zenran to try to get a chance for negotiation, the alien Liangsu said, the Xianxia evil dragon armor is on you, right? You can take the hammer of man head on. Is it because of this armor to protect you? Xianxia evil dragon armor? He came for this armor, but how did he find me? Luo Hong was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that the other party came for the Xianxia evil dragon armor that he had just refined not long ago. No way, those old guys are so fast. It's only been a few months. At this time, the voice of Fairy Silver suddenly sounded in Luo Hong's soul. Fairy, do you know the origin of this guy? Luo Hong immediately asked with a little attention. This fairy doesn't know, but he must be ordered by an old guy who saw the Sky Evil Dragon armor on the list. But, this is impossible. This old guy is too fast. Fairy Silver had joked at the time that if the Sky Evil Dragon armor returned to the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list, it would definitely attract the attention of some old guys. But she never thought that in just a few months, someone would come to deal with Luo Hong because of this. After all, the spirit world is not ordinary vast. Even if the location of the Sky Evil Dragon armor is calculated by divination, the time to send power is normally hundreds of years. Chapter 946 Escape and Wang Yuan's Hay. At that time, Luo Hong had already planned to leave the human and demon tribes, and the hundreds of years of delivery time were enough for the other party to come to an empty attack. The divination of the entire spirit world was also a big burden for those old guys. Besides, the evil dragon tribe had long disappeared in the long river of history. A failure would most likely make them give up the swim. That's why Fairy Yin made a joke at that time. After all, she never thought that the heavenly evil dragon armor would really cause trouble to Luo Hong. But now it is obvious that there is a little accident. Nothing is impossible. Luo Hong gritted his teeth and thought he didn't blame Fairy Yin because he was quite used to such accidents. Luo doesn't understand what the senior is talking about. What heavenly evil dragon armor? Did the senior recognize the wrong person? Luo Hong denied delaying time and sent a voice message to Yang Ming. Fellow Daoist Yang, quickly sense the breath of Senior Wentian and find a passage out. The miasma maze is infinitely changing. If the spiritual consciousness is limited, anyone will be trapped in it. But Luo Hong has an advantage. That is, the breath of Wenqian Zenran can point him in the direction like a lighthouse. This makes it much easier for him to go deep into this strange forest than to get out of it. Luo Hong told Yang Ming so at this moment, which means he has decided to run away. Although he can fight one or two of the refining virtual aliens in front of him, since he was sent by the old guys mentioned by Yin Xianzi, he can't be the only one. 9 out of 10, there are other refining virtual aliens in this strange forest looking for him. Therefore, even if Luo Hong defeats the barbarian ghost at the moment, the movement of the fight will only put him in a more dangerous situation. At this time, the miasma maze that originally trapped him has become the key to his escape from the pursuit. Using Ming's induction of Wenqian Zenren's breath, they can go deeper into this maze faster and get rid of the pursuers. However, the escape route in the first stage must be long enough, so Ming needs enough time. And this time, only Luo Hong can buy a little. Is there any chance that I will find the answer on your body? I just hit you casually. I want to see if you can withstand my full strength attack. Manji Ui would not let Luo Hong delay. His competitors would appear at any time, so he started to activate his skills. His huge body suddenly became extremely hot and quickly became as transparent as glass. When the heart in the middle of his chest beat, it made a loud sound like the collision of metal and iron. It was as if the body was turned into a furnace. Every beat of the heart was tempering, and the things that were tempered became nutrients for the body, which slowly and firmly improved its realm. What a mysterious body refining method. Luo Hong's heart skipped a beat. He immediately saw that Manji Ui's skills were not bad. He knew that the other party was definitely not an ordinary middle stage refining existence. Without saying a word, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a golden hammer from the void. The next moment, the barbarian ghost, who had raised his aura to the peak, flashed and attacked. His speed of escape was extremely fast, and a strange spiritual consciousness enveloped the space of hundreds of feet around Luo Hong. This made Luo Hong's spiritual sense move. He felt that, if he used the teleportation technique at this time, he would not only fail to avoid the opponent's full strength attack, but would fall into a desperate situation the moment he appeared. The barbarian ghost came too fast. Luo Hong didn't have time to figure out whether this spiritual sense was real or some kind of deception. He only saw him holding the glazed golden light hammer with both hands and roaring at the barbarian ghost. Come on. The barbarian ghost didn't expect Luo Hong to dare to fight him with the same means. His heart suddenly became more heated, and his arms became thicker. However, just when the barbarian ghost thought that Luo Hong was going to fight him, Luo Hong's escape light suddenly stopped before contact. Then, a huge force fell on the barbarian ghost who was attacking with all his strength. The Salian warrior in the middle stage of the void refining realm was not careful for a moment, and was pressed down to the ground, passing Luo Hong. With a muffled bang, the barbarian ghost turned into a red meteor under the power of heaven and earth that Luo Hong fully burst out and smashed into the ground fiercely. However, this obviously did not cause any harm to the barbarian ghost, because before the trembling of the earth subsided, his roar came from deep underground. You despicable villain. Humph. Luo Hong snorted coldly and immediately withdrew the power of heaven and earth. He did not take the opportunity to try to suppress the other party, but flashed and came to the vicinity of Ming. Not even a little bit, Ming said without opening his eyes. Luo Hong did not respond. His eyes were fixed on the crater. As soon as he saw a red escape light flying out, he threw out 2 King Legion talismans. Although this talisman was not the most powerful talisman in his hand, just like the trick just now, he was now trying to delay the other party for a few breaths, not to fight with him head on. The calamity energy of the Green Tribulation Thunder Sword talisman can best stop the opponent. However, Luo Hong still underestimated Manji Ui's means. He saw that he did not dodge or avoid the 2 Calamity Thunder Swords, and quickly swung 2 hammers to smash them to pieces, and the calamity energy could not touch him at all. This method of breaking all laws with one force has obviously touched the law of force, and the power of the law is not weak. You want to stop me with just calamity energy? I took 2 chances to ask questions before I got this red crystal hammer from the hands of an elder's descendant in the clan. Although this incident has caused my clan to be unable to return, it's all worth it. Seeing the surprised expression on Luo Hong's face, Manji Ui couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Since he refined the red crystal hammer, what he likes to see most is a desperate expression of the enemy who died in front of this hammer. Still not giving up. Just after smashing the 2 Calamity Thunder Swords, Manji Ui saw Luo Hong pinching the spells in his hands and casting a series of 5 element spells, which hit him head on. After his eyes turned cold, the Mangui still swung the red crystal hammer, blasting the 5 element spells in pieces from a distance of several feet, and rushed towards Luo Hong at the same speed. Although he found that there was something wrong with the power of Luo Hong's 5 element spells, he could get rid of it with one hammer, so he didn't take it to heart at the moment. Soon, he broke through the spell curtain and came close to Luo Hong. However, what he saw at this time was not Luo Hong's desperate face, but a black ghost hand with a demon face squeezed out of the palm. The next moment, the fluctuation of the spell came out, and the demon face suddenly showed an expression of painful wailing, but there was no sound. The Mangui immediately felt that his soul was in pain, as if it was pierced by thousands of needles, and the momentum of the attack suddenly stopped. But soon, another crack appeared on the broken clay doll on his waist, and the pain of his soul immediately receded like a tide. The Raven tribe's tactics? Damn it. The sober Mangui saw Luo Hong once again distanced himself from him, and was about to go deep into the lost forest with a puppet and a female cultivator. He was immediately shocked and angry. He stared at Luo Hong, and he performed some secret technique that made his heart beat twice as loud as before, and his breath increase greatly. With a flash of light, he quickly approached the fleeing Luo Hong and the other two. Luo Hong, who was being chased, also noticed the changes behind him. He immediately turned around and took out the glazed golden light hammer again, as if he was going to fight hard. Damn human race, how dare you fool me like this? The Mangui immediately thought that Luo Hong was going to use the same trick again. He was even more angry, and at the same time, he also allocated some of his strength to prepare for defense, so as not to be hit by another trick. But obviously, Luo Hong didn't think that the same trick could fool the opponent twice, so at the moment of contact between the two, Luo Hong's figure suddenly expanded, and in an instant he turned into a giant of 20 feet tall, with electric light all over his body, swinging the same enlarged glazed golden light hammer. The 3-foot tall body of the Mangui was not as big as the hammer of the glazed golden light hammer at this time, and he was hit hard before he could react. Although at the last moment, the Mangui used his super fighting consciousness to swing the red crystal hammer with all his strength, it didn't work. An incomparable force was transmitted back from the red crystal hammer, hitting his flesh, as if to grind him into a meat pie, causing him to turn into a stream of light and fly backwards. It was seen that it followed the remnant forest that Luo Hong had hit before, and disappeared in the distance in an instant. With a faint roar, a mountain in the distance collapsed, and then another. After just one look, Luo Hong retracted his magical powers, turned back into his original form, and fled into the depths of the strange forest without looking back. In the previous attack, he basically used all his strength in actual combat. As he expected, the Thunder Immortal body art in the state of Farshan Xiangdi was far less powerful than before. Although Luo Hong was sure that the opponent must have been seriously injured after taking his hammer, and this was undoubtedly a good opportunity to kill him while he was sick, Luo Hong did not doubt his judgment at all, and there was definitely more than one person chasing him. Running away was the most important thing at the moment. Following the miasma channel, Luo Hong slowed down his escape light after escaping thousands of miles in a breath. Although the time of fighting with the barbarian ghost just now was short, his mana consumption was not small. Now he must recover to ensure that the remaining mana is not less than 50%. Take mine. This is the Wufengyuan pill. Liang glanced at the pill Luo Hong took out, and immediately took out a jade bottle and handed it to Luo Hong. The Wufengyuan pill is a well-known spiritual medicine for restoring energy, which is much better than the human world pill given by Han Lao Mo in Luo Hong's hand. In response, Luo Hong just looked at Liang strangely, then he took the jade bottle and swallowed a pill. Feeling the rapid dissolution of the medicine in his stomach, Luo Hong hurriedly urged his skills to refine it. After only half a day, his mana returned to a full state again. This pill is really good. With a flash of thought, Luo Hong put away the jade bottle he had been holding in his hand. Liang was stunned when she saw this. She only had this bottle of this kind of spiritual medicine in her hand. She gave it all away in a hurry just now, but she didn't expect Luo Hong to accept it directly. Seeing her expression, Luo Hong couldn't help but blush. He was not a shameless and greedy person, but he didn't know how many crises he would face later. He had to ensure the reserve of mana as much as possible, so he had to act in a hurry. Fortunately, Liang didn't say anything after being stunned for a moment. Fairy Yi, why are you still following me? Aren't you afraid of being implicated? Among the 5 people, except for Zhu and Kangzi who unfortunately died, Miao Hu, Yan Kuang and Kai Yangzi all fled. When Luo Hong was fighting against the barbarian ghost, only Yi Yang stayed and followed Luo Hong. There was no doubt that there was no friendship between the two of them. In addition to the act of giving medicine just now, Luo Hong couldn't help but want to figure out her thoughts. This was certainly not out of simple curiosity, but at this critical moment, Luo Hong didn't want to keep an unstable factor around. How can I not be afraid? Now there is no Liangsu guard by my side, and the true spirit soul cannot be used against the big alien before I will most likely die. Do you think I'm afraid? Upon hearing this, Yi Yang glared at Luo Hong with resentment. Without waiting for Luo Hong to speak, she fixed her eyes and said, "Can you avoid being implicated just because you are afraid?" That big guy clearly doesn't know who he is looking for. And seeing that fellow Daoist Luo escaped so decisively after seriously injuring him, he must have many companions. Fellow Daoist Luo, do you think that, if I meet the companions of that big guy, will they let me go easily? Fellow Daoist Zhu and Kang's fate is the choice made by those people. Yi Yang is worthy of being the young master of the Yi family. She is calmer than Kai Yangzi and other people who have higher cultivation than her. The moment she saw the blood mist bursting from Zhu and Kangzi, she knew that, no matter what she did, she would be implicated. Because in this case, high-level cultivators will not ask low-level cultivators, but will directly look for answers on their corpses. I'm sorry to implicate you, but Luo didn't expect these people to come so quickly. It was just an accident. Luo Hong also felt that he had screwed Yi Yang over badly and apologized with some shame. So, the heavenly evil dragon armor is really on fellow Daoist Luo? What exactly is it? Yi Yang asked in a bad mood. It's just a spiritual treasure, but it may have upset some people. Fairy Yi, do you know if there is any unusual place near this strange forest, the kind that would gather so many alien races? Luo Hong tried to infer where Manji Yui and others came from. Yi Yang, how close is it? It's just a distance that a cultivator of the void refining sect would take 4 or 5 months to fly. Luo Hong only refined the heavenly evil dragon armor with dragon blood after leaving the city. These void refining alien races must have been in the wilderness, otherwise they would not have come so quickly. It's not close, but there are not many places in the wilderness where alien races gather, and there is only Guangyuan City nearby. Although Guangyuan City is located deep in the wilderness, with the power of the Yi family, such a place known by so many people is naturally not a secret. Guangyuan City? There is a city in the wilderness? How do the people in the city resist the various dangers in the wilderness? Luo Hong thought about a 7-day experience in the depths of the wilderness. It was hard to imagine that a city could exist there. They don't resist, they run away when there is danger. There is nothing to protect in Guangyuan City. The aliens gathered there just for the Guangyuan Heavenly Book, a rare treasure that cannot be destroyed or moved. Yi Yang and Luo Hong are now on the same page. She immediately introduced the Guangyuan Heavenly Book. This fairy knows, it's Guangyuan's Hay. There is an intelligence station of Guangyuan's Hay. The voice of Fairy Yin suddenly sounded in Luo Hong's soul. Chapter 947 A New Crisis. As one of the few forces spanning 3 continents, Luo Hong is naturally familiar with Guangyuan's Hay. It is famous in the spirit world for selling intelligence, and can be said to have mastered most of the secrets of the spirit world. Moreover, the art of divination is exactly what this force is good at. It must be some old guy who has placed a reward in Guangyuan's Hay. Luo boy, those who are chasing you should be a mess. Fairy Yin immediately guessed the whole story, and reminded him immediately. If so, it's good news among bad news. Their target is the heavenly evil dragon armor. There is a great chance. With a flash of his eyes, Luo Hong thought of several strategies to deal with the pursuit. However, he still has to run now. Finding out the secrets of this place and the situation of Wentian Zenran is the first priority. Fairy Yi, since this Guangyuan Heavenly Book is so magical, why has it not been well known among the human and demon races? The answer of Guangyuan Heavenly Book is equivalent to the guidance of a high-level cultivator for the cultivator. This is something that cultivators who are stuck in a bottleneck and don't know where the way forward is, but they are extremely eager for it. Logically speaking, it should have been famous among all the tribes, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the tribes would start a war to decide its ownership. Although the Guangyuan Heavenly Book is a rare treasure, it is also an evil treasure. I don't know the details, but it is recorded in the classics of my Yi family that cultivators driven by this treasure will almost always leave a clan and cause trouble. One of my elders also warned me verbally that I must never touch that thing, otherwise once I'm tempted, I will most likely fall into an irretrievable situation. Fellow Daoist Luo, it's good that you know about this treasure, but don't be interested in it. Seeing that Luo Hong was interested in the Guangyuan Heavenly Book, Yang immediately said very seriously, "It's so weird, I won't think about it anymore." Luo Hong agreed casually, but in his heart he thought, the Yi family seems to know nothing about Guangyuan's Hay. Could it be that they really regard the Guangyuan Heavenly Book as an evil treasure? It turned out to be a semi-abandoned intelligence station. It seems that two small clans have lost the interest of the current Guangyuan's Hay master, so there is not even a core member. Otherwise, the Guangyuan's Hay's rare treasure would not be reduced to being called an evil treasure. Fairy Yin said with a little sarcasm in her tone. What do you mean, Fairy? Is the Guangyuan Heavenly Book evil by nature? Once no one is watching over it, it will tempt people to betray the clan. Luo Hong heard the words and asked in a voice transmission. Although the Guangyuan Heavenly Book has been refined into a treasure that can operate on its own, it has not given birth to a spirit, and it has no distinction between good and evil. It can only operate rigidly according to the prohibition. As for tempting people to betray the clan, that is caused by human greed, and it has nothing to do with the Heavenly Book. Fairy Yin said with a sense of injustice for the Guangyuan Heavenly Book. Human beings are greedy? Luo Hong did not understand the meaning of Fairy Yin's words for a moment. After a moment's silence, he suddenly understood. Those who asked questions to Guangyuan Heavenly Book were simply asking for elixirs, skills, spiritual treasures and the like. Since the answers given by Guangyuan Heavenly Book were based on existing intelligence and divination techniques, they generally did not involve ownerless objects without a trace. The resources that were most suitable for cultivators of each race were almost all under the control of each race. This meant that cultivators who wanted to obtain answers often had to break into the forbidden areas of the race, or attack fellow race members with deep backgrounds, in order to obtain the resources they wanted. In this way, these cultivators would naturally gradually embark on the path of betrayal. It seems that the questions that can be answered are actually quite limited. It's just that the requests of cultivators of all races are similar, which makes it seem omniscient. At least, if I ask it about Yuan Lingzi, there will be no result. After all, even the term Yuan Lingzi was created by me. This Guangyuan Heavenly Book is only useful to cultivators on the traditional path of cultivating immortals. Thinking of this, Luo Hong immediately lost interest in the Guangyuan Heavenly Book. He is the only one on his path at present, so it is better to ask himself than to ask anyone else. Oh, that's not right. The Guangyuan Heavenly Book is useless to me, but it is very useful to Wensha and Zenran, and the other party has indeed been wandering outside the human and demon races. Could it be that he is not? He must have come into contact with the Guangyuan Heavenly Book. Ever since he confirmed that this place was man-made, Luo Hong felt strange everywhere, because he could not see the purpose of its owner at all. But at that moment just now, Luo Hong caught a fleeting thought. Fairy Yi, do you know what kind of bounty missions Guangyuan Heavenly Book usually gives? Luo Hong asked anxiously. What's wrong with you, brother Luo? Why are you suddenly interested again? Yang frowned slightly and said unhappily. Did this man turn a deaf ear to her warning again? Fairy Yi, you misunderstood. Although I'm a little bold, I'm not an unrighteous person who would betray my clan. I want to know this, because it is related to whether we can get out of here. We have discussed it before. The purpose of the owner of this place is very puzzling, but now I think it is most likely related to the Guangyuan Heavenly Book. Although Luo Hong has not yet obtained any evidence, she said it very confidently at the moment. So that's how it is. It is indeed possible. Yang pondered for a moment after hearing this, then looked at Luo Hong and said, Since it is to escape from here, I will explain it to fellow Daoist Luo in detail. Generally speaking, the bounty tasks given by Guangyuan Heavenly Book are all for some secrets, and the more secretive and difficult it is, the higher the bounty it gives. It's like this evil treasure does not allow things that it does not know to appear within a certain range. I think so too. Well, we have rested enough, let's speed up. The way out is in the center of this forest. Luo Hong curled his lips and smiled for some unknown reason and said very confidently. Liang was stunned when he heard this and just wanted to explain, but saw that Luo Hong had escaped very far away, so he could only suppress his curiosity temporarily and gather his magic power to chase after him. On the other side, above a collapsed mountain, a grey shadow and a black rainbow light flew from different directions, revealing the figures of Xian and Meng Chen respectively. I'm not wrong, the one buried under here is actually a barbarian ghost. Grey shadows fluttered, and an evil voice came from them. The big yaksha Meng Chen had a solemn face, and didn't speak at first. He sensed the movement here from afar, and rushed to investigate. It goes without saying that Xian must be the same. But he didn't expect that he would see the seriously injured and unconscious barbarian ghost at that moment. Although I'm not as extreme as the barbarian ghost, most of my magical powers are in the flesh. Who hurt him so badly? Meng Chen didn't care about the life or death of the barbarian ghost. He was only worried that he would suffer the same loss. Barbarian ghost, wake up if you are not dead. Frowning, Meng Chen suddenly shouted with magic power. Ahem. Where is this? Why am I here? Soon, the weak voice of the barbarian ghost came from the bottom of the mountain. Barbarian ghost, have you been knocked unconscious? Come out quickly. Xian of the refining shadow clan urged without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the collapsed earth and rocks formed a bulge, and Manji Yui's figure slowly pushed out from it. His arms hung limply on both sides, obviously broken, and his chest was mostly collapsed, with the bones broken beyond recognition. In addition, blood was pouring down Manji Yui's face, and one of his eyeballs was smashed by a hammer. Xian, Meng Chen, you two want to take advantage of others? After a moment of confusion, Manji Yui quickly remembered everything that happened. Now seeing the two people who came with him, he was not happy at all. Humph. You are so injured that you are no longer able to compete with us, so why should I waste time on you? I ask you, what did you encounter before? Did you meet the mission target? Since they came from the same place, Meng Chen knew very well that Manji Yui would not have any spiritual objects of great value. The Guangyuan Heavenly Book told them that the spiritual objects were the most suitable for them, and they would be used as soon as they got them. Even if there were special circumstances, if others got them, it would not be of much use. Therefore, Meng Chen had no interest in killing people and stealing treasures, and just wanted to find out the situation. Xian, who was standing by, was the same. Since Manji Yui had already withdrawn from the competition, he didn't want to cause trouble. Could this Manji Yui have been led to the lair of a certain ancient beast of Liangsu? Otherwise, how could he be so seriously injured in a mere mission of the god transforming level? Xian guessed secretly. Haha, yes, I did meet a few human gods, but I don't know whether they have the heavenly evil dragon armor. Knowing that he would be killed by the two men if he didn't tell the truth, Manji Yui hid something. You are lying. How could a few human gods hurt you like this? I advise you to be honest, otherwise don't blame me for asking you to taste the 3-yin soul searching technique of my Yaksha clan. Meng Chen glared and said viciously. HMPH. Believe it or not, the human god who wields the golden hammer is despicable and cunning, but he is indeed very powerful. With one move of the law of heaven and earth, plus some unknown magical secrets, he hammered Man Mao hundreds of miles away. If Man Mao's cultivation was not much stronger than his, he would have died on the spot. Thinking of the golden hammer that filled his vision at that moment, Manji Yui said with lingering fear. He really was almost dead. Although Manji Yui's appearance did not seem to be fake, what he said was too hard to believe, so Meng Chen and Xian were still very suspicious. Haha, if you don't believe it, why don't you go to the place where the fight is going on? Don't tell Man Mao that you don't have the means to investigate in this regard. Manji Yui didn't want to say more when he saw this and took out a pill and swallowed it in front of the two. The physical body of his cultivation method is very important, and it is easy to fall into a lower realm if he drags this seriously injured body, so he healed his wounds without caring about anything. Meng Chen's expression changed, and he threw out a monster, ordering it to watch over the wild ghost. He himself set up a light of escape, and fled along the broken ground smashed by the wild ghost, toward the place of the battle. Seeing this, Xian immediately stopped hesitating, threw out a ball of green shadow, and went with him. After flying around for a while, the two of them came to the place where the 10,000-year-old rotten heart flower grew. Because of the battle, the spiritual formation had been destroyed beyond recognition, and the surrounding area was full of violent and chaotic spiritual energy. Seeing this scene, Meng Chen and Xian used their own methods without saying a word, to explore what had happened here. Really, they are only at the level of transformation. How is this possible? After using the innate magical power of the Yaksha clan to explore the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth here, Meng Chen said with a very solemn expression. He knew very well that a demon level cultivator must be supported by a huge force, and the hidden dangers of this mission were far beyond his imagination. 3 ran over there, and the other 3 fled in these 3 different directions. Meng Chen, can you find out which direction the person who seriously injured Manji Yui went? Xian gathered his scattered bodies and asked coldly. No, the remaining power of the law here confuses my perception, but it is obvious that those 3 people are the most likely. Meng Chen shook his head and waited for the other party's next words. He knew that Xian, such a sinister person, took the initiative to exchange information with him, and he must want to cooperate with him, and his willingness to answer was to show that he also had this intention. After seeing the miserable state of Manji Yui, Meng Chen already felt that it was unlikely for him to complete this mission alone. He, send our Changnu and Yingnu to chase the 3 who escaped alone, and the 2 of us will personally chase the 3-person team. Our magical powers just complement each other. No matter how evil the human race god is, he will never be able to defeat the 2 of us. As for the distribution of the heavenly book problem afterwards, it will be decided to be half for each of us. Xian seemed to be very sincere. Hearing this, Meng Chen did not hesitate, and nodded to agree. After all, this was indeed the best choice at the moment. As for whether this cooperation was reliable, let's not consider it for the time being. Then, Meng Chen waved his hand and summoned 3 monsters that were exactly the same as the ones used to guard the barbarian ghosts before. These 3 monsters had ape heads and wolf bodies, a pair of bat wings on their backs, and their bodies were bright red. From time to time, a snake tongue popped out of their mouths full of fangs, and their eyes flashed with cruelty and cunningness, which made people know that they were fierce and cunning monsters. And they were the slaves that only the royal family of the Yaksha clan could raise. Meng Chen was only a big Yaksha, not a Yaksha king in the fusion realm, so he could not normally have slaves. Obviously, he used means outside the rules. On the other side, 3 groups of turbid green shadows flew out of the grey shadow of Xian's body. Go. With his order, the 3 groups of shadow slaves trained by his fellow clan members escaped into the flesh of a slave. Meng Chen didn't care about it, and with a thought, he ordered him to chase in the direction where Miaohu and the other 2 fled. Then, after looking at each other, they immediately turned into 2 rays of light, one grey and one black, and chased in the direction where Luo Hong and the other 2 left. At the same time, Changnu and Yingnu, who were guarding Manji Yui, were also called back by the 2. Since it was confirmed that what Manji Yui said was true, he was useless. But just when Manji Yui breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave, the clay doll on his waist cracked again. Chapter 948, Breaking the Miasma. There was only one person in their group who would use such a sneaky method. Manji Yui immediately snorted and said, Brother Yap, come out. This death doll of mine is specially prepared for your 9 nether eyes. It is impossible for you to solve man with just a spell. Haha, I didn't expect that brother man would attach so much importance to me that he even specially prepared a method to restrain my spiritual treasure. I'm really flattered. The black wings flapped, and Yahu's figure suddenly appeared 100 feet away, and Suwanrang also appeared. Humph. Those alien races don't know the details of your 9 nether eyes. Don't I, who is also a member of the Feeling tribe, know it? You dare to break into that forbidden area, you are really bold. Manji Ui came from the ghost face tribe of the Feeling tribe, and of course he knew some of the tribe's secrets. Hey, where did you kidnap a fellow Taoist from? This fellow Taoist should be careful. This person is the best at scheming, no matter what he says. Don't believe it. Okay, yeah, and fellow Taoists who have already formed a magpie bridge curse. Man doesn't need to stir up trouble here. Tell me, who got the heavenly evil dragon armor? But that Meng Chen? Seeing that Manji Ui was seriously injured, Yahoo immediately thought that someone had taken the lead and got the heavenly evil dragon armor, and Manji Ui was fighting with him to become what he is now. And looking at Manji Ui's injuries, this person is most likely the big Yaksha Meng Chen. One by one, you are so smart. Do you really think that the 1000 reward mission is so easy? Manji Ui said with some annoyance. What do you mean? Are you trying to say that you were injured by the mission target? Impossible. He is at most at the level of a spirit transformation. How can he be your opponent? Yahoo didn't believe it at all. Su Wanrang's face changed slightly when she heard this. She knew Luo Hong had the strength of a virtual refining level, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. Now, saving the young master from him is probably not something she can do alone. At this moment, Su Wanrang couldn't help but re-examine her cooperation with Yahoo. You can see for yourself whether it is true or not. I remind you out of our fellow tribesmen that Meng Chen and Ziyun have already gone ahead. Manji Ui didn't want to say more and immediately pointed out the direction for Yahoo, wanting to send him away as soon as possible. Brother man is so sure. I think what he said is not false, even if it is exaggerated. Yahoo's thoughts turned, and he realized that Manji Ui had no confidence to lie at the moment, especially such a lie that was so easy to expose unless he wanted to die. In addition, this 1000 reward mission was indeed very unusual. After a moment of hesitation, Yahoo finally chose to believe the facts. Brother man, are you interested in signing a feeling blood contract with me? Humph, you want to use me? I'm afraid that my seriously injured body is not suitable for you to be cannon fodder. I advise you not to have any tricks, otherwise I will not have no desperate backup plan. Manji Ui's eyes were fixed, ready to take action at any time. Brother man really wants to give up the mission. Are you really willing? As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I will heal your injuries and give you 2 opportunities to ask questions. If you don't believe me, you should believe in the feeling blood contract. Although you and I have betrayed our clan, our bloodline has not been lost. After learning that the real combat power of the mission target was extremely strong, Yahoo immediately guessed that Meng Chen and Ziyun would form an alliance. In this way, his alliance with Su Wanrang not only lost its advantage, but also fell behind. However, as long as he persuaded Manji Ui, he could regain a stable winning situation. In order to show his sincerity, Yahoo threw a pill to Manji Ui after he finished speaking. Golden marrow wheel pill? Where did you get this healing medicine? After taking the pill and looking at it, Manji Ui was immediately surprised. Don't worry about this, brother man. You just need to know my sincerity, Yahoo said with his hands folded in front of his chest, as if he was sure that Manji Ui would accept his invitation. Haha, it seems that brother Ya really needs this opportunity to ask questions. Is a great calamity coming? Manji Ui smiled coldly and said in a playful tone. Stop talking nonsense. Do you agree or not? Yahoo was hit in the sore spot. His face suddenly darkened, and he threatened without hiding. It's not that I don't agree, but the injury I suffered is not as simple as it looks on the surface. Otherwise, brother Ya think that I don't have healing pills prepared. Manji Ui stretched out his sword fingers and tapped several places on his body. Suddenly, his body became clear, and thin golden spiritual energy spread all over his body. Just like a spider web, it split into many pieces. It turned out that Luo Hong's hammer was not only powerful, but also injected the power of the gold lore into the body of Manji Ui. If Manji Ui had not been so advanced in cultivation, and had used his magic power to suppress the strange power in his body would have been torn into pieces. This is the glazed golden light hammer. Su Wanrang's beautiful eyes widened, and she immediately recognized the injury of Manji Ui. Oh. Fellow Daoist Su knows about that spiritual treasure? Yahoo couldn't help but ask after hearing this. This treasure is at the top of the Chaos 10,000 spirits list, and it is well known among our human race. Su Wanrang explained casually, and then thought to herself, didn't the hammer fall into the hands of the demon race? How did it end up in Luo Hong's hands? And how did he drive it? So it's this treasure. No wonder it's so powerful. One hammer destroyed most of the spirituality of Man Mao's red crystal hammer. This person can drive such a treasure with the cultivation of a flying spirit general. Needless to say, he must be a brilliant person who has comprehended the law of power. Man Gui also practiced both magic and body, and by comparing himself, he immediately guessed some of Luo Hong's background. He actually comprehended the law. That's really not to be taken lightly. Brother man, I have a way to treat your injury. As long as you agree to cooperate, the glazed golden light hammer can be yours after the matter is completed. Yahoo's eyes condensed, and he felt that it was necessary to win over Manji-Ui, so he added more. Tell me your plan first. Hearing this, Manji-Ui was immediately tempted. The Tongshan Ling Bao at the top of the Chaos 10,000 spirits list was a rare opportunity, and it was so suitable for him that he couldn't miss it. Yamao can use the 9 nether eyes to cast a spell to transfer the gold element in your body to the death doll. Then you can take the death wheel pill, and it will not be difficult to recover 80% of your strength. However, in this way, you, brother man, can't keep the death doll. It was also luck. If Manji-Ui didn't have a death doll, Yahoo would have no other way. Do you need to use Man Mao's death doll? Manji-Ui couldn't help but stare at Yahoo suspiciously. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, sign the feeling blood contract first, and then you can heal Man Mao. No problem. Yahoo's face flashed with joy, and he immediately stretched out his sword finger and pressed it on his brow, extracting a drop of blood from it. Let's not talk about how Yahoo signed the feeling blood contract with Manji-Ui. At this time, in the depths of the Lost Forest, Luo Hong and the other two encountered some problems. Luo Hong originally thought that with the guidance of Wenshan Zenran's breath, even if they needed some effort, they would eventually be able to pass through the maze and reach the place where the breath was. But he soon discovered that the deeper they went into the Lost Forest, the faster the miasma maze changed. Although they were now less than 10,000 miles away from the target location, they just couldn't get through. They kept turning back from time to time, but got farther and farther away. No, we can't rely on luck like this anymore. This is a formation arranged by humans. Unless you are lucky, it is impossible to break into its core area. When turning back again, Luo Hong suddenly frowned. He had to admit that he had thought too simply before. What should we do? Do you want to comprehend this formation before moving on? Liang said anxiously. If they stopped here, the pursuers would kill them sooner or later. These aliens would not care about our identity as the young master of the Yi family. We are confined in this maze and cannot see the overall situation. How can we comprehend this trap? We have to think of other ways. Luo Hong shook his head and flew to the ground. He found a flat place to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes to think hard. What can you think of if you sit here and think about it? Wouldn't it be easier to find us if we stay in one place? Liang said in a panic. However, before she finished her words, a soundproof cover wrapped her in. Fairy Yi, fellow Daoist Luo will have a way. You should be patient. Ming said calmly. Why are you so sure? Liang still refused to accept it. Just because he can go to Wu Dao Mountain, he is someone my master values. Ming gave a reason as a matter of course. Master? Isn't your master fellow Daoist Luo? Liang finally caught the blind spot. The other party only called Luo Hong fellow Daoist Luo along the way, instead of master as he should have called. When it's time for you to know, fellow Daoist Luo will tell you. Now, instead of sitting here and feeling uneasy, you might as well recover some of your mana. Ming said, and ignored Liang. Am I being taught a lesson by a puppet? Liang was stunned at first, and then she saw that Luo Hong and Ming were both sitting cross-legged and motionless, so she could only sit down with a breath of anger. However, she didn't know that, although Luo Hong seemed calm, he had already been thinking wildly. The whispering sound came from the soul, but the magical power acts on the mana. The key lies in the transmission process of power. As long as we understand this, whether it is cutting off the transmission channel or weakening its transmission efficiency, we can effectively curb the effect of its magical power. The reason why the miasma whispering could make Luo Hong and others fall into the trap without noticing was because its spiritual power fluctuations were so weak that they could be hidden in the natural spiritual power fluctuations. Therefore, even if the power lever of the miasma whispering is very large, in the case of weak spiritual power, according to the power formula of the magical power, its actual power must not be great. That's why, although the whispering miasma had already quietly opened a hole in the souls of Luo Hong and the others, it didn't attack the souls directly. In the final analysis, the power of the miasma whispering is not enough to shake the souls of the divine transformation cultivators, but its mysteriousness lies in that it can affect the mana through the souls of the cultivators, thereby amplifying the power twice. The nascent soul is the combination of the soul and mana, and the whispering miasma must have directly acted on the nascent soul. The runaway mana is similar to the magical effect of being possessed by a demon, and its essence is to forcibly interfere with the Falingzi. What happened between the soul and the Falingzi that could make the power of the miasma whispering so much a second time? The Falingzi soul is a first level. No, at least a second level power lever. What connects them together? Although Luo Hong easily found the key to the problem through the formula of the power of the magical power, it was very difficult to figure out the answer. Although Luo Hong was confident that he would be able to find the answer if he had enough time, what he lacked now was time. Fortunately, he had a spiritual object that was extremely useful at this time. Luo Hong did not even open his eyes, but suddenly turned his palm and took out a piece of tea and then swallowed it without saying a word. As soon as the enlightenment tea entered his mouth, it turned into a stream of clear air and instantly sank into Luo Hong's nascent soul, not only increasing his thinking speed several times, but also inspiring him to keep coming out. About half an hour later, Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes and then stood up and looked around, as if looking for something. Such an unconcealed action naturally could not be hidden from Yang's perception, and she immediately stopped her practice and looked at Luo Hong. Did you really come up with a solution? Before Yang could ask, Luo Hong suddenly fled to the nearest miasma. Hey, what's wrong with you again? Yang was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether to stay where she was or follow. Ming on the side didn't have so many thoughts and chased after him with a flash of escape light. Well, there's no need to hesitate now. Yang's mouth twitched, and she could only set up the escape light. Just when she escaped to the edge of the miasma, she saw Luo Hong stop at the edge for a moment, and then rushed into the miasma without any warning. Yang was about to shout in shock and ask Luo Hong if he didn't want to live, but saw that he escaped again the next moment, and then he escaped again. What's going on? What is he doing? Seeing Luo Hong jumping back and forth on the edge of the miasma, Yang didn't know for a moment whether Luo Hong was crazy or she was stupid. Okay, no problem. This is it. After escaping from the miasma again, Luo Hong suddenly stopped his weird behavior and then spoke very quickly. Dao Luo, calm down. The situation is not yet. You. What do you want to do? Seeing Luo Hong like this, Yang couldn't help but feel scared. Just as she was about to say a few words to comfort him, she saw him appear beside her in a flash, and then grabbed her jade hand and rubbed it. Yang was shocked. Just as she was about to resist, she was pulled by a huge force and rushed towards the miasma. Suddenly, the scene of going crazy and exploding and dying flooded into her mind, making her temporarily forget Luo Hong's frivolousness. Dao Luo, we can discuss it if you have something to do. Don't die with me, Yang said in a crying voice. Fairy Yi, what are you talking about? Don't you feel good? Luo Hong looked at Yang in confusion, then looked down at the jade hand he was holding and said, I'll fight you. Yang's pretty face couldn't help but blush when she heard this, and she said with her silver teeth. But the next moment, she felt it carefully, and the expression on her face suddenly eased. It seems to feel really good. After whispering, Yang couldn't help but look at Luo Hong with a complicated expression. Chapter 949, Intelligence delivered to your door. After being reminded by Luo Hong, Yang suddenly realized that the magic power that should have been agitated a long time ago had not moved at all after such a long time. The whispering in my soul has clearly not stopped, but I'm not affected by it. How did he do it? In doubt, Yang finally calmed down, and then she found that Luo Hong needing her jade hands was not for lust, but to transfer slightly different spiritual powers into her body. After carefully sensing for a moment, Yang, except for a slight numbness, could not see the means used by Luo Hong at all. Fellow Daoist Luo, how did you do it? In this way, we can enter and exit this place freely. Yang knew that once they had this advantage, the current crisis would not be a big deal, and in her joy, she immediately forgot some details. Fairy Yi, don't think too highly of yourself. This whispering miasma is not that easy to resolve. Although I have thought of some solutions, I have not been able to fully utilize them. Luo Hong shook his head, his tone expressing admiration for the magical powers contained in the miasma. Yang was about to say that she was not affected by the whisper at all, but the mana in her body was not under control. She frowned and changed her words. What's going on? My mana seems to be out of control again. This is not surprising. As long as we are in this miasma, the power of the magic will continue to increase, and the complexity will increase exponentially. Luo's method can only keep us safe in these miasma for a period of time, and cannot completely ignore it. However, it is enough to be able to do this. After all, when we face those miasma groups with a small thickness in the future, we can cross them. Whether it is going to the center of this strange forest, or avoiding the pursuit of those refining aliens, it has become much simpler. As he said, Luo Hong led Yang out of the miasma. And speaking of it, Luo Hong was able to come up with a solution at the moment, thanks to his previous research on the three-spirit structure. It turns out that the power of the miasma whisper can be amplified twice, because of the interaction between the spirit, blood spirit and law spirit. In simple terms, the miasma whisper vibrates the spirit by affecting the yuanshan, and then this strange power is transmitted to the blood spirit. The power is amplified by how many times a spirit can affect the blood spirit. Finally, it is transmitted from the blood spirit to the law spirit, and it is amplified again, causing the whole body mana of the monk who is hit to run away. The mystery of this magical power is that after being hit, it is impossible to cut off its path of action, unless you drain all the mana in your body. But doing so is undoubtedly seeking death. Not to mention the various fierce beasts that may walk out of the stable spiritual orifice, but the fact that you cannot fly away is equivalent to trapping you to death. Therefore, the only way Luo Hong can use is to create a spiritual power that is exactly opposite to the miasma whisper to offset its influence. This is difficult for others, but Luo Hong is least afraid of this kind of delicate and complex operation. After trying several times, he got a fixed frequency of spiritual power output. Fellow Daoist Luo, since we can basically enter and exit this strange forest freely, there is no need to go deeper into this place, right? I think we can just escape from here now. If fellow Daoist Luo wants to be safer, it is also a good choice to wait for the elders of my Yi family to arrive before leaving. Yang said without any anxiety. Fairy Yi, I must go to the depths of this strange forest. Don't you want the formation diagram of the spiritual formation? The breath of Wenqian Zenran is in the depths of the misty forest. Now that he has the confidence to enter and exit freely, Luo Hong wants to go and explore. This formation diagram is certainly important, but there is probably a master in the depths of this forest. We don't know the situation. It's too risky to go rashly. Yang said after a few breaths of hesitation. If she had to choose, she would definitely wait for her own combined elder to arrive before taking action. Unfortunately, the situation has developed to this point, and she can't do without Luo Hong anymore. The decision-making power is obviously not in her hands. If Fairy Yi is worried about this, there is no need. Luo dares to conclude that the owner of this place is most likely not in the forest, and even if he is, he will definitely not be able to get away. After all, this entire strange forest is in a large formation, and the owner of this place should know everything we do. But he just watched Luo Hong crack his formation magic without showing any changes, which is enough to prove that he is either not here or unable to drive the formation at this moment. If someone is controlling it, even if Luo Hong can crack the principle of the whispering miasma, as long as a little change is applied, his current response method will be greatly reduced immediately. Therefore, Luo Hong is quite sure of his speculation. So, is this place a relic? Liang suddenly became excited. Although she is the young master of the Yi family, because of this, she has never explored unknown relics. We can't miss this opportunity. I'm a casual cultivator, and I'm short of all kinds of immortal cultivation resources. I'm going to check it out no matter what. Luo Hong came up with an excuse that couldn't be more fake. Although Yang didn't believe it, she knew it was impossible to convince Luo Hong, and she was also interested. She nodded without hesitation, and agreed to continue to go deeper into the strange forest. But at this moment, Luo Hong's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look southeast. Something is catching up with us. Is it those refining void aliens? Let's go. Even though Yang had many trump cards, he didn't want to cross a major realm to fight with others unless necessary. Wait, the other party only has the aura of the god transformation level. It should be the spiritual pet released by the refining void aliens to search for us. Since it has sensed the aura, it's better to catch it. Maybe we can get some information. Luo Hong said with a cold look in his eyes. After all, it's not his style to just take a beating without fighting back. The attacker's speed of flight was extremely fast. Before the three of them had waited long, they saw a streak of blood shooting from the horizon. Seeing this, Yang immediately used her spiritual eyes to look, and immediately saw the appearance of the monster in the bloodlight. It's actually the upper level Changnu. Could there be a Yaksha king among the pursuers? Liang's face turned pale, and she shouted in shock. We must catch it. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, Liang rubbed her jade hands together without saying a word, and suddenly white lightning flashed in her palms. Then, she raised her hands, and there were only two explosions. Two thick white lightnings struck the blood cloud transformed by Changnu. However, the blood cloud was extremely flexible. It dodged the two white lightnings with a slight flash, and then continued to kill without any pause. Liang suddenly felt embarrassed. After her face sank, she quickly pinched a series of magic formulas with her hands, and the two white lightnings turned around in the air like spirit snakes, and unexpectedly hit the blood cloud from behind. Suddenly, the blood cloud rolled up, and then scattered and revealed the figure of the slave. The slave's breath was steady, and there was no trace of burn marks on his body. He actually flew out before the blood cloud was hit by the escape technique. After seeing this, Liang's heart suddenly trembled. The most difficult enemy in the fight is the one who is proficient in the escape technique. One careless move can make a person capsize in the gutter. Three human gods. I was worried that I would lose the target and be punished by the master, but now I just need to bring you three back, and the master will definitely reward me with a big mouth full of blood. The slave had a bloody mouth full of fangs, and he spoke in human language. It turned out that Meng Chen's order to the slaves under his command was to capture a human god each, and this one was originally chasing the Mao fox, but because of the miasma maze, it lost it, and instead found Luo Hong and the others by mistake. A mere arrogant slave dares to speak so arrogantly. Look at the spiritual treasure. Liang's face turned cold when he heard this. He then offered a jade ruai and shook it gently to emit a large amount of rosy light. A phoenix head condensed in front of him in an instant. The arrogant slave saw this and said nothing more. He flapped his bright red bat wings behind him, and his body turned into a blood thread and shot out. Then, after a flash, he disappeared out of thin air. It was obvious that he was using his ghostly escape technique again. I don't know what kind of spiritual eye magic Yang used. The spiritual light in his eyes gathered, and he could easily see through the traces of the arrogant slave. He immediately made the phoenix head peck at an empty space. The breath was locked, and the arrogant slave immediately interrupted the escape technique and showed his body again. Facing the phoenix head pecking at it, it did not dodge or avoid it at the moment, but turned into blood at the moment it was about to be hit, and let the sharp beak pass through its chest. The next moment, Changnu strangely transformed his body into countless thin blood threads, wrapped the head of the colorful phoenix and disappeared. Suddenly, the head of the colorful phoenix was chopped into countless pieces, as if by countless sharp blades, and then it disintegrated into 5 colored light spots. With a flash of blood light, the countless blood threads wrapped in many spiritual lights rolled back and turned into the shape of Changnu again. Looking at its unsatisfied look, it was obvious that it had swallowed part of the spiritual power of the head of the colorful phoenix. Damn it. Liang naturally recognized the Yaksha clan's soul-swallowing magical power. She was annoyed and turned her hand to sacrifice the Chailing Pippa. Wait a minute, Fairy Yi. Once you use this Chailing Pippa, this Changnu will probably turn into stone immediately. How can we get information from it? Let Luo take action. After saying that, Luo Hong did not wait for Yang to respond and raised his hand to sacrifice the yellow spring ghost hand. Suddenly, a huge black hand appeared above the head of the slave and then slapped it without any hesitation. So you are the most powerful one. Seeing this, the slave actually floated in place, looking at Luo Hong with a cunning smile. Its posture made people think that it was going to repeat the old trick, trying to liquefy itself again, avoid Luo Hong's attack, and then take advantage of the situation to counterattack. But at this time, Yang suddenly found something wrong, and her eyes were full of light and she immediately saw the problem. Not good. That's a clone. Its real body is not there. It turned out that the slave used the spiritual power he had just swallowed to leave a clone with little power in the original place, but the real clone actually deceived Liang's spiritual eyes and hid his real body, and its purpose was obviously to launch a sneak attack. As soon as Liang finished speaking, a space fluctuation suddenly appeared behind Luo Hong. Then a blood shadow emerged, and a pair of sharp claws stretched out from it, grabbing Luo Hong's back of the head. In the blood shadow, a pair of cunning demon eyes flashed with a smile of conspiracy. Just as Luo Hong was about to be scratched, a grey light appeared behind his head. After the sharp claws of the slave collided with it, there was a crisp crack sound, which was the sound of broken bones. Ah! With a scream, the slave, whose fingers were broken, immediately flew back, and there was fear in his eyes. Humph! You dare to get close to me? That really saves me a lot of trouble. Luo Hong sneered, and immediately urged the power of heaven and earth to press towards him from all directions. The slave's body was suddenly hunched by the pressure. At this time, bloodlight flashed on its body, and it was obvious that it wanted to use the escape technique to escape. But under the confinement of the power of heaven and earth, the bloodlight on its body was only half condensed before it collapsed. After a few more bone cracks, as if he didn't want to suffer, the slave liquefied himself again, and was completely pressed into a ball by Luo Hong. The power of heaven and earth. It's really convenient. Liang whispered, and put away the Chailing Pippa. After holding the slave, Luo Hong moved his mind, and made him fly quickly. At the same time, he stretched out his right palm, as if he was going to search his soul immediately. However, at this moment, something strange happened. I saw a green shadow shooting out from the blood ball, and heading straight for Luo Hong's danshan. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come in. Faced with such a shocking change, Luo Hong seemed to have expected it. The black hair in his right palm flashed, and a cave door appeared in front of him. The green shadow couldn't dodge and flew directly into it. It turned out that Luo Hong had already used his mind to detect another breath in the body of the slave, so he was naturally on guard. At this time, the green shadow was taken into the netherworld cave heaven by Luo Hong. Before it could react, a blood-colored bone claw stretched out from the sea of blood and dragged it into the sea of blood. Fellow Daoist Luo, what was that just now? Seeing that it was just a false alarm, Yang asked with a relaxed expression. At the same time, she couldn't help but secretly admire Luo Hong's experience in fighting. It should be a puppet made by the Shadow Clan at the level of the god transformation. If it invades the flesh, it will be really troublesome. Luo Hong closed the door of the cave heaven and explained casually. Because he didn't know how far the slave and his master could communicate, Luo Hong didn't delay at all, and immediately used the soul-searching technique on him. Amid the shrill screams, Luo Hong kept searching the memory of the slave, but when he saw half of it, the blood ball that the slave had transformed into suddenly emitted a foul smell, and then the breath disappeared directly. This was obviously not the effect of the soul-searching technique. Seeing this, Liang and Yingming couldn't help but look at Luo Hong. My soul-searching attempt has been discovered by his master, who directly activated the restriction, obliterating both the soul and body of this rampant slave. Although I tried my best, I also found some key information. His master is just a big yaksha, not the yaksha king. Luo Hong threw the black and smelly blood ball away and said with a sigh of relief, Chapter 950 Relics. Through soul searching of Chengnu, Luo Hong has completely confirmed that the alien races of the refining void who are chasing him are the bounty missions of Guangyu and Heavenly Book, a big yaksha who can drive Chengnu, and a shadow clan who is obviously a red shadow but grey. There is really no simple one. Luo Hong frowned and said to himself, these people are not ordinary refining void beings. Their strength is stronger than those of the same level, and they have more means. Luo Hong believes that he has to be careful to deal with each one of them in order to have the confidence of winning. At present, they have formed an alliance just because of a little accident. Such a cautious style immediately makes Luo Hong feel quite difficult. Since it is not the Yaksha King, why should brother Luo worry? Anyway, as long as we don't take the initiative to confront them, they can't catch up with us in this strange forest. Liang is very optimistic at this moment. It's not that simple. There are currently 6 void refining aliens chasing Luo, and 4 of them have been to the Misty Forest. They know that there is something wrong with the miasma in this forest. Therefore, these 4 people have not been exposed to the miasma from the beginning, and with their void refining realm cultivation, they will probably have to force their way through 5 or 6 miasma before they will be affected by the whispering magic. If they catch our tracks, even if we escape into the miasma, they will still catch up with us. In a short distance chase, they are even more flexible than us. After all, they don't have to worry about the thickness of the miasma. Luo Hong said solemnly, but his tone did not show any surprise that 4 of the 6 people had entered the Misty Forest. This ratio is supposed to be very abnormal. But no matter what, the decision to continue to go deeper into the Misty Forest will not change. After briefly explaining the situation, Luo Hong held one of them in each hand, and the 3 of them plunged into the miasma cloud in front of them. Why is it him? Humph. Thousands of miles away, Meng Chen, who was flying in the miasma, suddenly changed his expression and showed anger. Huh? What happened? Why did I lose the sense of a shadow slave? Ziyun, who was standing by, also noticed something was wrong, but his shadow slaves were not very intelligent and didn't know what happened at the moment. I unexpectedly found the real owner. This person's magical power is really powerful. He easily captured one of my slaves. But judging from the previous traces and their current position, are these 3 people planning to escape into the depths of the lost forest? The slaves need to be nurtured with their own blood and essence. Meng Chen couldn't help but feel quite painful when he lost one. It turned out that we ran into those 3 people. No wonder we failed, but their desire to enter the depths of the lost forest for refuge was a fantasy. Even if they were lucky and not blocked by the miasma, the things in the depths would be enough to slow them down. Ziyun said with a sinister smile. That's good. It saves us from playing hide and seek with them in this maze. Meng Chen said with a fixed gaze. He had been a little impatient after tracking them for these days. At that moment, the 2 of them did not need to communicate, and they all increased their speed without saying a word. About a day later, Luo Hong and the other 2 had successfully crossed the previous limit of 10,000 miles and arrived at a place thousands of miles away from the center. According to the previous ancient map, there was no light spot in this area, that is, there was no stable spiritual orifice. In other words, there would be no heavenly and earthly elixirs here, and there would be no powerful ancient beasts to protect the elixirs. But on the contrary, the closer Luo Hong got to the center, the more he felt uneasy in his heart, which made him reduce his speed again and again. My spiritual sense did not find a trace of abnormal breath. Could it be that the danger is hidden in the miasma? As soon as this thought came up, several strong winds suddenly rushed from the side and behind. Luo Hong immediately offered the black wind flag without thinking, and instantly moved the 3 people hundreds of feet away. Then there were 4 loud boom noises, and the sudden attack hit the ground. The 3 of them turned their heads, and saw 4 10-foot long black stone arrows inserted nearly halfway into the ground. The surrounding soil and vegetation turned into grey-white stones under the spiritual light. Petrification? Liang exclaimed, and immediately looked in the direction where the arrows came from, and then saw that in the miasma, 4 20-foot-tall black shadows had stood up at some point. Although it was not clear through the miasma, it could be seen from the outline that they were drawing their bows and arrows at this time. Boom. Boom. At the same time, a series of huge and dull footsteps came from the direction of the three people's advance, and a black stone giant holding a double pestle was seen striding out of the miasma, coming towards the three people with murderous intent. Oh no, we are surrounded. Liang's eyes flashed with spiritual light, and through the heavy barriers, he saw that in addition to these 5 giants, there were also black shadows standing up from the depths of the miasma. Obviously, they had entered a giant killing array. Haha, after so many years, I finally see something that is not damaged. Fellow Daoist Ming, can you tell them to stop? Strangely, facing such a dangerous situation, Luo Hong was not panicked at all, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. Not for anything else, but because the black stone giant that strode out of the miasma was 70% similar to the gatekeeper giant he saw outside the Wentian cave mansion in the human world. I'll try. Ming had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with these suddenly appearing black stone giants. There was no doubt that they were both puppets and of the same lineage. As the two hands pinched the magic formula, the sound of wooden blocks colliding came from Ming's chest. It was seen that a fist-sized hole appeared in her puppet body, and then a pink flower bud floated out of it. As soon as the flower bud left the body, it began to bloom slowly, and a golden spiritual light immediately shone through the gap. It was not until it was fully bloomed that a golden flame emerged from its center. At this time, the golden flame shook slightly, and a circle of gentle spiritual waves swung out, quickly dispersing in all directions. All the black stone giants that touched this spiritual wave seemed to have pressed the pause button, and their bodies suddenly froze and no longer moved. After a moment, Ming took back her spiritual core and nodded to Luo Hong, saying, I have shut down these puppets, and now we can move on. Very good, I hope there will be no more trouble. These black stone giants looked thick-skinned, and Luo Hong didn't want to waste his energy on them, so he couldn't help but say happily. And Liang finally realized why Luo Hong dared to go so deep into this place. He must have guessed the identity of the master of this place. This person can not only refine spiritual puppets, but also arrange spiritual formations. No matter how you look at it, he should not be an unknown person, but I have never heard of him before. Could it be that the owner of this place is not the elder of the human and demon races? Curious, Liang did not ask, but continued to follow Luo Hong silently. In the following journey, the three did not encounter any accidents, but after entering the last 1,000 miles, they saw a disturbing scene. The ground was full of broken black stone giants, and huge pits and abnormal landforms formed by fighting were everywhere. No matter how you look at it, this place has experienced an extremely fierce fighting a long time ago. Master. Seeing this scene, Ming couldn't help but show worry on her face. Before, when Luo Hong analyzed that the owner of this place was most likely not here, she also heard it, but first, they were not sure that the owner of this place was Wenshan Zenran at that time, and second, the possibility that he could not get away did exist, so she could still keep her expression unchanged. But after seeing the black stone giant and the traces of the tragic fight, Ming was basically sure that the master of this place was Wenshan Zenran, and he was either captured or killed after the fight. Otherwise, after such a long time, he would not have failed to clean up the traces of the fight here, and even left such a big tail as the Mizonglin. Fellow Daoist Ming, although Luo is not completely sure what happened here, I can guarantee that Senior Wenshan will suffer at most, and his life will definitely be fine. Don't be so pessimistic. Luo Hong immediately comforted him. Senior Wenshan? Is this the name of the master of this place? Liang secretly memorized this key information. Not long after, the three of them arrived above a dilapidated cave. This cave was originally a classic style built in the belly of the mountain, but the spiritual peak, where it was located, was directly destroyed by someone with great magical powers, so that it passively became an open-air cave. Seeing this scene, the three people's souls vividly recalled the scene of the owner of this place being rudely beaten. Since all the formations and restrictions were destroyed, Luo Hong only used his consciousness to scan the entire cave and found that it was cleaner than a dog licking, and there was not a single valuable spiritual object left. Luo Hong couldn't help but frown. Fellow Daoist Ying Ming, please sense it carefully and find the location of Senior Wentian's breath. No need to bother, I have found it. After Ying Ming said this, he flew to the largest stone chamber in the cave. In this stone chamber, except for the formation on the ground, there was no decoration. When the master arranges the cave, he has the habit of building both the light and dark caves at the same time, and he usually uses special techniques to arrange the teleportation array that connects the light and dark caves and the teleportation array leading to the outside world into a light and dark array. If we don't use the secret technique to activate it, the teleportation array under our feet can only send us out of the lost forest. But as long as he said this, Ying Ming flicked his 10 fingers and cast more than 10 spells at the array under his feet. Suddenly, the entire teleportation array was bright and the array pattern showed mysterious changes. It stopped completely after more than 10 breaths. As long as the secret technique is used, this teleportation array can take us to the dark cave. The master usually leaves the most important things there. Luo Hong can understand the light and dark caves. Even as a disciple of Han Lao Mo, he would arrange the caves in the way of a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. In terms of the way of hiding, Wenxian Zenren is far from being Han Lao Mo's opponent. Ying Ming has made it so clear. How could Luo Hong not know that the thing with Wenxian Zenren's aura must be in the dark cave? So, after receiving Luo Hong's signal, Ying Ming activated the teleportation array under his feet. After a burst of white light, the 3 of them immediately appeared in a stone chamber. Luo Hong saw the spiritual light flashing on the door of the stone chamber, and there was a hint of forbidden aura. He knew that there was still a formation to maintain this place, and it was not abandoned. Strange, how come all the restrictions here are destroyed? It's so wrong. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Ying Ming, relying on his familiarity with the method of setting up the ban by Wenxian Zenren, found that this dark mansion had also been invaded, and he couldn't help but wonder. This is indeed strange, but no matter what, let's go to the place where the aura is first. Although Luo Hong also had doubts in his heart, it had been a long time since the disaster here, and the destruction of the ban was actually a good thing for them. Ying Ming also wanted to know what his master had left behind that could emit the same aura as him, so he took the lead and walked out of the stone chamber. Walking on the wide passage, the 3 of them could see a stone door appearing on both sides from time to time, either closed or open. But the 3 of them were not distracted by this, and they still walked forward into the cave unwaveringly. After about an incense stick of time, the 3 of them first entered a carefully arranged stone chamber, and then stopped in front of a tightly closed stone door. Although this stone door was no different from the ones they had seen before, judging from the dense seals and restrictions on it, the things at the door must be very important. If it weren't for the deep connection between Ying Ming and Wenxian Zenren, she wouldn't be able to sense the breath behind the door. Just as Ying Ming stretched out her hand and was about to remove the seal on the stone door, Luo Hong stopped her. Wait, don't open this door yet. Why? What we are looking for is just behind. Ying Ming said reluctantly. She really waited too long. The closer we are to success, the more cautious we have to be. The layout of this place looks familiar to me. If you don't want to encounter any accidents, it's better to take a look at these jade slips first. The so-called familiarity means that Luo Hong felt that the layout of this stone chamber was very similar to his laboratory. There were 2 stone chambers separated by a door. One was furnished with desks, bookshelves, and various miscellaneous items, and was a place for theoretical research. The other was sealed with a ban to seal all spiritual energy, and was a place for practical research. Taking himself as an example, under normal circumstances, there would be some danger in the stone chamber for practical research, especially in a stone chamber that had been operating alone for countless years. Who knows what changes had occurred inside. Hearing this, Ying Ming seemed to think of some unpleasant memories. A trace of fear appeared on her face, and then she nodded and said, "Fellow Daoist Luo is right. We have waited for so many years, and there is no need to rush at this moment. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and took a jade slip and put it on her forehead. Fairy Yi, please help too. Go through all the jade slips here as soon as possible and find clues about the stone chamber opposite. Although Ying was a bit like an outsider here, Luo Hong had caused her to fall into danger after all. Letting her get some opportunities could be regarded as a kind of compensation. After saying that, he also reached out and took a jade slip from the shelf, ready to quickly read it. But as soon as he took a look, he became interested and read the contents carefully. This jade slip recorded nothing else but the secret of this lost forest. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.